Good morning everyone and welcome to a very sunny Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit for round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is John Ratcliff in the commentary box today, and alongside me, back for the first time in quite a while, it's Mr. Andrew Mather.
Hello everybody. Yeah, it's good to be back. Good to be back for first time since 2021. Looking forward to a super day of racing here. Perfect conditions round the Whilton Mill International Circuit today of 1,200 metres, 12 turns and 26 feet of elevation. It's dry, which is always a bonus at this time of year because you never know, but it's not too hot either.
Exactly, with British summer you never really know what the weather's going to be like, but it's been quite nice the last few days, and as you say, continuing into today. It was a little bit cloudy for our paddock show earlier, which of course you'll be able to see at the lunch break, but I think we're almost ready to go straight into racing this morning.
We are indeed. Junior Max Heat number 1 out first. You can see they're on their forms at the moment, John.
Yeah, they're almost ready to get this race underway. We'll try and run you through who's where on the grid for this one as we get started. Probably run through your order when we get to the end of lap number 1. Let's see if they can get it underway. First time of asking. It looks good at the start then. No chevron flag, at least as of yet, as the drivers now feed through Oblivion and Fine Lady and head all the way up to Christmas Corner. Loads of drivers moving over to cover off that inside line. A couple of divers diving down the inside. There was a late one, a bit of contact there, and the 166 going wide.
Yeah, that's inevitable in a way with 3 wide, and Will Archer is going to get stuck in the grass there. That's very much a May problem. It is dry, but it means that there's lots of grass cuttings off the race circuit, so that's unlucky there for Will Archer because he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He
was, yeah, just happened to be on the outside, didn't he, there, and just was the one that got nerfed off after a bit of contact. So, yeah, gutting for him. Usually, we're used to where the drivers go off and they get on the grass and they actually speed up. But, yeah, now in May with the grass cuttings, all getting stuck in the wheels and getting bogged down and having to get out and use a bit of manpower to get it back on circuit.
Absolutely. So Jacob Jukes leads at the end of lap number 1. Lucas Blanford up to Seto Holden in second place after starting on the front row of the grid. Zach Heslop is third and Luca Magni is there in fourth.
Yes, indeed. Jacob Jukes with that opening fastest lap of the race. He had a good start from the front then. Battles continuing up and down the order. To remind you once more, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, these opening heats. That's another good move around the outside. That was the driver we saw make that move down the inside at Christmas on the opening lap. There's Chandaria going through as well. A little blue flag already early on in this one. A driver with that earlier issue, of course, that we saw exiting the boot earlier on. Was it Will Archer? It was indeed. So he's the one now getting the blue flags as the leaders now come through to finish another lap. Yeah,
at least Will was able to get going again and can get some fast laps in early in the morning. Just like the number 54 of Devon Nolan. He's trying to find a way past Zach Heslop there for third place. Beautiful move through Christmas.
Yeah, really nicely done. Really nicely weighted on the brakes there, wasn't it? And here we can see Will just moving over, trying to get out of the way of the leaders, trying to give them the best opportunity to overtake, but sometimes it can often be, if you're moving over to overtake, you become a little bit unpredictable, and that can sometimes cause incidents, but Will doing a good job there.
Yeah, and especially in a sprint race, lapped traffic is not something any driver out there would expect, so it's maybe a scenario that they're not used to. Benjamin Baker's going along quite nicely, John. In the 132 kart, was the fastest driver last time around, so look out for Benjamin there in 9th place. Meanwhile, front of the field, looks like Lucas Blanford starting to ramp the pressure upon Jacob Jukes.
He is indeed closing in ever more. Now, just behind Benjamin Baker, Liam Thomas has now actually taken the fastest lap. So those two possibly working together there just at the bottom end of the top 10, trying to push on. I think they're right at the back of this main pack as we see another move down the inside there at Ashby. But a couple of drivers moving through the field nicely. Of course, for 2023, we've changed from just having heats to now having a qualifying. So you're less likelihood of seeing someone coming from 32nd and then winning the race. That's a lot less likely as the drivers are usually more in the order of pace that you would expect them to be in.
Yeah, no, with this eliminatory style of heats, keeping it clean, I think is very, very key. You can't be taking as many risks as perhaps you used to be able to with the mixed grid format. Devon Nolan now looking down the inside of Lucas Blanford. That's not going to work, and there's damage to the front, and Devon Nolan is going to be out of the race here.
He may indeed be. Was trying to get it back on the track there, wasn't he, on exit? We'll see if he's able to rejoin, but yeah, that little attempt to the overtake, a little bit of contact, and just sent him wide there. I wasn't sure if it broke something on the front.
Yeah, I was wondering whether something just got caught momentarily. That's exactly what I was talking about. That was a driver in a good position, has risked it maybe a little bit too much. could be in trouble now already of making the final. A lot of work to do now with not everybody guaranteed a spot in the A.
Exactly, and with these short heats, you can often sort of feel like you need to start pressing on and maybe go for that move that isn't 100% there because, oh, I've only got 4 minutes left in this one. I need to try and get as many positions as possible, as quickly as possible, and that can then cause a bit of over-ambition and maybe a little bit of contact. But that was a good move there. Down the inside, was that William Ray pushing on through, possibly? More moves in the middle of this pack as well, and as they continue to battle in this front pack, it just allows for more drivers behind to just then latch on the back and get involved themselves, which is brilliant to see for us, but I mean, not going to be great for the guys at the front of this train. Jacob Jukes, Lucas Blanford, Zach Heslop, they're going to be wanting to try and work together and scamper off here, but it's not quite working out at this stage. A bit of contact there, a move for fourth. It's going to lose a position actually as William Ray is going to lose 2 positions there into the last corner, so an attempt to overtake down the inside doesn't quite pay off, drops down to 6th.
Yeah, it's a group of 11 pretty much, from Jacob Jukes down to Shane Chandaria. And I'd say at the moment the drivers at the back of the train are the faster ones. Bit of a moment there for the 128 of Aaron Full, trying to find a way past Lucy Wheeldon. Top novice at the moment, just to note that one, John. Good progress been made by Bartek Filipiak, the number 80 karters up to 16th place. Change for the lead. Lucas Blanford to the front.
Yes, indeed. We just saw the end of that move down the inside. Going to be re-overtaken, though, immediately into the boot. Great re-overtake there from Jacob Jukes. Opportunistic, and just used that extra speed he had from being overtaken at the previous corner. He then got all that run down to the boot, set it back down the inside, retakes the place, but of course the drivers behind now very much in with the shout as well, and Jacob Jukes knows it, moves back to the inside. I thought we were going to see the chop back across, we nearly do, and they make contact. The 2 leaders off at Christmas corner. They're both going to try and rejoin, but what an absolute calamity in this opening heat.
Yeah, so that's the top 4 drivers from earlier in this race have all hit some form of problem, and the door is open now for William Ray to step into the lead. Now surely going through the mind of these drivers at the front now, John, is like, well, we've got a great opportunity here. Let's not mess this up, as Lucy Wheeldon off into the grass now. Think she got a little bit of encouragement on the rear axle there to put her into that half spin, and we lose another one from the top order in this race. So it's William Ray, Zach Heslop in 2nd place now, Aaron Full 3rd, Zach McDonald 4th, and Liam Thomas up now into the top 5.
So I just noticed there was a slippery surface flag up at Christmas corner now. We've just seen the 132 go a little bit wide there, possibly just dealing with that. Maybe from that contact we saw at Christmas corner on the earlier lap, maybe has dropped some water or something, possibly up at Christmas.
Or those grass cuttings that we talked about.
It's the 2 that was a big off. Now a change for the lead. Yes, it is. Down the inside goes Zach Heslop. Change for the lead once more. We have a new leader in this opening heat of the day. This has been a fantastic start to round number 4, but yeah, we just saw 2 drivers barreling off in the background, didn't we there? Didn't quite see who it was. We'll try and see who drops down the order as they now come across the line.
I think it might have been Toby Bedford and James Waring, who have both not come through sector number 2.
I think you're right there, yeah. Sadly, our now top novice of James Waring no longer dropping down the order now with those 2. This top battle really kicking off. We've now got, it's the 128 of Aaron Full who's up into 2nd place now. William Ray slightly dropped off. Is he now in 3rd? Yes, he is. So Aaron now all over that rear axle of Zach Heslop. Just less than 30 seconds to go then in this heat. I think we should see 2 more laps, I reckon. How quickly they can get through the boot will determine that. But Zach Heslop now in that leading position. And it's changed quite a few times in this race, hasn't it?
Indeed, this has been a heck of a first race today. Keeping an eye out for Liam Thomas, now up to 4th place, 2:27, has been setting some lightning lap times. 45.76 currently Thomas's fastest, and now going for 3rd place around the outside. There's also battle for the lead going on, 2 by 2 through and towards Inkermans. Great racing here at Whilton Mill.
This is fantastic. Little move down there for 4th as well, trying down the inside, trying to squeeze them off the edge of that exit curb, and does so. A great little move there for 4th. Couldn't quite spot the number as they come through. It was the 180 of Zach McDonald. They're still battling over the lead now. It's now Aaron Full who takes to the front of the field. Timer has ticked to 0. It's So I do believe we'll be going on to the last lap. A good move around the outside for the 227. He could do both of them. He does. Down the inside of the exit. However, is he going to be re-overtaken into the final corner? No. Chops across the nose. And now onto the last lap. It's Liam Thomas who leads the race.
Really, really well read there by Liam Thomas as Heslop and Full got involved with one another. He saw there was going to be a lane around the outside and took it. Battle going on for second place now with Heslop defending down the inside. There goes William Ray back down the inside into fourth place. But now he's going to be challenged by Zach McDonald there in the 180. My oh my, are all the races going to be like this today? No, we're going to be able to get all the way to the end with even with two of us. As there is the 207 of Luca Magni getting involved as well.
It isn't stopping, is it, here?
No.
On the last lap, they're still trying to grab those extra bits of positions. We did see through the first couple of corners, Liam Thomas was able to take his usual line, get a good little gap there, and thus not be challenged around the last lap, and it is going to be Liam Thomas who takes the win in the opening heat of the day. And what an opening heat of the day that was. Chopping and changing of positions constantly throughout that one, and it was Liam Thomas who made it to the front by the end. Zach Heslop was in second, then Aaron Full rounded out the podium. Behind them was William Ray and Shane Chandaria, then Zach McDonald, Michael Dalton, Luca Magni, Omar Cindy and Benjamin Baker there in 10th. I think we had a little chat with Omar Cindy in our paddock show. It was good to speak with him. Then Lucas Blanford in 11th. One I've never seen before. I did see number 159 was under investigation. Not sure what for, but yeah, one to just keep an eye on that.
I imagine it will be for the incident up at Christmas.
Do we think so? Okay. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that anyway. Remember to see the full results post penalties. Head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC now just to finish off the final results for this one. Lucas Blanford in 11th, then Jacob Dukes, then Bartek Filipiuk. He was the top novice there in 13th. Very well done to Bartek. Then George Allen, Jack Gillingham, Albert Wilton, Alfie Hemingway, then Daniel Gurney, Rex Ashley, Liam Phillips there in 20th, then Hamish Forrest, Will Stockdale, Paolo Nunes, Aranda, Devon Nolan, Alfie Richards, Niam Note, Asa Pinder, Toby Bedford, James Waring, Will Archer, Lucy Wielden, and Toby and Alvarez there in 32nd. We got a TX number as well. Doesn't look like they've completed any laps though, so I'm not sure who that is. We saw a couple of drivers there just coming through. This is where we check for those front nose cone penalties, if they've dropped, if they've had a bit of contact. As you can see just there, the driver very frustrated about that, had a bit of contact. It has dropped down. You can just see it's a little bit too low to the ground, and that means we'll be getting a penalty post-race. But what a heat to start off the day. As you say, if it carries on like that, we're not going to have any voices left by the end of the day. That was fantastic. Well, I think we moved through pretty quickly here at Whilton Mill Kart Club events. Now, I believe if my schedule is correct, up next will be our IARMY Cadets and Rotax Micros, and we're going to head straight to the grids for their heat number 1. And here we are then. Let's have a look at the grid. Just a few technical difficulties here this morning at Whilton Mill. It's all right. It's a little bit warm, so possibly just our PC getting a little bit overheated here. But we will try and get those grids up for you very, very shortly. There's a couple more drivers just getting penalties. I mean, with how that heat went overall, pretty scrappy in places. I mean, some brilliant overtakes, a couple of incidents though, so I think it doesn't surprise me that we had a few penalties at the end of that one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the drivers, but they'll have another opportunity to race later on in the day. Hello to those of you in the YouTube comments. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday morning for wherever you're watching in the world. Hello to Manuel, who's tuned in, Dara, 6 Zen, Victoria, cheering on Paolo, and saying thank you to all of those. That's the grid for the previous race. So we're getting ready for the first appearance of the day in a racing capacity for the IARMY and Rotax powered cadet classes. So this is IARMY Cadet and Micromax. And here's the grid, John.
Here we go then. No, it's a problem at all. Let's get on with this. Maximilian Abrahart is on pole position with Sebastian Behrman alongside on that front row. Then it's Jack Baker and Alfie Mew on row 2. Then Maria Roberto and Otis Cleary there on row number 3. And row 4 sees Ilya Veliko and Jensen Walker. Then it's Dylan Glasgow and Lewis Herbertson there rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Jensen Maplethorpe and Aurora Joel. Row 7 is Ralph Rakatis and Benedictas Mazioskas. Then it's Arthur Brooker and Frederick Wood. Then John T. Restrick and Alessandro Salas. And I do believe that's it for our grid then. 18 karts on this one. Of course, with the Water Swifts, our 3 Water Swifts cadets at the back of this one, that being Frederick Wood, Jonty Restrick and Alessandro Salas. In the restricted Water Swifts, we'll obviously see the unrestricted Water Swifts, our interclass, later on today.
We will indeed. As the Micromax engines buzz around circuit, still a relatively new Class 2 UK racing, but one that's been very enjoyable so far from the racing that I've seen, whether it be here or in the British Championships or Super 1. But yeah, a good field of them as well. A lot of experience even at this cadet level in this field. So keen to see how they all do.
Indeed, yeah, should be an interesting one. Got those 3 Water Swifts just slightly behind this pack, so I assume we're doing a slightly stinted start. One will take to the start and a few seconds later the next wheel, as we got a little spin there for the 55. I think just slightly helped around there at the final corner, that being Aurora Joel. Hopefully she'll get onto the back of the pack before the race start here. She's trying to catch up, but we are going to go green here for the second heat of the day. The Army Cadets and the Rotax Micros take to the start then, and they all give each other lots of room through the opening couple of corners, but you can already see there chopping across to the inside, just making sure no positions lost there up at Christmas corner. But the 32 manages to find a gap and takes a couple of positions there, does Alfie Mew. A good little overtake there. I think he's moved himself up 1 or 2 positions, so a good start for Alfie, but they all filter their way through the first lap pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, really good stuff from Alfie Mew there. Brave on the brakes down the inside of Ilya Veliko. It's Maximilian Aberhart at the front of the field. Jack Baker in second place. Maria Roberto running well as well there in third place on the LN Kart chassis.
Had a good chat with Maximilian Aberhart, didn't we, in the paddock show? So stick around for that at lunchtime. He was in good spirits, was very happy with his performance, sticking it on pole position, and he was like, yeah, the win is mine today. Yeah. I'm going to take it. So he's doing just that in this opening heat. 73, though, going down the inside, a little bit of a push from behind to try and get them through, and they both do go through. The 73 of Sebastian Behrman and the 32 of Alfie Mew through on Maria Roberto there, up into 3rd and 4th respectively, dropping Maria down into 5th. They're still trying to go side by side on exit there. A little bit of frustration for the 34, tries to chop off the nose cone of the 52 there. That's Ilya Veliko and 52 of Maria Roberto. Maria just trying to stop that negative momentum that can often happen in karting, where you lose 1 position, you end up losing 5 or 6, as there was nearly a half spin, wasn't there, from 3rd place, I think. Might lose a position on the exit there into the boot.
Yeah, Sebastian Behrman having a bit of a moment there in the blue and green kart and set up. I think that was the number 88 of Otis Cleary having a fight for, how was it, 5th place. Quick update in the Water Swift restricted category. The 3 runners in this order: Frederick Wood ahead of Jonty Restrick and Alessandro Salas. Is the 88 and 34. So Ilya Veliko has found a way past the 32 of Alfie Mew there.
Yeah, some good overtakes continuing through this one. As you were saying with the Water Swiss, Frederick Wood and Jonty Restrick look to be having a pretty good battle. They were less than 0.3 of a second between them when they crossed the line last time, so clearly those two having a great little battle for the win in the Water Swiss. But we do look back to the 61 of Maximilian Aberhart. He looked pretty good at the start of this one, started to pull away, but Jack Baker has set the fastest lap of the race last time around. And now he's closed in. He has closed in to our leader. 51 now under investigation. We'll see what that comes to for Jensen Maplethorpe. He's currently sat there in 9th place, and I'm not sure what he's done wrong, but the stewards feeling they need to check something anyway. You can see our 2 leaders checking over their shoulders, seeing what kind of gap they have. And the 17 of Jack Baker will now realise, okay, I've got a nice little gap here. If I go for something that doesn't quite work out, I'll still be in 2nd.
Yeah, it's settled down into a classic cadet race now, in that it's all about keeping that momentum up. And keep an eye out for Jensen Walker on the back of that 2nd pack. He's been in very, very good form when I've seen him race at various venues so far this year. He's in 8th place at the moment. The number 25 Cutting Edge Racing machine could gain quite a few positions, but you've got to say, if you're looking at these two at the moment, Maximilian Aberhart and Jack Baker, 2 drivers who know each other very, very well from the club scene and national championships, working very nicely at the front of this field, coming over the line. Let's see what their lap times are like now. Both in the high 51s. Which is good, because everybody else is either in the low 52s or even the 53s. Oh, it's off there is, I think that is the 34. Is it not of Ilya Veliko? That's a real shame. Ilya was running so well up in the top 5. But a problem there that looked to be through the boot, John.
I think so.
Sadly, Ilya down to the bottom of the order.
Yeah, I think that was just near the pit entry point there, I think. Of course, we saw someone lose that in the previous race and go off there, so it can happen by yourself and possibly a little bit of contact causing that one as well. We didn't quite catch it, so no point in speculating, but either way, Ilya going to be frustrated with that one, because as you were saying, he was having a good race up there in the top pack.
Yeah, another driver who we spoke to earlier in the paddock show is very much still in that phase at this level where he's gaining experience. We've seen him race on Alpha Live programs before in Club 100 in the Cadet class, so he knows the engine, because it's the same engine, of course.
Yes.
Engine, but stepping into owner racing, finding out the trials and tribulations of this formula. But no, at least the pace is looking good. Bit of bad luck there. We'll be back later on in the afternoon.
Move down the inside for third place there. Alfie Mew goes through on Sebastian Behrmann, immediately shows the back down the inside, goes to 73. Behrmann back through. It was immediately an overtake from Alfie, immediate tap of the helmet saying let's work together, and Sebastian didn't listen to him at all. Back down the inside, there goes Alfie once again into the boot, retakes that third place. Is there any fight back from behind? No, because Otis Cleary is going to actually take a position as well, so Sebastian Behrmann is going to drop down to 5th after that one.
Yeah, that was really well done by Otis Cleary to just have a bit of patience, allow the gap to open up ahead. He's going to have a challenge now from Sebastian Behrmann, who's got a fair bit of speed as they get head up the hill to Christmas Corner. Behrmann down the inside. There's not much that Cleary can do about that. Behrmann back up into 4th place. Maria Roberto still there in 6th in the purple helmet. There's Jensen Walker, the orange and blue cutting edge racing kart, in 7th place.
Yeah, Maria just got shuffled back a little bit at the start of this race, didn't she? But she's clearly got the pace, staying with this this secondary pack. And she's right there. If anything starts to kick off, she's there to pick up the pieces. Actually, she might not even wait. Thinks about it down the inside. A little bit of contact on the 88 of Otis Cleary ahead. But trying to get the moves done nonetheless. They've just got to be careful of if she goes for those kind of moves. They could start to drop back from those other two, lose the slipstream, and then it's going to be even harder to chase them back down and catch them back up. However, if the 73 of Sebastian Behrmann doesn't want to wait around much longer, they could start fighting and just bring them straight back in, as what is just about to happen, it seems.
Yeah, very tight at the front of the order. Just tuning back in with the iArmy Water Swift restricted category. Still very close between, or I say it was very close actually. Frederick Wood has galloped ahead now. It's got ahead of some of the Rotax runners. It's Frederick Wood top of the iArmy runners. Jonty Restrick 2nd, Alessandro Salas in 3rd.
And it's only a second still between Frederick Wood and Jonty Restrick. They just happen to have two of the other class karts in between them now, so making it a little bit harder for Jonty to stick on the back of Frederick, which of course that's exactly what Frederick is going to be wanting to do. But a great little battle in the Water Swift nonetheless. But we look back to our 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th battle here. And the 32 of Alfie Mew still just about leading ahead of Sebastian Behrmann. Moves over to cover that inside line. Sebastian's got to watch out from behind though. Could be open to a move from Otis. Otis doesn't go for it this time around, and they continue once more. 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Our leading two pair, which have just gone through the shot there, coming around the track. So it's going to be close here as to whether we have 2 more laps to go. I think it will just about be 2 more. Gives more opportunities here for Sebastian Behrmann to go for an overtake.
That was a really big lap last time around from the race leader. Abrahart put in a 51.2. Which crucially was nearly half a second quicker than Jack Baker behind. 1.2 seconds is now the gap. Should have this one pretty much sewn up. Yeah, there are going to be 2 laps to go. Bit of time remaining on the clock as Abrahart completes lap number 9. Another 51.2. He's looking very good today. Not only is the speed there, John, but the consistency as well. Yeah.
The leading 2 were both in the sort of high 51s, weren't they? And then suddenly Max was able to drag it down into the low 51s and has stayed there. Jack just hasn't quite been able to match that. Only a few tenths in it every lap, but that's all you needed for Max, just to extend that gap consistently every lap, as you say. He's been doing exactly that, so well done to Max. Fully deserving of this win, and he's not got too much longer to hang on to it now, as he's going to see the last lap board soon. But Otis Cleary down the inside takes that 4th position away from Sebastian Behrmann. Sebastian Behrmann's been behind Alfie Mew for a little while now. And Otis Cleary thinking, well, if you're not going to go for the move, I'm going to get in front of you, and I'll go for it.
Yeah, really lovely stuff there from Otis Cleary. Oh, just going to run wide, though. And Behrmann's going to be back down the inside as they go through paddock corner. Final lap board out then. Another 51.2 from Maximilian Abrahart. Jack Baker has responded. He's also into the low 51s now, but as you can see, 1.72 seconds is the gap. Alfie Mew there in 3rd place. There is your race leader on the RCE run machine. It's just gone purple through sector number 1.
Wow. Not thinking, oh, I've got nearly a 2-second gap, I'll just back off for this last lap. Nope. Purple sector 1. Fantastic to see. He's looking over to the crowd. Might start waving in a second.
He's in the rhythm.
He is. He's absolutely in flow state. And yeah, what a race from Maximilian Eberhardt. He was very chipper when we chatted to him earlier. I think he's going to be even more chipper after this opening heat of the day. He takes the win. Behind him it is going to be Jack Baker. He's happy with that one. Hands up over the line. And who is it in 3rd? It is going to be Alfie Mew who holds on to it. I think that little bit of battling between Behrman and Cleary as they started that last lap gave Alfie Mew that little bit of gap to just stay there in 3rd place. Behrman then in 4th, Cleary in 5th with Maria Roberto in 6th, then Jensen Walker, Frederick Wood, Dylan Glasgow, Jensen Maplethorpe rounds out the top 10. Then, Frederick Wood, I'd missed in 8th place, our winner in the Water Swift category, remained with a couple of drivers between himself and then John T. Restrick in 11th, who was 2nd there in the Water Swifts. Then Ralph Rakitis, then Aurora Joel there in 13th, then Lewis Herbertson, our leader in the novices, there in 14th. Then Benediktas Mazioskas, Alessandro Salas, Arthur Brooker, and Ilya Veliko there. So Ilya did have that little spin, didn't he? But did manage to finish the race. Finished with 11 laps, so stayed on the lead lap. Not too crazy. Got a bit of time in the kart anyway, despite not being in a position that he'd want to be in at the end of that one.
Yeah, and it's all experience. It's all a learning process. So the karts come back into pit lane. We'll have all of the mandatory checks that are required. Checking those front bumpers as well and front fairings to make sure they're all in their correct position, and if not, recordings of those karts that have infringed the rules, unfortunately. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Mark, who's cheering on all the Ambition Motorsport drivers, and Will Archer in the juniors. Well, we saw Will in the previous race before this one in the juniors. Hello to Char, cheering on Liam. So, yeah, keep your comments coming in.
Yeah, good to see lots of people on Bank Holiday Sunday getting involved with the Whilton Mill Kart Club. What better way to spend your Sunday? I can't think of a better way, to be honest.
I fully agree with you.
It's been great. Great so far. That race, a lot less scrappy than the first race. The first race just moves left, right, and centre. That one a lot more controlled, particularly at the front with Maximilian Eberhardt just putting in that leading pace and just extending that gap at the front. It was really, really impressive. But that was a great race. We're going to swiftly move on to race number 12, though. IARMI Water Swift Inters, heat number 1. Let's have a look at the grids. Here we are then. That distinctive grid music that I love so much. Here are the grids. Zach Champney on pole position for this one, then Ethan Weldon alongside. Then it's Max Mason and Alfie Taylor on row number 2. Then Millen Tomlinson and Simeon Stone there on row 3. Then Thomas Cassidy there in row 4 and Rian Townsend Grant. And then Charlie Goddard rounds out the 9 kart grid for this one. A slightly smaller grid for the IARMI Water Swift Inters. Of course, Water Swift's pretty new for this year, certainly brand new in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So just giving that time for drivers to shift over from the older engines to these new Water Swifts. But a couple of drivers, I cannot remember the name of the driver I was chatting with that we spoke with earlier. I think he was in this Inters, so the unrestricted. He was saying about the changeover from the old engines to these Water Swifts. Just that power delivery was so instantaneous, throws you back in the seat, and he really sort of it was like a bat out of hell, and he was just strapped onto it, trying to hold on and get it around the circuit. I think that's a fair response to this, but certainly a learning experience for a lot of the drivers. So we'll see as they carry around, see how their first heat of the day goes. But I've got a few things that we do need to chat about. I have no idea if we're actually going to get the time here. We run through the heat so quickly. I don't know if we're going to have time to run through the little bits and bobs that we've got to chat about today. So usually I don't hope for a red flag, but it would be quite nice for our schedule anyway. But of course, never want any drivers to get in any sort of incident. So we'll try and run you through what we need to chat about today at some point. Chat about our lovely sponsors of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club and things that the drivers could win through today. Because of course, I'm not sure if you actually know, Andrew, we have quite a big job here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in the fact that we get to decide the driver of the weekend.
Oh, no.
And they get a big prize and everything. It's great. So we'll have a chat about that later on today when we get a bit of time.
They've entrusted us.
They've entrusted us, I know. It's insanity. But Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Sadly, we can't give ourselves the prize. I've already asked, but right, here we go then. Let's get the third heat of the day underway. Haven't seen the chevron flag yet. Hopefully we won't see it this time. Don't think we will. Good start from the pole sitter of Zach Champney. Leads the field up towards Christmas Corner then. The 98 of Ethan Weldon is the one who's following him. Moves over to the inside to defend, but maybe a little bit too late. Cut back. Nope, holds on to the lead there. Does Zach Champney. And all of them carrying on through the first lap. All okay.
Yeah, starting well, all keeping in the right direction. There's 8 drivers out there on circuit. Champney did well there just to hold off the attack of Ethan Weldon, trying to get into a rhythm now onto the back straight, heading to the boot for the first time. He's got a good lead for a first tour of the circuit.
Yeah, I thought possibly at Christmas Corner he'd moved back over to the normal line a little bit too early and opened up that move, but no, chopped off the nose cone very well. Was able to carry that speed, and as you say, now build that nice gap.
Yeah, that's something that you can work with. 0.4 of a second. Oh, a bit of a twitch there, through and out of oblivion. There's the number 18 of Simeon Stone, currently in 5th place, side by side as well, between the 93 of Charlie Goddard. I think that's getting a position on the number 16 of Millen Tomlinson. Yes, it was, so 8th place. Apologies, 9 winners in this race. Now we've got it's back and forth there. Thomas Cassidy is being shuffled back a couple of positions, and side by side as well between the number 24 of Alfie Taylor and the number 18 of Simeon Stone. So Simeon Stone making some good progress here. Really,
really good progress. Yeah, great move up into 4th place. Just knocks our top novice in this race down to 5th, that of Alfie Taylor. Hopefully Alfie just wanting to sit on the back of Simeon Stone then, try and get dragged through the order, as on that last lap Simeon Stone. It's about 0.3 of a second quicker there than Alfie Taylor. So if Taylor can just sit in the wheel tracks, use a bit of that slipstream, and hopefully slingshot himself up into the top 3 positions. But it is Ethan Weldon in 2nd place who's taken the fastest lap of the race, only by 0.04 of a second though over Zach Champney. So this battle at the front could get very tasty, and if that battle continues for longer than a lap or so, those 3 behind, Max Mason, Simeon Stone, Alfie Taylor, could be right there, right involved.
They'll want the 2 front leaders, karts at the front to really start going back and forth. But if they've got the heads screwed on, they'll work together as we saw in the previous race. They are quicker than the rest of the field. If they can work together, they'll probably get down into the low 49s. They're in the mid 49s at this precise moment. Until then, because that was the 49.2 for Champney, of 49.0 for Ethan Weldon. Couple of laps of this, push off the front, guarantee 1st and 2nd, or go down the inside into Christmas Corner. Confident stuff there from Ethan Weldon. Takes the lead of the race.
Yep, clearly knew he was a little bit faster on that lap, only slightly. Thinking, nope, I should be the one leading this train at the front of the field. Zach Champney just with a bit of a check over the shoulder there. Interested to see whether that is a check over for, okay, I've got a bit of space, I can re-attack, or, okay, we've got a bit of space, let's continue to push forward here and work this out, and then we can battle in the last minute or so, because as we were saying, only about 1/10 of a second between them on lap times, and then from them to the rest of the field, a good 8 or 9/10.
Yeah, you'd probably be looking for a gap of 2.5, 3 seconds. That is something that you can sit on and then have a bit of a scrap, a bit of a back and forth on the last lap or so.
They're already basically there, aren't they, impressively? Yeah, 49.01 there from Ethan Weldon. Now he's almost tickling into the 48s already in this one. 49.41 for Zach Champney, and then a 49.88 behind for Max Mason.
Alfie Taylor having a good race here, John. The novice as, side by side again, a change for the lead. Zach Champney back through past Ethan Weldon. That all happened going through Ashby Corner.
Ethan was looking a little bit slidey, not sure if a bit of a mistake there that allowed for the door to be open.
Yeah, it's such an easy corner to get wrong because you're downhill, gravity's working against you, very easy. I always say it's the opposite to Christmas Corner where you're braking uphill, you can brake really, really late. Complete opposite when you're down into Ashby, particularly if your tyres are right on the edge of adhesion on a day like today. You can just over-rotate the rear axle a little bit to make sure you don't have a spin. You're then going to open the steering, gap opens up, and that's the opportunity that Zach Champney took to get down the inside.
Yeah, and that exit curb looks massive, but actually once you get out on there, it quickly tightens up at the end of it, doesn't it? So to actually keep that steering lock on and get it back onto the black stuff before it turns into a lot of green is it is challenging when you're there at the edge of adhesion, as you say. But a great move from Zach Champney nonetheless. And although Ethan Weldon still has that fastest lap of the race, hasn't been able to make a re-overtake just yet.
No, but bide his time. Still there in a good position at this stage of the race.
Sorry, Zach Champney went purple sector 2 and Ethan Weldon did the exact same time.
Yeah.
That's how close these guys are at the front. A 48.92 for Zach Champney, a 48.93 for Ethan Weldon.
Yeah, and they're pushing off the front now. Nearly 4 seconds is the gap back to Max Mason there in third. Simeon Stone looking down the inside, and good speed around the outside there from Max Mason. Left the lane on the inside. That was wise driving from Max. It's a rewarding corner, Christmas corner. You can defend like that because it's slightly cambered, positively cambered to the inside of the corner. You can run a lane round the outside. That's exactly what Max did there. Oh, bit of contact between Max Mason and Simeon Stone. And Simeon did get through. Alfie Taylor still having a very good race there. The novice, you can tell that from the black and white number board that Alfie is running with at the moment as opposed to the yellow and black ones.
Yeah, Alfie Taylor third in the championship at the moment, so doing really well for a novice there in third. Sukmani Kira's leading the championship. Sadly, she's not here today, but Max Mason there in second in the championship, so only just one position ahead of Alfie Taylor now, so doing a really good job and a good little battle for the championship starting to heat up, it seems.
It is indeed. Back with our leaders at the front of the order then. So it's Zach Champney in the number 61, the red and white livery Birrell Arts kart there. Ethan Weldon, Croc Promotions just behind. Team who know the circuit very, very well, of course. I've been impressed with how Zach Champney has reasserted himself on this race, John. I think the thought that went through my mind when Ethan Weldon went through is like, right, well now we're going to see Ethan Weldon disappear off the front because he had so much more pace. But Zach Champney has really, really dug deep. He's going to have to dig even deeper at the moment, though, because down the inside is Ethan Weldon. Retakes the lead of the race.
You can see that coming. A great exit out of Oblivion and Fine Lady. Just set him up really nicely there. Used that toe, moved over to the inside and made that move stick. Nicely weighted under the brakes. Gets it done. They've been trading lap times. I mean, practically the entire race so far. Last time it was 0.04 of a second in it, and now with 50 seconds to go on the clock, only a couple of laps left in this one for Ethan Weldon to try and hold on here. Immediately trying to re-overtake there is Zach Champney. He's not going to get the best exit though, can't go down the inside here at the final corner. Has to sit back once more. 2 more laps to go in this one, I think, and Ethan Weldon's back to the front.
Is indeed, but it hasn't been able to shake off the number 61 of Zach Champney, who now is going to have the benefit of the toe up the hill through Fine Lady and towards Christmas Corner. Waits, just waits for now. I think that's the correct decision, because if he can keep in that position where we can go for that move on the next lap, the last lap, he's going to have a better opportunity of winning the race. Going to be side by side again through Ashby Corner. He doesn't need the last lap. He's got back through, same as we saw before. It was through Ashby Corner. Back into the lead of the number 61 of Zach Champney.
What a fantastic exit there from Zach Champney. Just was able to get the power down fantastically well and immediately pulled alongside and pulled ahead. So as you say, doesn't even need to wait to the last lap. Gets the overtake done. And now just needs to make sure he gets a good run here. It's not a brilliant run. 98 just catches him slightly through the final corner. How is the run through here? Again, a bit slidey actually from behind from Ethan Weldon. Not a brilliant exit. Moves over to cover to Zach Champney. Quickly realises he can take the usual line through Christmas Corner and does just that. And that has actually allowed for a little bit of a gap. So he's no longer in striking distance, really, as Ethan Weldon. He's going to have to do something special through this Sector 2 to get back on the back and open up a move down at the boot. But it's not looking on, is it?
No, it's not. And Zach Champney's just got to hit those apexes, ticking them off one by one, coming onto the back straight now. Only the boot to go here in Heat 1 for the inter-category in the iArmy Water Swifts. And Zach Champney is going to take victory here round the final corner. Very nicely done indeed. Zach Champney wins it from Ethan Weldon there in second place. 2 out front ahead of the rest. Third place is going to go to Simeon Stone. Fourth for Charlie Goddard. So good recovery at the end there from Charlie. Fifth for Max Mason. Sixth for Alfie Taylor, your top novice. Millen Tomlinson across the line there in seventh ahead of Rian Townsend. Granted eighth, and Thomas Cassidy finishes ninth.
It's a good race.
Very good race. Yeah, really good
We've
race.
had like 3 completely different races this morning, haven't we? Completely different. And that was a great little battle to just 2 drivers squabbling at the front and then a good little pack behind as well. As you say, Simeon Stone with Charlie Goddard, Max Mason and Alfie Taylor. Good to see Alfie Taylor up there in 6th as well as the novice, doing a very nice job. They're in 3rd in the championship as well. Of course, the drivers today, all these heats counting for points that then go towards that championship tally. However, if it goes wrong in one of your opening heats, not to worry, because then you've still got opportunities later on. It's not like when you build up for a whole day towards one race, suddenly it all goes wrong and you're gutted. But at least they've got another opportunity if things have gone wrong to put things back on the right track. But that brings us to the end there of the iArmy Water Swift Inters. I think we'll move swiftly on to our next race, which I believe is our Rotax Minis.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the Minimax, the Inter class. Thomas Hill has pole position. Finley Lyons joins him on the front row of the grid. Harry Freeman and Teddy Cooper will start from the 2nd row of the grid. Samir, Paul and Ralphie Branscombe start there on row number 3. John Richardson starts his racing today from row number 4 and is joined by Jack Burgess, Finley Hines and Toby Dukes wrap out the top 10. And then it's Sam Flynn and Max Wheatley on row number 6. Ella Lucia and Josh Parker start on the 7th row of the grid. Riley Morgan and Bailey Wolfe go from row 8. Daniel Wisniauskas and Benjamin Lawn will have work to do from row number 9 there. On row 10 we find Logan Lauder and Warwick Milam. Mars Burton and Max Williams start on the 11th row of the grid. Cody Lipaterel and Louis Barker start on row number 12. Ashton Carmichael and Hugh Hobson will start on the 13th row of the grid, and then Nathan Rond completes the 27 kart field. Well, out on circuit now, the Rotax Mini Inter category. Slightly older drivers to in comparison to what we saw before, but a lot of experience, I'd say, on this grid. John?
Yes, even though they're young, still got so much experience in karting. It's still so impressive to see how smart they are with their driving already, how just the driving itself is, they don't even have to think about, they can just race super closely, and it's going to be fantastic with a grid of this size as well. 27 karts involved in this one, and quite the interesting front row. On 2nd place on the front row, Finley Lyons is your championship leader at the moment, has only had one race, which was heat number 1 of round 2, where he wasn't on the podium. So a pretty impressive start of the season from Finley Lyons. And just ahead of him, on pole for this one, of course, being Thomas Hill. He's down in 14th in the championship at the moment, as he was not there at round number 1, but has since got 2 third places, a 2nd and a 1st there across round 2 and round 3. So very quick is Thomas Hill, clearly putting it on pole position for this one. He must be pretty quick. Interested to see what he can do there from pole position, but lots of drivers around him, also super quick, also trying to get up in those top positions.
Yeah, and it's similar to what we saw with the juniors earlier. This is a grid where you don't want to risk too much in the heats, because you'll lose positions which will affect your final grid slot. Ready to go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here in Rotax Mini Inter. Away we go. Good start for Thomas Hill there in the orange helmet. Leads as they go through Fine Lady for the first time. It's been a good start for Harry Freeman. The blue and white number 78 is already up to 2nd place. Good start for Teddy Cooper also. As a bit of tripping over there. The number 85 of Benjamin Lawn in the middle of all of that. I think there's trouble as well, unfortunately, for Daniel Wisniauskas in the number 27. As another kart goes spearing off the road. That may have been Josh Parker, the number 63. No, it's apologies to the 85 of Benjamin Lawn. So not a good first lap at all there for Lawn. Has half an incident through Christmas Corner, then a much more significant one into Ashby.
I think possibly something broke on that initial incident and then only came into play as he got down to Ashby, because that looked really odd, just going straight on, seemingly not able to do anything about it. So, yeah, sadly for Benjamin Lawn, not making it to the checkered flag in this one. But as I said earlier, if things do go wrong, luckily an extra heat and a final later on today to put it right. But we're already looking forward to this lead battle. Thomas Hill still at the front of it, leading Harry Freeman and then Finley Lyons. So yeah, as you say, Harry Freeman having a good start, taking away that 2nd position. Yellow flags down at Ashby as they move that stricken kart to the side of the circuit, get it out of harm's way. Thomas Hill still doing a fantastic job, however, might lose the lead. Down the inside goes Harry Freeman, then squeezes Hill wide, and through goes Finley Lyons as well.
It was a brave
it
move.
Was.
It's one of those as you go into Osiers where the initial entry of the corner is very wide open. So you can stick your kart down the inside there and be in control, but you're very much relying on the driver on the outside to be compliant with that. Otherwise, you're going to have a bit of a meeting, shall we say, further round the corner.
A forceful meeting.
A forceful meeting.
Yes, indeed. But luckily, no forceful meeting there for Harry Freeman. A little bit of a kiss, side pod to side pod, between himself and Thomas Hill, just forcing Thomas Hill a little bit wide. And he's managed to immediately get back up and into play. Still sitting there in third, I believe. However, Teddy Cooper behind him does have that fastest lap of the race, a 49.08. Only 1/1000th of a second quicker than Harry Freeman. And John Richardson, another 100th of a second, I should say, not 1,000th quicker. And then also another 1,000th back, another 100th back to John Richardson. I can't get my words out today, mate. You just take the rest of the stream. I'll go away.
Well, what I will say is I've been watching a lot of Teddy Cooper on the national level championship so far this season. Has been very, very strong so far in 2023. There's a danger today, I'd say, if you're in the seat of Harry Freeman and Finlay Lyons. You've got to keep working together to make sure that Teddy Cooper doesn't come into this battle for the lead, because he's right there in the black and yellow machine, number 79, charging along. I would say also in that same respect, John Richardson, who's been racing very well so far in 2023 when I've seen him compete. He's not out of this in 5th place. Should give a shout out as well to Jack Burgess, top novice at the moment, John. Already up in the top 10 and quite solidly in the top 10 there in 8th place.
Yeah, impressively so. Really, really good start to the race for Jack Burgess. Only a couple of positions back to Ralphie Branscombe, the next novice. So good little battles from them. Both up in the top 10. Very impressive to see. But Finlay Lyons continuing to stick on the back of Harry Freeman. However, Harry Freeman does set the fastest lap of the race on that last time around. As, oh dear, the 88 into the pits then for Cody LaPetrelle. Not going to make it to the checker flag in this one. Shame for Cody. We know he's pretty quick.
Yeah.
So gutted to see him out of the race. You never like to see a driver not make it to the checkered. Anyway, Cody will have another opportunity later on. There's the 94. That is Jack Burgess. He's going to go down the inside there for 7th place. A great little late move. They're still going to be stopped by someone on exit though, and Finlay Lyons takes to the grass. Nearly takes off. He's going to lose 2 positions there down into the boot. But a sizable overtake there. I think they did give each other enough room, but it was just as they then got to that exit curb, as you say, it all closed up. And
it's one of those when you're on the outside, I mean, you're perfectly obliged to fight it, but sometimes you have to recognise it's an area of diminishing returns, and sometimes you've just got to go, yeah, I'm gonna give this one up and make sure that I don't lose another 2 or 3 positions, as we saw there. Freeman and Lyons. I think Lyons is now wanting to get on with this. Down the inside into Ashby Corner. That is a beautiful move. Really, really good stuff from Finlay Lyons. So hard to do. Downhill into Ashby Corner, but that was spot on from Finlay Lyons into the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's such a difficult braking zone to get right when you're by yourself, let alone when you're trying to go down the inside of someone else. Then you're tightening up on that exit. Does get it done though. Really, really nice move from Finlay Lyons. To the lead of the race he goes with just over 3 minutes to go on the clock. Harry Freeman, Finlay Lyons and Thomas Hill all trading times though. And actually it was Thomas Hill who was just that little bit faster on that last lap because of that overtake. And as you said before, Teddy Cooper is right in there as well on the pace. So we could see this two-way battle for the lead quickly turning into a 4-way battle, especially if more moves down the inside continue, and they do. Down into Ashby, a bit of a late one, and there is contact mid-corner. They both keep it on the black stuff, but through goes the 3rd place. No, he's going to be on the outside, gets forced back off. Back into 2nd goes Harry Freeman, but just a little bit of a late attempt at an overtake there. A little bit of contact. I think they're both quite lucky to be continuing in this one.
They are. Harry Freeman, for his race situation, had to get the elbows out there to make sure he didn't lose 2nd place. And now it's about regathering yourself and pulling that gap back, because as we time it over the line, half a second is the lead now for Finlay Lyons. Still a good number of laps of this race to go. Another very good rookie performance, novice performance I should say. By the way, Ralphie Branscombe is up to 9th place now.
Yeah, those 2 novices continuing to battle, aren't they? Jack Burgess and Ralphie Branscombe. Really good, and Ralphie just 0.04 of a second faster on the last lap, so they are having a nice little battle there over 7th place. But we look back to our leaders. Teddy Cooper still just there, waiting in the wings behind. But Thomas Hill right on the back of Harry Freeman now. Harry Freeman just pulling over ever so slightly as they head down into the boot. Just showing, hey, I'm not going to let you through so easily. We both want to catch up to Finley Lyons here. Still a minute and a half left on the clock, so still a good amount of time to try and change the lead here. It's a good run there through the first couple of corners for Harry Freeman as Thomas Hill now takes the fastest lap of the race, just showing his pace there in third place. Wants to get involved with this lead battle. But what can Harry Freeman do? He's still there, all over the rear of Finley Lyons. But Finley Lyons hitting those lines perfectly as of now, not giving any opportunity for an overtake.
Yeah, and it's this top three, when you look through the results so far this season in this category, have been the cream of the crop. Still very early days in the championship, of course, not even halfway through the 9 rounds scheduled for 2023. But here comes Freeman down the inside. Beautiful stuff into the boot. Finley Lyons hadn't let him have that one, though, I'd say. John, is that an indication that he's going to try and set one up into Christmas?
Has he dropped his bumper there? There was a little bit of contact front to rear. I'm not sure if Harry Freeman's rear right of the bumper is now on the floor. Not quite, okay. I don't think. It started to drop, but I think it's all right. But back down the inside at Christmas corner goes Finley Lyons. Oh, they might open up for the move for Thomas Hill here. Thomas Hill round the outside, gets it done into second. I thought that the opportunity might be there for first place as well. He's going to think about it down to Ashby, but no. Goes a little bit wide. Back through goes Harry Freeman then. So it's all chopping and changing, but they end up back as they were.
Amazing, amazing racing here at Whilton Mill. Hill back down the inside of Freeman, retakes second place. You don't feel that this one is done yet. Time runs out now, so the final lap board will be out in a very short moment once they go around the final corner. There it is. So it's Lyons, Hill, Freeman. Teddy Cooper still there in fourth place. Teddy's just going to keep his head down at the moment. You never know what could happen between these top three on the final lap of this first heat of the day. Defensive to the inside moves Finley Lyons. That was borderline, but I think the right side of it chopped across Thomas Hill's line, stopped him from being able to get down the inside into Ashby corner. They're nearly 3 wide as they go through. Ashby tripping over one another. Finley Lyons still leading. Thomas Hill's there in second, Harry Freeman third, but it's still too close to call.
Yeah, Thomas Hill just in that tough spot where if he doesn't really get that overtake done, he opens himself up for a move from behind from Harry Freeman. So a really difficult place to be there in second place. And it's worked out quite nicely there for the leader. Thought that might be a late move down the inside for the 66, but he might lose a position because of it into the last corner. They're close. They make him into contact. He's going to go wide. It is going to be Finley Lyons who takes the win, but who's going to be in second? It's Harry Freeman. Thomas Hill there in third, and Teddy Cooper nearly getting involved with the scrap there right at the end.
He did. He was very, very close. So the provisional results, Lyons from Freeman, Hill, Cooper. Good drive from Samir Paul. We didn't talk enough about that, but that was 5th place for Samir there. Very good to see. John Richardson, good points for today in 6th place. Top novice was Ralphie Branscombe.
Yeah, I've just noticed Jack Burgess has dropped to 25th, so something's gone wrong on the last lap there, I think, for Jack Burgess, sadly. It was him and Ralphie having that little battle, wasn't it, for top novice?
More good points for Finley Hines in the championship. 2nd in points at the start of today. Gets in the top 10 with 8th place. Max Wheatley 9th. Toby Jukes also in the top 10. Elia Lucia in 11th place, Riley Morgan 12th, Josh Parker in 13th, ahead of Miles Burton and Bailey Wolf, completing the top 15. Karts come down into pit lane, just running through the rest of the order. Logan Lauder 16th, Warwick Milam in 17th place, Max Williams, Nathan Rond in 19th place, and Daniel Wisniewski, who we saw in a bit of bother on the first lap, in the end finishes 20th. Louis Barker, Ashton Carmichael, Sam Flynn, Hugh Hobson. Right, so good news for Jack Burgess. It was a transponder problem because he's just hopped back up into 9th spot on our timing screens. So that's good news. See if we can just make out. I think he's already gone through, actually, the 94. But yes, Hugh Hobson 25th, Cody Lupaterel was a retirement, and Benjamin Lawn also a retirement there on the first lap.
Great race though.
Yeah.
Been a fantastic morning of racing so far here for round number 4. It's been brilliant. I think we'll immediately continue with such great racing. Let's have a look at the grid then for Junior X30 Heat number 1. Here we are. Macaulay Bishop, of course, on pole position. He was quickest in practice this morning as well. Let's see what he can do under race conditions. Morgan Hills alongside him is going to want to challenge for that win in this opening heat of the day for the Junior X30s. Then Riley Bishop and Luke Sintler are there on row 2. Then Josh Jones and Jaden Gregg on row number 3. Row 4 is Archie Heron and Jack Mowat. Then Harrison Leach and Cameron Edmonds are there rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Micah Taylor and Macaulay Guy. Sebastian Dew and Joshua Byrne there on row 7, then Harry Walsh and Casey Ashburn, Ollie Keenan and Laith Khan. Rounding out the top 20 are Max Wright and Kira Harris. Then Zeph Nurnberger and Oliver Harris, Ian Davies and Dylan Partel there on row 12. Sorry, Dylan Patel. I don't know how I mispronounced that name. Apologies, Dylan. Then Hugo Haynes and Ollie Cook round out the 26 karts grid for this one. So another sizable grid here for the X30 juniors.
Yeah, really competitive grid as well. Plenty of experience on it over the years here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. But at the moment, Macaulay Bishop, who's come up through the ranks here. I remember when he was a little cadet, and now he's a junior. He's making me feel old. But yeah, 2 final wins so far this season. Is already putting up quite a score on the board. Has got a 44 point advantage over Archie Heron in the standings. But say looking further down the order, you've got the likes of Kean Garrity, who's scored quite well, but not been able to attend all rounds so far this season.
Yeah, Macaulay Bishop has been unreal. His performances have been insane, and it's a great little segue because he was our first winner at round number 1 this year of the driver of the weekend, which we can go into a little bit more detail as we're waiting for the Junior X30s to venture out on circuit. Of course, a fantastic main sponsor of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, FastR, the automotive innovation hub. So make sure you go and visit befastr.com. Check them out a little bit further. But of course, our secondary sponsorship for 2023 is from Lucas Blanford Racing. Of course, we see Lucas Blanford out here at WMKC a lot. But for 2023, he is racing in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. And because of that, they're offering up, well, not to us, for us to decide who gets this amazing prize. So the winner of the driver of the weekend will get 2 race day entry tickets to any TCR UK meeting, plus 2 race day hospitality tickets for the Lucas Blanford Racing hospitality awning. That's an amazing prize, and somehow, as you say, we've been entrusted to decide who gets that.
Yeah.
So we'll be revealing that at the end of the day. We'll have a little chat over lunch and decide who we think is on for getting it. But yeah, keep your ears out, as we'll be deciding who gets that amazing prize at the end of the day.
Yeah, TCR UK are a really, really good series. If you've not watched it, you can watch all of the reaction here on the Alpha Live network of channels. Got to get the plug in for that one.
Of course, of course. Got to be sticking around on Alpha Live to watch that. And if you're not subscribed already, make sure you click that little button down below so you keep up to date with all live streams and content on the Alpha Live channel, and of course TCR when they make their next appearance on Alpha Live. Here we go then, drivers moving 2 by 2 round the final corner, and hopefully we can get the Junior X30 heat number 1 underway. First time of asking, no chevrons out so far today. Am I going to commentators cut it to the opening up of this one? Let's wait and see. All drivers making it through relatively unscathed through the first couple of corners, already moving to the inside to defend there for 3rd place around the outside. Was that Archie Heron trying to move through, wasn't able to make it stick though. Stayed in 3rd place, I think was Josh Jones, who was defending the position. Archie might try it again there down into Ashby, but both having to stick behind. A little bit of contact in the background in the mid-pack as the drivers try and feed their way through Ashby, but doing pretty well at the start of this one, I think, Andrew.
Yeah, the JDR machine's being really aggressive at the start there, but poor Luke Sintler's being shuffled down the order.
So it's Jaden Gregg just opportunistically there, getting the inside on the exit, getting the good run, getting the move done. Is that finally that move for 3rd place from Archie Heron? I think it might be. Let's see when they come across the line. No, it's Morgan Hill, my apologies, up into 3rd place. Archie Heron still just behind Josh Jones as now. I think he has actually made that move stick.
Yeah, I had a chat with Morgan this morning in the dummy grid. He seemed very cool, calm and collected. As down the inside there goes Jack Mowat in the blue and yellow, the Dayglow yellow details on his race lid. Good move by Jack, gaining some more positions there.
Jack, another driver we know is pretty quick up there, always in the top 10. We'll see how he can do moving through this pack, but as we move through to 6.5 minutes to go then, there's still a massive pack. I mean, throughout the field, no real gaps forming as of yet. The 34 trying to, is that fend off a position? It is indeed, I believe. Jaden Gregg. No, it was Jaden Gregg making a move on Harrison Leach, my apologies. Up into 9th for Jaden Gregg, and Cameron Edmonds right there behind them as well. This is a great little battle at the bottom end of the top 10. They stay as they were through Christmas Corner. I think realising that little bit of battling has opened out a slight gap, which they definitely don't want to extend between themselves and that front pack. So they're now deciding to work together and push on back towards them.
Indeed. Just looking at the lap time and the second time, Riley Bishop, this is a super start to the race for Riley Bishop. He's applying the pressure to championship leader Macaulay Bishop. Best result so far this season for Riley, a top 4 position, 4th place in the final of round number 1. So hasn't seen the top 3 in a Junior X30 race of any kind so far at Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2023. It's 0.3 of a second behind Macaulay Bishop. There are the 2 leaders. Fastest lap of the race goes to Morgan Hill now, 45.21 seconds a further second back. Got a proper race on here, John.
This is looking very cheeky, isn't it? Yeah, we got Bishop versus Bishop at the front. Does that mean that they can only overtake diagonal?
I like that. I like that a lot.
Thank you.
Very, very good.
Thank you. I made a chess joke. I'm so smart. All right, anyway, Riley Bishop is pressing on really, really nicely, closing that gap. Macaulay Bishop has matched the pace on the last lap, but just behind Morgan Hill, setting fastest lap after fastest lap. So interested to see if they're able to attach onto these 2. And of course, in the top 3 battle, then you see the rest of the field come through just behind them. So yeah, this could turn into quite the interesting races. Morgan Hill, once more, another fastest lap of the race.
The chase group, though, have got a chance here. They need to get organised, though, and not be switching positions too much.
Not doing that.
Yeah, not doing that. Luke Simpler down the inside of Jack Mowat. No, I think if you're in Luke's position, that's all right. You want to get yourself back into a bit higher up the train, as it were. But the front of the train, Michael Taylor, Josh Jones, they've got to keep working together and hope that they can bring that gap up to Morgan Hill back. And if you then get a battle between the Bishops in the last couple of minutes, there could be some opportunities for some big, big results in about 5 minutes' time.
I think I'm right in saying as well, Macaulay Bishop and Riley Bishop have they're not the same Bishop. They are not joined in any way. It just so happens that they have the last name.
Change of lead then. Riley Bishop goes past Macaulay Bishop, and here comes Morgan Hill down the inside, but no, chopping to the inside. Well, you talked about diagonal moves, John. There was one right there from Macaulay Bishop. Read that situation perfectly. He had to go for that because Morgan Hill was going to be down the inside. That was one of those moves where, you know, he defended and attacked at the same time, and it's given him the lead again in this race.
Yeah, really, really smart racing from Macaulay Bishop. That's what we have come to expect now. You saw there Riley Bishop just checking over the shoulder on that back straight, and Morgan Hill behind just pointing forward saying, don't worry, I'm not going to overtake you here. Just keep going forward. We can't let Macaulay get away.
I just wonder, has Macaulay been holding something back? It's not too hot today, but there will be a little bit of tyre management on the Mojo compounds that the drivers need to deal with. Morgan Hill now looking down the inside of Riley Bishop, and there's not much Riley can do about that. Morgan Hill up to second place now. But I just wonder, has Macaulay been holding something in reserve in terms of lap time for this now, the last 3 or 4 minutes of this race, to hold that gap back to Morgan Hill and Riley Bishop when it counts?
I guess we'll wait and see over these last couple of minutes, but Morgan Hill has looked really, really fast, has done that move. Lied to Riley Bishop and saying, don't worry, I'm not going to overtake you. Yes, I am. Yes, up in second place.
The classic deception
move.
Of
course, yeah, of course. Don't cover the inside, because I won't overtake you. Actually, now you've not covered the inside, I will actually take that move. Thank you very much. But he's looked super quick, still has that fastest lap of the race, and chasing down the rear of Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop feeding the pressure, feeding the need to defend there, and a bit of contact there front to rear between Riley Bishop and Morgan Hill. Riley Bishop trying to get a good exit there, as those other two were held up mid-corner with Macaulay defending. However, wasn't quite able to get the cut back to the inside, and Riley Bishop making that little bit of contact. Morgan Hill still all over the back of Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay defending, then down into Osiers. This is going to be a great little battle between these three for the last couple of minutes of the race.
And the thing with it, John, is that the gap is now closing to that second group behind that we were talking about. Oh, as Morgan Hill's got through. Macaulay Bishop, I think, tried to stop it on the apex, but Morgan Hill managed to pry open the door there and takes the lead of the race. But Josh Jones, Luke Sintler, Archie Heron, they're now all part of this battle. Top 5 covered by less than a second and a half.
Yeah, they're all right. Look at this. Look at that train. That is insane. Yeah, if they keep battling what they have in the last couple of laps, this is going to be a massive gaggle for the lead. But who has been the fastest on track so far, Morgan Hill, has now taken to the front of the field. As you say, Macaulay did try and stop it on the apex there, close off that exit, but Morgan Hill was just able to use, it was a little bit of contact there, forced the door back open and got that good exit, got the speed down and was able to retake it. And that bit of contact, I think, chucked Macaulay wide, allowed for Riley to get through as well. But yeah, Macaulay Bishop has been leading this race, not comfortably, but doing a good job at the front throughout this one. Now finds himself down in third, and with a number of drivers behind him who also want to get through up to the front of the field. This is going to be very interesting. Less than 1 minute to go then.
Yeah, but
oh, there was a spin.
There was a spin towards
the back
of the field.
Was that from our front pack, or was that, or were they just sat there for a while? I'm not sure. They were facing the wrong way out of the first couple of corners, so an odd spin. We'll try and find out who that is. I think it was Archie Heron. Archie Heron has not come through yet. It is Archie Heron, the number 59, had not come through the first sector. A strange one there. That is, yeah, out of Fine Lady to have it spinning and facing the wrong way there. Possibly something going wrong there. So well, never nice to see.
It is one of those. If you get a bit of a snap of oversteer as you transition from Oblivion to Fine Lady, you suddenly realise there's not actually that. It looks like there's a lot of runoff. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, there isn't. I've had problems through there in my own racing times, and it can catch you out very easily. And we were talking about it earlier. If you get off circuit, it's quite dusty. There's lots of cut grass there. There's not as much purchase and traction as down the inside of Riley Bishop goes Macaulay Bishop. So that's Macaulay Bishop back up to second place. It's very, very difficult today if you get offline to be able to keep propelling yourself forward and getting back onto the circuit. That may seem a bit of a strange statement because it's not wet today. It's not any of that. But it's because of this particular time of the year. Very, very tricky if you have one of those off-track moments to get back on circuit and back in the race.
Exactly, yeah, we've seen that a couple of times just with the amount of grass clippings getting stuck on the tyres as someone's looped it down at the boot. The number 73 getting back underway, that's Harry Walsh, was in 17th, but probably going to lose a couple of positions there as they come out of the boot after that incident. But we look back to the leaders then on the last lap. Riley Bishop thinks about it down the inside at Ashby, isn't able to get it done, and that's just given an extra little bit of a gap to Morgan Hill. I think he can be relatively relaxed on this final lap. I mean, as relaxed as you can be when you're leading a Junior X30 heat. But they make it way through sector number 2. Macaulay still leading Riley, and it looks like it should say the same through the last couple of corners. No, down the inside goes Riley Bishop. A really late move, lots of contact between the two behind them. But Riley Bishop takes second place. It's going to be Morgan Hill who wins the race. But Riley Bishop stealing away second place there around the boot. A great last lap.
Yeah, and his first win of the year in WMKC for Morgan Hill. Morgan will be delighted with that result. Be interesting to see if there were any front fender dislodgers in that exchange at the end there. So
yes,
this is going to be one of those where I call it provisional with a capital P.
Whoa!
So, there was an off there. That was coming out of the final corner.
It was the 33, I think, of Ollie Cook.
Yeah.
Gets it back on circuit, but yeah, a bit of an off there.
See how much detritus is pulled back onto the circuit there. So, provisional result, Morgan Hill wins from Riley Bishop, Macaulay Bishop in third, Josh Jones in fourth, Luke Sintler battles up to fifth place, Michael Taylor, Morgan points there in sixth, Jack Mowat, Harrison Leach, Jaden Gregg and Cameron Edmonds all in the top 10, Macaulay Guy in 11th, Sebastian Dew 12th, Katie Ashman in 13th, ahead of the top novice in that race, which was Ollie Keenan, number 37 in 14th, Josh Byrne 15th, Laith Khan, Kira Harris, Max Wright, Harry Walsh and Oliver Harris all in the top 20. Dylan Patel second of the novices home in 21st place ahead of Hugo Hines. Ollie Cook, after the lurid spin on the last corner on the last lap, in the end will be classified in 23rd place. Lost about 9 seconds with that issue at the end. Zef Nurnberger in 24th place, Ewan Davis in 25th, and Archie Heron did get back on circuit, but unfortunately finishes in 26th position.
Another fantastic race.
Yeah,
lots
really
of battling going on at the front. No one's really charging away with it. The only real charge we've seen was from Maximilian Abrahart, wasn't it? And that was only 3, 4, 5 seconds or so at the front. So it's super close throughout round number 4 for today. But yeah, Junior X30 heat number 1 done. We'll see them out slightly later on today for their heat number 2. What's coming up next?
Next up, we should have the turn of the seniors. Senior X30 are out next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the first heat of the day for the Senior X30 class. Ewan Thomas has pole position. Henry Gregory is alongside on the front row of the grid. Alfie Baxter-Davies and Thomas Byrne will start from row number 2. And then we find Harry Torpey and Christian Brooks on row number 3. Kin Leon Gamio and Vishal Patel start on row 4. Rob Ellis and Alex Johnston start inside the top 10 there on row 5. Tiger Dixon and Benjamin Southgate start on the 6th row of the grid. Jacob Huang and Ryan Etchberg start on row 7. Enzo Liu and Andrew Ferrell start on row 8. And then it's Lewis Halliday, the last of the runners here in this 17 kart field. Well, I hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning. If you're new around here, why not give that subscribe button a press here on Alpha Live, and the like button as well. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Lisa, cheering on Harry. Big thanks to all of our camera operating crew out there on circuit, who, me and John, we literally could not do our jobs without them here in the commentary box. But very much looking forward to this next race. First appearance of the day for the Senior X30 category. Our oldest set of drivers, most experienced set of drivers, probably going to be our fastest class of the day, John Ratcliff. Well, they've got a bit of a show to live up to. We've seen some superb races so far this morning.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? I've certainly enjoyed myself. And as you say, hopefully that continues through the morning and, of course, into the finals this afternoon. It's going to be fantastic. A couple more things to just run over for today. There was another iArmy tyre giveaway. This is all stuff I've seen on the Whilton Mill Kart Club Instagram page. If you're not following that, make sure you go and do that. I think that was newly created for this year as well, so make sure you go over and drop that a follow. Yeah, the iArmy's giving away some tyres. A free set of tyres via their prize draw for the iArmy Inters, iArmy Junior X30 and iArmy Senior X30. I assume that those winners have already been announced. Haven't checked it. This is just off my notes. So well done if you were a winner of that competition. Also announced was the association with Kart Sim. So that's fantastic for 2023. And the announcement that all-class all-class champions at the end of the year will win a half-day coaching session at Kart Sim's Silverstone facility, free of charge. So some fantastic prizes here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2023. So not only can you race out there for the pride of winning the championship at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, which is quite the feat in and of itself, you could also come away with lots of goodies and lots of prizes at the end of the season. So that's absolutely fantastic. But it looks like our Senior X30 drivers have got their tyres nice and, well, as warm as possible. I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult on a day like today. It's already nice and warm. Our air temperature, track will be nice and warm as well, so those tyres should be nicely up to temperature. There's a little bit of, that's a chain guard that's come off one of the karts. They're just getting picked up, but it looks like we're ready to go here for Senior X30. Around the first couple of corners they do go, and all giving each other nice amounts of room here. Up to Christmas corner then. Oh, big dive to the inside there for the 74. Tries to get the door open, isn't able to do so. Has to feed back in once more. That was Thomas Byrne just trying to get that overtake. I think he's dropped a position or two on the opening couple of corners, so trying to get back up to his starting position on the grid. There's been a bit of contact though down at Ashby. A couple of drivers getting back on circuit. Didn't spot who that was. There's a move down the inside though at Osiers. 82 of Christian Brooks makes a move down the inside. That was for 4th place. So he's made a couple of moves on this opening lap as Christian. This opening lap has gone well for him. But as they come through the boot then, we'll try and see who was involved in that incident down at Ashby. It's Henry Gregory who leads the race then. Ewan Thomas in second with Alfie Baxter-Davies in third. Then Christian Brooks and Harry Torpy round out the top 5. Looks like Enzo Liu hasn't come round yet, just come across the line now. So definitely was Enzo involved in that incident. Also possibly Alex Johnson as well was a little bit slower on that lap. So sad to see a couple of drivers having incidents, but nothing too major. All continuing on nonetheless.
Yeah, always very, very difficult in these Senior X30 heats if you have a problem to get back on the pace and get back as part of the pack. There's just so much experience, so many fast drivers out there on circuits.
Good little battle there for 4th. Tried it round the outside. I think that was the attempt there. No, it was Alfie Baxter-Davies losing a position. He was on the outside. It was Harry Torpy on the inside, making the move stick there around the boot. Up into 4th place goes Harry Torpy. Another pretty quick peddler here in the Senior X30s. A lot of the drivers in this one are big names that I know who have seen be right up there at the top of the order. No lack of talent here in the Senior X30 field. To be honest, across the entirety of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, there are some incredibly quick pedalers. But at the moment, it's Henry Gregory who leads this field. He's under a bit of pressure, though, from Ewan Thomas, and just behind Christian Brooks with the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's dealing with it well at the moment, though, in a field that, as you say, has got a lot of experience. I've seen Harry and his brother Joshua race in the X30 ranks here in WMKC for a number of years. Christian Brooks, likewise, the driver who's turned many a lap around this circuit. And that's in the mind of Ewan Thomas as well, to just sit there at the moment in second place and try and push the number 77 off the front of the group, consolidate at least second place, because Christian Brooks is flying along at the moment. 44.480, a new fastest lap of the heat so far.
But Ewan Thomas and Harry Torpey were only 400ths of a second off. They did identical lap times on that last lap, 44.52 for both of them. So those three looking very quick. Henry Gregory at the front, just a little bit slower, about a tenth of a second on that last lap slower, just is allowing for the rest of the group behind to slowly close in that gap. Bit of a wide moment there for the last corner for Christian Brooks. Just means that fastest lap now goes the way of Harry Torpey in fourth place. But Alfie Baxter-Davies behind him, super close. I mean, this top 10, all within about, what, 0.3 of a second on the fastest lap?
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, it's what you come to expect here in the seniors. Couple of contact warnings coming in for drivers, though. Leanne Gamio and Ewan Thomas have both attracted the attention of the officials out there on circuit. Harry Torpey now the new fastest driver out there on circuit. 44.35 was Harry's lap time last time around. Still sat there in fourth place, but plenty of time to go in this one. 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock as the drivers come around to complete lap number 5. It's Henry Gregory from Ewan Thomas. Christian Brooks still there in third. Harry Torpey fourth. Alfie Baxter-Davies in fifth. Thomas Byrne in sixth place there. Down the inside looks Ewan Thomas for the lead of the race. Textbook manoeuvre into Christmas corner. Takes the lead of the race, John Ratcliff.
Yeah, fantastic move. We also saw Alfie Baxter-Davies in the background go through on Harry Torpey as well. So that momentum just shifting slightly. It looked like Torpey was pushing forward with the fastest laps of the race. Now Alfie Baxter-Davies goes down the inside. But yes, indeed, Ewan Thomas had been waiting behind for a little while, hadn't he? A few laps where he was close enough to make that move stick, but just waited for the perfect moment to get it done. And he did get it done. Through to the lead he goes, but still has 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock, with quite a few drivers behind him who are wanting to get past. So yeah, it's not going to be an easy one to take this win by the end of the race. And Alfie Baxter-Davies still going quicker there in fourth place.
Yeah, that's really impressive from Alfie Baxter-Davies, that he was making overtakes on that last lap and did a 44.17. He's got to get his head down now, close that gap into Christian Brooks in third place, and he did a good load of that through Ashby Corner. There's a chance here for a race victory. Harry Torpey's just got to be patient as well, current championship leader. He was off the podium last time out in round number 3 in all of the races. He's in fifth place at the moment, less than 3 minutes on the clock. Still Ewan Thomas leading this race, John, soaking up that pressure.
Yeah, which is surprising for Harry. Of course, we affectionately know him as the Torpedo.
Yes.
Sadly, not torpedoing up into the top 3 just as of yet, but he's right there in with it in this top pack. If anything goes awry for the few ahead of him, he's going to be right there in with a chance with getting on the podium in this opening heat of the day for the senior X30 class. But yeah, Torpedo, we've always seen him send some good moves, hence the name. But we'll see if any come during the last couple of minutes of this race, as there's a move for the lead. Back down the inside goes Henry Gregory. And he does take away the lead. Then they're still battling over second. Christian Brooks trying to go down the inside, and through goes Alfie Baxter-Davies as well, although they're going to make a bit of contact through the second part of the corner. Could this open up for another driver to go through as well? The 70 down the inside now. Harry Torpey does torpedo down the inside through into third place, and it's all suddenly kicked off.
The torpedo has struck there, beautifully judged by the championship leader. Knew there was going to be a gap on the inside, but had to time that move right. Alfie Baxter-Davies now looking back down the inside, takes third place. But this is all very good news at the moment. Christian Brooks and Henry Gregory. Gregory, who took the clean sweep last time around, as out of the race is Benjamin Southgate there in the number 15. But for Gregory and Brooks now, John, this is looking very good. They're clear of the rest of the field, side by side, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel. That was Ewan Thomas being forced out wide.
Ewan Thomas trying his hand at rallying.
Yeah.
Late move down the inside for third. He's got it done, though. Really, really aggressive, that one. But Harry Torpey back up into third place then.
Yeah, I think there's been a transponder problem with Ewan Thomas's Transponder, yeah, he's cycled back up to 7th place on your timing now, just for those who are concerned on that front. But it's not gone well the last couple of laps in terms of race position. Former race leader now outside of the top 6.
Yeah, he's still there, but he's having to defend quite heavily. Down the inside went Vishal Patel. There was a little bit of front to rear contact to make that move work, I think. But Vishal Patel has got it done, I do believe. But yeah, Ewan Thomas continuing to fall back. We spoke about earlier, that momentum can shift and you can just start dropping positions. So a real shame for Ewan Thomas. He was right there and thereabouts with the leaders, but Henry Gregory and Christian Brooks now scampering off after that crazy mid-part of the race.
Big lap this for Christian Brooks. 2 to go. The gap is nearly 4/10 of a second. You've got to say what? He's going to be about 0.2 of a second behind to have a chance. Down the inside goes Alfie Baxter-Davies, but has he got too much speed? No, he hasn't. Brilliantly done from Alfie Baxter-Davies. Fair play to Harry Torpey. There was about an X30 senior kart width down the inside there for Alfie Baxter-Davies. Very challenging to get the braking right, but it's exactly what Alfie Baxter-Davies did. He's good for 3rd place, but Thomas Burns now coming into this. The number 74, the black suit there. Time has expired. Has Christian Brooks been able to move onto the back of Henry Gregory? Is there a problem there for Harry Torpey, who was a bit slow through the toe of the boot? No, it's still pretty even between Gregory and Brooks. Half a second is the gap for Henry Gregory, who's just got to keep his composure now to take a 4th race victory in a row this season in WMKC. Torpey now scrapping with Byrne. Gamio nearly involved as well. Here comes Vishal Patel beautifully down the inside, takes 6th place. It's all going on here in the final lap.
It's all kicked off, hasn't it? Henry Gregory just making that little bit of a gap out the front, doing it nicely. He made that move stick at the perfect time, didn't he, as everyone else kicked off with everything. There's a move down the inside for the 12. Was that time Tiger Dixon through on Lewis Halliday there for 10th place, but here comes Henry Gregory round the final corner, will take the win in the opening heat of the day for Senior X30. Christian Brooks follows him across the line, and Alfie Baxter-Davies with a fantastic race there in 3rd place. Fastest lap of the race was actually matched with an identical time with Harry Torpey, a 44.17. However, Alfie set it on the 6th lap. Harry set it on the 7th, so it goes the way of Alfie Baxter-Davies. Then Thomas Byrne there in 5th. Oh, so slow. Only 100th of a second slower on the fastest lap there. Insane how close the drivers were on pace during that race, and what a brilliant race it was. Vishal Patel was in 6th, then Keon Leon Gamiao in 7th, then Rob Ellis, Ewan Thomas and Tiger Dixon did round out the top 10 after that move on the last lap. Lewis Halliday there in 11th, then Alex Johnson, Rylan Ekberg, then Enzo Liu and Andrew Farrell there in 15th. Sadly, Benjamin Southgate and Jacob Huang not making it to the checkered flag in that one, but another brilliant race.
Yeah, super stuff from everybody involved. Hope you're enjoying today's coverage of Whilton Mill Kart Club here on the Alpha Live network of channels. In comes Henry Gregory for some post-race scrutineering, as does Christian Brooks. Very good stuff there from the Senior X30s, as we come to expect from a very strong class there, or here at WMKC. Next race, I believe, though, it's another set of seniors out on circuit in a short while, John, because it's time for Senior Rotax to appear on track.
Yes, indeed. Certainly one of my favourite classes of the day. Senior Rotax always produces some incredible racing, so let's hope that they continue that heat number 1. Sam Baker is on the pole for this one with Spencer Brown alongside on P2. Then it's Leo Brown and Jack Collins, then Ethan Ling and Louis Weaver. George Donald there on 7th with Charlie Webb alongside. Then it's Ben Page and Ross Tyler who round out the top 10. They're followed by William Pemble and Dylan Norris. Alfie McGee there on 13th, and Stefan Kaczmarczyk, Jack Cooper, Ethan Martin, James Tomset and Lewis Wild there on 18th place. Rounding out the top 20 are James Tester and Samuel Cook. Then it's Zaki Hussain and Sam Light, William Young and Adriel Ngwa. And Chris Banderi and Casper Piecki, and Dalton Norris and Daniels Martinonis, Jack Spencer and Josh Evans there on row number 15. And it is an absolute bumper grid for this one. Luke Collins on 31st, then Romario Anubi, Julian Rapeza and Benjamin Ballou on 34th. Interesting to see Benjamin down there in 34th. He's really quick, so wonder what he can do in this opening heat of the day then in Senior Max.
Yeah, I think if you're in Benjamin's position, you've just got to play the long game here. Try and gain as many positions as you can. Have in your mind that it's the heat that decide the grid position for the final. That's what you're actually racing for here.
across this grid in the qualifying, there were 5 times where they were identical with other people. The 6th place one, there were 2 people identical. The 10th place, there were 3 identical. 14th, there were 2 identical. For 19th, there were 4 identical, and for 23rd, there were 4 identical times.
It's those super fine margins that we've talked about so far on the commentary in the early races. We talked about it a lot during the paddock show as well, which you'll be able to see it at lunchtime. But this class in particular, senior Rotax, everyone will be looking for a good start to their race days.
Yeah, from 18th downward, it was 44.90, 44.90, 44.91, 44.91, 44.94, 0.95, 0.95, 0.96, 0.96. That is insane. Wow. Well, if they're that close on pace, let's see when it comes down to the racing.
Yep. So here we go. Ready for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Sam Baker on the left-hand side of your screen from pole position will take us across the start line, and there we go. Green lights underway here in senior Rotax, sweeping through the first couple of corners, and already off there is the number 11 of Dalton Norris. As down the inside there goes the number 33 of Leo Brown. Great stuff through Christmas corner here on the first lap. Brown now defending as they go down.
There's a massive
absolute chaos in the second half of the field on the run to increments. The number 22 and the 13 involved there. That's William Young in the 22 and Zaki Hussain, who both had problems, but there were far more karts involved than just those two in that instance. I think Stefan Kacpracik was involved. Sam Light, Kasper Pajecki also in trouble, and Benjamin Ballou. So after a torrid qualifying for Benjamin Ballou, it's got even worse here in the first heat.
Yeah, that is gutting for Benjamin Ballou. That's the problem when you're at the back of the pack. If there's an incident in front of you, it's very difficult to keep yourself out of it. But the 2 CRG karts now leading the way. Spencer Broham at the front, Ethan Ling just behind. Now, Ethan Ling, I remember from previous races, not afraid to send a move down the inside.
No.
So, interested to see how this goes. But both on CRG, maybe a little bit more respect shown between the two. But Spencer Broham, of course, super quick in Junior Maxes last year, has made that step up to the seniors for this year. Clearly it's going pretty well out there in the lead at the moment. There is the 13 who we saw involved in that opening incident. Zaki Hussain not seeing the checkered flag in this one, sadly.
There were some beneficiaries, though, in all of that. Daniels Martinonis has gained 11 positions from where he started off the grid. Josh Evans up 10 as well, and Julian Rapetza up double-figure positions from where they were on the grid. Clearly just managed to find a way through all the chaos at the top end of the circuit there.
Had a bit of a Lightning McQueen moment.
Yes.
Yeah. But either way, yeah, some drivers making some great starts in this one. Still continuing at the front, though. Spencer Brown and Ethan Ling were making a nice little gap, but that seems to be closing ever so slightly now as Jack Collins closes in, and just behind it's Charlie Webb on the 124 kart who has the fastest lap of the race, the only driver in the field down in the 45s on the last lap, and by quite some margin, a 45.74. That's not just tickling into the 45, that is well inside it. So Charlie Webb closing in very nicely in 4th place as Jack Collins now sets the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. A lot of drivers now moving in 45s. Actually goes the way of Leo Brown in 5th. So that fastest lap jumping between lots of different drivers in this sort of top 6, top 7. This could really start to kick off as we move through this race. Still more than 5 minutes to go. Lots of time for, well, calamity to ensue. Hopefully not, but we'll wait and see.
If you're Spencer Brown, you know how to win a race round this circuit. Seems a long time ago now, but Spencer was the 2019 Honda Cadet champion. It was a very, very competitive category around that time.
You really are showing your age, mate.
I know. 5 minutes on the clock to go then. End of lap number 4. Brown leads from Ling by a quarter of a second ahead of Jack Collins in number 12. Charlie Webb in 4th. Side by side, that's Leo Brown, the number 33, who has got the fastest lap of the race back, 44.80 down the inside of Webb there, takes 4th place.
Yeah, really nice, tidy move there, up into 4th. Say, making the best use out of that fastest lap. Getting those moves done, because even if you're the fastest out on circuit, if you can't get the move done quickly and concisely, it doesn't matter if you're the fastest. Still be stuck there behind someone who's that little bit slower than you. Down into the 44s now. A lot of the top drivers into the 44s actually, but it is Leo Brown who just edges that little gap. And because we had that opening incident as well, we might have the second time today where in a very short sprint race like this, we see the leaders having to deal with a back marker.
Yeah, and having to deal with blue flags.
Yes.
A bit more positive news for Benjamin Ballou, by the way. He's now back up to 21st place. So whilst involved in the skirmishes off the start,
putting down some good pace.
Didn't lose too much time. He's now on the outskirts of the top 20. Here's a battle involving Sam Baker in the number 31. Gets ahead of Charlie Webb there in the 1-2-4, the 16 of George Donald, who needed a response, was the only driver outside the 44s last time around, getting the elbows out, gaining a couple of positions there. Here comes the number 44, Ross Tyler, as well at the back of this train, who has been moving very, very quickly. You can tell it's a seniors race out there. It is full elbows out, no holds barred. Very entertaining to watch.
Louis Weaver was perpendicular to the corner on entry there, impressively so. I think he might have actually got the move done despite that, but continuing battles going up into Christmas then, the 14 and the 27 having a little battle there. That's Jack Cooper and James Tester just on that outside of the top 10. Another move down the inside there at Ashby. Driver's still going at it. And that move all sorted there. I think that was the 67 just moving through past Charlie Webb. The Louis Weaver up into 7th place. Hasn't changed at all at the front though, has it? Spencer Brom has led consistently then through this race. No real challenge from Ethan Ling. Do you think that's because Ethan Ling can't go for the move, or do you think he's just sitting back and waiting to the end of the race?
Yeah, I think at the moment we're still in race management mode at this precise moment. That's one of the back markers just pulling off over to one side and making sure we don't get in the way of the leaders. I think particularly, you know, two drivers who know each other very well in Brown and Ling, being aware it's Dalton Norris. Yeah, that's just Dalton pulling off to one side and then everybody come through because he's a lap down. The presence of Collins and Brown right there as the second pair means at the moment if you're in the 65 or the 76, just keep doing this. Keep ticking the minutes off and the laps away, then you can really scrap for it at the end of the race. But also remembering it is a very big field again. You know, you could battle, go wheel to wheel, hammer and tongue, fly off the circuit, and what was maybe a second, third or fourth pretty good result, you're looking at something in the 20s and a lot of work to do in the final. This time though, Ethan Ling does go down the inside of Spencer Brown, side by side between Collins and Brown as well.
Probably actually wasn't the most ideal time for third and fourth start battling there, was it? The top two just going at it. Ethan Ling does get through. But what could have been then an opportunistic overtake to send Spencer Brown further back. Actually, it was Collins having to then defend from Leo Brown. Stayed as they were, but lost quite a bit of time to these two in the lead. And behind as well, Sam Baker, who still has the fastest lap of the race, still trying to get involved as well as they go side by side around the final corner. The 33 of Brown could make the move though. He's going to be on the outside for Oblivion. Has to feed back in once more, but that's still these two losing more and more time. He's got a good exit though, has Brown. A really nice exit and gets it done before they even get to Christmas corner. Really, really nice. But that gap, it's got to be closer to a second now, I think, between the top two and the following pack. Maybe about half a second.
Yeah, they've got to get themselves reorganised very quickly because Sam Baker is on them now. And Sam Baker is going along pretty quickly, 44.72. He's got the pace, the same pace as the leaders, and now the benefit of a much stronger slipstream than what he had a lap or so before. I've got to say for Ling and Brown that they have dealt with the race very, very maturely so far. You'd expect here in the seniors, but it's still good to see them doing it out there. 20 seconds to go. There'll be 2 more laps, including this new one.
There will indeed. Lots more time to battle as we see the 31 finally go down the inside. Sam Baker using that pace to his advantage. Through he goes on Jack Collins. Jack just getting shuffled down from 3rd to 5th as we have got a mechanical flag out on circuit. Ross Tyler, the number 44, is going to have to come back into the pits then. He was running in 13th place, so not sure what's gone wrong there for Ross Tyler, but clearly the steward's thinking something is awry with that kart, and he needs to come back in, so he's not going to see the checkered flag in this one, sadly.
Yeah, it's a shame, because Ross was part of that battle, kind of in and around 10th place, 3 karts ahead, 3 karts back. It's now gone to a black flag for Ross Tyler. I would suspect I've not heard any tones of a loose exhaust on the Rotax.
No, yeah, usually we can hear that.
Like that.
Yeah, it could be a rear bumper just on the floor.
Trailing loose.
Big incident, 99 and 77 dropping down the order. Kasper Piecki and Romarion Ubi there getting together on the exit of the boot. An interesting one. I've seen it happen a couple of times. It usually is someone just feeding out wide, not realising someone else is there and then getting turned across in front of them.
And this could be very important because surely there's going to be yellow flags coming into the boot here. This could neutralise the race early. Yes, there are yellow flags out. So Ethan Ling has just got to make his way through a little bit of chaos in the last couple of corners and take a race victory. Very good stuff for the Welshman. Spencer Brown there in second place, Leo Brown third, Sam Baker fourth, and Jack Collins completing the top 5. George Donald in ahead of Louis Weaver in 6th place, Charlie Webb in 8th, 9th for Jack Cooper. James Tester as well, good run for James up into the top 10. Ross Tyler does come across the line 11th, but quite clearly the number 44 is being told there by race control to come into pit lane. Maybe in a little bit of bother after that one. Lewis Wild in 12th, Alex McGee in 13th. Good drive from Dylan Norris, top novice in 14th, ahead of Benjamin Ballou. So it was, actually that is a very good result for Benjamin Ballou from the back of the field into the top 15. James Thompson, William Pemble, Chris Banderi, Sam Light and Adriel Ngwa all in the top 20. Ben Page 21st, Samuel Cook 22nd, Ethan Martin, Josh Evans and Daniels Martinonis inside the top 25 as, there's a little bit of confusion there, into Park Ferme. Julian Rapezza 26th, Dalton Norris 27th, Kasper Piecki. We're into the run of drivers who all had problems in that race, John. Kasper Piecki 28th, Romarion Ubi and Jack Spencer inside the top 30. Retirements for Luke Collins, Stefan Kaczmarczyk, Zaki Hussain and William Young.
Yeah, quite the race of attrition, that one. Lots of drivers having incidents or having difficulties. I mean, they're having to come back to the pits. Also, like sitting there at the end, the camera just panning to Kasper Piecki and Romarion Ubi, just having a little chat after that incident. Possibly debrief, telling the other one that they were in the wrong for that one, but understandably so. They'll probably disagree on how that one happened and go into the next race. But equally, as I've said many times, if something goes wrong, you've got a couple of heats today and a final to get things back into where they should be. But as you say, it was a good race for Benjamin Ballou in the end after a difficult one, starting from the back, getting involved in an incident, finishing P15. He should be pretty happy with that. And Ethan Ling to take that win from 5th on the grid. Yeah, that's a really impressive achievement. Yeah, showing his maturity and his experience there, Ethan Ling. We'll see the senior Rotax drivers out again later on for their second heats. But for now, let's get ready for the next race out on circuit. It's another one of our eliminatory heats for Junior Max. It'll be groups B and C going out next. Let's have a look at the grid then for this, the second of 3 heats we'll see from Junior Rotax today. Zach Heslop and William Webb on the front row of the grid. Devon Nolan needs a big result in this one. Did not have a good race earlier on this morning. Starts from row 2 alongside Freddie Ingram. William Ray and Jessica White starts from the 3rd row of the grid. It's been a great season so far for Jessica White. Zach McDonald and Harry Bloor start on the 4th row of the grid. And then on row 5 we find Shane Chandaria and Mitchell Mulvey. Hamish Forrest and Callum Foster start on the 6th row of the grid. Jack Gillingham and Daniel Amore start on row 7. Liam Thomas and Harry Hurst Grover are going from the 8th row of the grid. Michael Dalton and Luca Brooks start on row 9. Paolo Nunes Aranda and Aston Mundy start inside the top 20 there on row 10. George Allen and Victor Findlatter start on row number 11. Bartek Filipiak and Ben Horner start on the 12th row of the grid. Work to do from row 13 for James Waring and Jacob Borowiak. Liam Notai and Piotr Jurevich start on row number 14. Alfie Richards and Lucas Theo start on the 15th row of the grid. Alfie Hemingway and Finley Hayes complete the 32 runners in this one. So another Junior Rotax Junior Max heat heading out on circuit. Another massive grid as well. Another massive grid.
If you are following a driver today in Junior Rotax and I've not read their name out just then, that'll be because they were in qualifying Group A. who all sit this one out. Essentially, each driver does 2 of the 3 heats and sits one of them out as per the schedule. And there's Kasper Pajecki.
Just watching on.
Yeah, just watching on from the sidelines there.
Get any tips? Yeah, as you say, we've already had the Junior Max. It was A versus B, wasn't it, which we've already completed. This one, B versus C, and then coming up slightly later on, I do believe before the lunch break, it will be A versus C. Let's see how this one goes then. Oh, a little bit of an incident already before we even got to the green flag, and there's more incidents in the background. Are we going to go around again to get this one started? That was an interesting one. We are going to go around again. Yeah, the first chevron of the day. I think that's understandable. The front drivers just slowed up quite significantly there, and the drivers behind didn't quite realise, make a bit of contact.
The trouble with that, especially further down the order, there might be quite a few bumpers out of position now.
You make a very good point.
So,
yeah.
It's an unfortunate part of the front fairing rules. It does happen sometimes.
And it's difficult with a kart because obviously there's no brake lights, so you can't really tell when the driver in front of you is slamming on the anchors.
Especially as you're coming through the toe of the boot into the last corner there, you're expecting the thing you need to react to is the folks at the front hitting the loud pedal, not the one that does the bang opposite. So we'll have another go at that, getting everybody back in line, back in position. So these grids determined by a combination of timed qualifying and the groups within which each driver did their qualifying. Ready to go then here for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Second heat of the day for Junior Rotax, and away they go, streaming towards Oblivion and up through Fine Lady. Next up, it's the big braking zone of Christmas. Looking down the inside, it's Devon Nolan in the green and black helmet. We said he needed a big one in this race. Did not have a good result in his first race earlier on this morning. And that is a perfect start, John. Down the inside, defends into Ashby as well. He's got the lead of the race. Yeah, absolutely perfect. What a really, really nice move for the lead. There's 2 drivers getting involved on the exit of Ashby there. Onto the grass on the outside. The 156 is off. Shane Chandaria, I don't think was able to get it restarted there from the grass, sadly. So we'll see if Shane can continue once more. But yeah, shame not making it to the end of the first lap. Hopefully we'll be able to get it back on the black stuff. But as you said earlier, it's quite a challenge with all the grass shavings to actually just get yourself off of the green stuff. Have we changed at the front again? Yes, Zach Heslop's back to the front. So Devon Nolan's back down to 3rd now, looking back up the inside. But nope, Freddie Ingram there in 2nd. The difference with it, and I know I keep banging on about this, it's different to wet grass in that you actually have things of a solid nature that are resistant kart. It's probably the closest that you'd ever come to driving in through a snowbank in a way. That literally there's too much solid material in front of the kart to push through and get back on circuits, as opposed to it just being slippery. Exactly.
Oh, that's a late move for 3rd place. Change for the lead as well, I think. Yep. Freddie Ingram's gone down the inside. William Webb's gone through into 3rd. So it's all kicking off there through the boot. That was the 156 just parked to the side. That was Shane Tanjaria, which you saw earlier. But now our leading group has basically become all of the top 10, maybe even some more.
Yeah, top 10 currently covered by 1.5 seconds. Overtakes going on all over the place as Mitchell Mulvey was trying to make a move through the middle there in the blue and white suit with the yellow details. This is one of them that's just survived at the moment, as through very nicely there comes William Webb, has hopped up momentarily into 2nd place. Zach Heslop goes back down the inside into Osiers. Freddie Ingram starting to develop a little bit of a gap. It was nearly 2 kart lengths as they headed into the boot there, but 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock to go. Plenty of time for this one to change, John Ratcliffe. And it's now 2 seconds covering the top 10.
Indeed, yeah. The 41 of Zach Heslop, though, under investigation on the gantry as they went through there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Down the inside, though. Late move to the inside for the 54, but Devon Nolan gets it done. And the 37 of Jessica White follows through as well. So William Ray down to 6th place then after that move. There's a late one down the inside once more. That was super late, nearly facing the wrong direction as they entered the corner there, but a brilliant move nonetheless. And who was that were able to get through? It was the 180 of Zach McDonald, who squeezed their way through. Another move from the 55 from Mitchell Mulvey there. I can't even keep up with this one.
Yeah, no, it's just one of those where you've got to have your your eyes out on stalks wherever you are around the circuit at the moment. There is so much happening out here in Junior Rotax. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Still Freddie Ingram in control of this race and starting to get into a rhythm now, John. That's a new was a new fastest lap of the race until Luca Brooks came along. There's the number 24 looking down the inside, and the X-Kart machine, Harry Hurst Grover, nearly made that work on Liam Thomas for 11th place. But is now being attacked behind by the likes of Michael Dalton and Jack Gillingham in there as well.
Yeah, Aston Monday squeezed through too, hasn't he? So it's all kicked off here. It was looking good for the overtake for Harry Hurst Grover. As we say, that momentum can quickly shift and loses 3 positions. Someone's in the pits as well, sadly. I think that could be Bartek Filipiuk. Sadly not making it to the end of this one. He had a decent race in the first heat, if I remember correctly. But one of our novice drivers not making it to the checkered flag in this one. Check over the shoulder from Freddie Ingram. Knows he's still under quite a bit of pressure from behind. Of course, Freddie Ingram leading the championship as we head into round number 4. Took the full sweep at round 2, winning every race. Nearly did the same at round 3, but couldn't quite clinch the final. Just off of the podium, but he's had a good number of wins so far this season as Freddie Ingram. He's looking to add to that tally today. He's in the best place for it in this heat.
Devon Nolan's digging in deep here, John, because he was cycling down the order in like lap 2, lap 3, but has re-established himself in the top 5 now. Is now looking to try and find a way past William Webb there, third in line. Bit wide there from Zach Heslop out of the final corner. Jessica White not too far behind there as well. As here comes Devon Nolan looking down the inside. He's going to have the inside line through Christmas Corner. Takes 3rd place away from William Webb.
Had a good amount of overlap, didn't he, there on the braking zone. As there's more moves behind, a little bit of squirming action as a rejoin there. I think that was more of just suddenly it gripped up and they flew back across the circuit. Luckily, didn't end up finding the front of another kart and sending himself off the track.
Yeah, that was super driving by everybody involved, because Mitchell Mulvey absolutely sent it down the inside. The difficulty was, as he was overtaking Jessica White, there was suddenly William Webb on the line, but all 3 of them managed to negotiate their way through the corner. Oh, as off there is the number 42 of Michael Dalton. He's going to get back on circuit, but he's going to lose positions there. Here, battle for 2nd place now. Devon Nolan and Zach Heslop going over that spot.
It's an unusual one to lose it under power there, getting to the infield, so possibly a little bit of help on the inside there to just turn him round and find that infield. Was that a move around the outside? That was lovely nonetheless.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow,
you're right.
Has been applied. I think this is because there's a number of karts off. I think there's also trouble for Hamish Forrest and Alfie Richardson.
Yeah, there was someone down at Osiers stood by the side of the circuit for sure. So yeah, all the drivers suddenly realising that there is a full course yellow, all not overtaking. Yeah, there indeed is the Battenberg flag.
The driver this is probably the worst news for is Freddie Ingram, because whilst it was only half a second, as there are...
Yeah, so it's Hamish Forrest and Alfie Richards, yeah.
It was only half a second, but Freddie Ingram did have control of this race. Everybody else was scrapping behind for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and everything else. And now Freddie Ingram is going to have it all to do again.
You know, like you were saying, Devon Nolan's done a great job getting himself back up to 2nd, has the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, now if they get some more running here, Devon Nolan's in a great spot to pile the pressure onto Freddie Ingram.
Good news as well for Paulo Nunes Aranda. Just see on the left-hand side of our screen on our timing tower, up to 18th place, top novice at the moment. Good drive there from Paulo.
Really great to see. I see Paulo out at Rye House IKR quite a lot. Good to see them here at WMKC. Doing a great job as well, as you say, up in 18th place. Will we see this Battenberg flag disappear and give us some more racing? It's still out at the moment as they head through the boot.
Could be about to be removed there, and I think, yeah, Freddie Ingram's
looks
aware
like
of that.
It, doesn't it? Well, that's quite a bit of damage.
It is a fair amount of damage to those karts there. Let's see if we get green on
looks
this
like
time.
It.
Yeah, back to green then. 2 laps then for Freddie Ingram to now defend from the whole field behind him.
Exactly, yeah, he acted as the safety kart. He's actually made a great start there, built a little bit of a gap, about a kart's length as they headed up to Christmas Corner. That's a wide moment for the 180. I think just got shuffled wide there by a couple of drivers, and there was a bit of an incident behind them. And yep, a couple of drivers off then. The 15 is off, that's William Ray.
And the 44, Harry Blore, was in trouble there as well.
That's what happens, though, when you all close up. You basically have another start, and that's when, obviously, incidents are most likely when everyone's super close together.
Yeah, yellows breed yellows, to take that one off
yep.
the cliche card for
Get the
today.
bingo card out,
yeah. Last lap board is going to be out, though, for Freddie Ingram, who's kept a cool head so far. In this one, has just got to do one more tour of the circuit to take this heat victory. Devon Nolan there in second place, holding on, getting the good result that he needs to get back into a decent position within the A final. Yellow flag, waved yellow flag there through Christmas Corner. Now
that was an overtake. Yeah,
that was an overtake by Liam Thomas on Zach McDonald, so that could potentially get looked at.
Yeah, it was definitely in the yellow flag zone, wasn't it, sadly? So stewards will be looking at that one at the end of the race. We look back to the front here. Third place, bit of contact. Wide goes the 41. He's going to lose a couple of positions over the grass. Loses loads of positions to Zach Heslop. He had a great race throughout this one. Just got a bit of contact there through Osiers. Off he went. And down the order he goes. But here comes Freddie Ingram, then your championship leader. Adds some more points to that tally with a race win here in heat number 2 of the Junior Maxes here for round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Devon Nolan with a good fight back through that one. Had that sort of negative momentum. Dropped him back down the order. Then managed to fight back through with the fastest lap of the race. Callum Foster rounded out the top 3 after that skirmish on the last lap. William Webb there in 4th, then Mitchell Mulvey, Jessica White. Zach Heslop ends up in 7th place. Gutted for him, he was leading at one point. Liam Thomas in 8th, then Zach McDonald and Daniel Lamore rounding out the top 10. Then Harry Hurst-Grover, George Allen, Jack Gillingham, good to see him there in 13th. Then Luca Brooks, Aston Munday, James Waring actually pipped Paolo Nunes-Aranda for 16th and top place novice in that one. Then it was Michael Dalton, Alfie Hemingway and Ben Horner there in 20th. Great race from Alfie Hemingway there from the back row of the grid up into 19th. Then, Ben Horner and Liam Note rounding out the top 20. Then Victor Feinlater, Jacob Borowick, Finley Hayes, then Piotr Jurovic, then William Ray. And then we run through the number of drivers not making it to the checkered flag in that one. Harry Blore, Hamish Forrest, Alfie Richards, Bartek Filipiak and Shane Chandaria. 31 karts involved in that one, only 26 making it to the checkered flag. Now we watch out for the nose cones, see if anyone gets any penalties. It's actually looking all right at the top of the order as of yet. But another great race. Today's been fantastic when it comes to racecraft. I'm sure that will continue throughout today's action. But that's 2 of the 3 heats done then for our junior maxes. I'm sure number 3 is going to be just as good.
Yeah, and if you're in Group B, you can put your feet up now. Your heat rating is done for
bit of an early lunch.
The morning. Enjoy the 3rd of those heats between groups A and C. Keep your comments coming in. Hello once again to Mark Lewis, who's cheering on Jack Gillingham in that race. Yep, P13. Good result for Jack. Hello to Claire, cheering on Mitchell Mulvey. We'll be very happy with that top 5. There will be a little bit of a pause now whilst karts are recovered back onto circuit. James Bell cheering on Daniel Amore. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you everybody. Keep your comments coming in. That is the 156 of Shane Chandaria. Fortunately had problems there on the very first lap of the race. And that won't be a feet up lunch break because there'll be some work to repair that kart and get it back in racing order later on in the day. Next up though, out on circuit, we've got our cadet classes heading out onto the track in a short moment's time. IARMY, Water Swift Restricted and Micromax are out next.
Right then, here is the grid. Maximilian Abrahart, we saw him take a great win in heat number 1. Let's see what he can do in heat number 2. Sebastian Behrman alongside him is going to want to be challenging for that. Jack Baker and Alfie Mew there on row number 2. Then Maria Roberto and Otis Cleary there on row 3. Row 4 sees Ilya Velico and Jensen Walker, then Dylan Glasgow and Lewis Herbertson round out the top 10. Then they're followed by Jensen Maplethorpe and Aurora Joel. Row 7 has Ralph Rakitis and Benediktas Mazioskis. They're followed by Arthur Brooker, Frederick Wood, Jonty Restrick and Alessandro Salas there in 18th place. And I think that's our full grid for this heat number 2. It is indeed. So 3 drivers once again in the Water Swifts at the back of the grid. Frederick Wood, Jonty Restrick and Alessandro Salas. I think it was Frederick Wood who took the win in heat number 1 in the Water Swift Restricted.
Yeah, Frederick Wood in the number 54 ran very, very well in that race. But it was very close between Wood and Jonty Restrick in the 67. So we'll be keeping an eye out for them. They actually started to come through the field in, in the Micro Max field. So, yeah, very interesting.
And that was after a staggered start as well.
Yeah.
They had a good gap to catch up before they even got to the back of the pack. So impressive stuff.
Very much so. Beautiful day here at Whilton Mill, just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday as well as we get towards the afternoon. It's still the morning, so I can still say good morning. But a few more races before we get to the lunch break. And details as well, John, of some of the prizes today on offer for folks in the paddock.
Yep, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to decide. Of course, we've gone through the driver of the weekend for the weekend, which we will decide later on. I've already noted a couple of names down that have impressed me, that I think could possibly be getting that one. I'm also more than open to bribes, so you can find me at the lunch break. Come and give me some cake or something. I'm more than open to that.
See, I normally just accept cake to mean I don't curse.
Yes, yeah. That's a proper WMKC thing, though, isn't it? Just come and give us. I think what's the most we've ever got? About 40 Jaffa cakes or something.
Oh, we got more than 40.
More than 40.
We had triple figures.
Oh my goodness.
At PF International. We had so many that I then brought the stocks back for the following meeting.
That's impressive that you didn't eat them in between, mate.
No, I'm very reserved. I've got to watch my figure.
Got to keep that beach body.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
No one needs to see you in a bikini, mate.
No.
Thanks.
Nobody wants to see you. Short pause here. If you're just joining us, we had a few karts that needed to be recovered from the previous race. So you're not missing anything at the moment. But if you disappear in the next minute, you will be. Because we've got the right on cue. Thank you, cadets. Heading out on circuit now. So this is two classes at once. Drivers of similar age at cadet age level.
Our only split grid of the day, isn't it?
Yes, only split grid of the day.
Yep, so we'll see how this one goes. Of course, you've already seen these guys out once today. We've already gone through every class already this morning. We're going around for their Heat 2s now.
Just actually a bit of news. I've just spotted this. I think we did have a change in the results for the restricted water swifts this morning. Yes, we had a disqualification for, unfortunately, Freddie Wood for a non-compliance. So obviously something's been checked on the kart there. Has not been within the homologated spec or the specs stated in the technical regulations. So unfortunately for Freddie, that's 0 points. So John T. Restrick inherited the win in that one.
Indeed. He's in the best place for this one then, isn't he? Let's see how this one goes. There's already an incident behind, though. Oh, dear. The 24 and the 12 already off. That's Arthur Brooker on the 12, Ralph Rakitis on the 24. The other drivers have gone to the start, though, I think.
And we've gone false start, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, chevron flags out.
Up again.
We will go round again, which will hopefully mean Ralph Rakitis and Arthur Brooker, wasn't it? Can get to the back of the pack once more.
Good call there, actually, from race control, because that was going to get a little bit difficult for the iArmy Water Swifts. They were about to come through preparing for a race start, and all of a sudden they see two karts stranded at the side of the road. So, yeah, absolutely right call there from race control to have another go at that one.
Yeah, definitely the right decision. Just as I said earlier this morning, we've seen no chevrons. We've had two in 2 races, I think. So, commentators curse as usual. We haven't actually commentators curse anyone yet today.
Oh,
I'm definitely going. Now it's going to happen.
Now you've said it.
Hey ho, it's all part of being a commentator. I love it. Commentating cursing someone. I do feel bad sometimes.
One of the ones in the Instagram reel library that'll come out at one point is when I cursed you here.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, thanks for that, mate. On for a race win. You bring that up, and then I immediately get a penalty. Thank you. Let's try and not do that in this one then, as the Rotax Micros set off first. They're all making it through the first couple of corners, all okay. Couple of 2x2s heading up into Christmas corner. Maximilian moves over to defend that inside line, but realises he doesn't need to. That's a great move out the outside. What a move for the 34, Ilya Bellico. Absolutely sends it. Gets a couple of positions at Christmas corner already.
Yeah, well Ilya, who's racing now in these micro max karts, it's his first time into owners. I've seen him do that move before. He was doing that a lot in the Club 100 Cadets last season, the Arrive and Drive series, part of the Motorsport UK ladder. Showing again, the racecraft that he's learnt in other series is now being put to good use here in Micromax. The Army restricted water swifts have got going as well. Wood, Restrick and Salas all running in that race.
It looks like Freddie Wood's still at the head of the field then in the Water Swifts. At that start though, Sebastian Behrman has lost out on his second place. He's trying to fight back though up into Christmas Corner, and he does get the inside line. No, not quite. Has to sit back once more. A little bit of a half-hearted move attempt there from Sebastian Behrman, then now means that Alfie Mew is right on his rear axle and now down the inside, but again closes off the door, closes the door even, and back through goes Sebastian Behrman. So these three continuing to sort of half battle and think about moves. It's just allowing for Maximilian Eberhardt to continue to pull up that gap at the front.
Good pace from the Army Water Swifts. Just to check in there is Jonty Restrick, the number 67, and the 54 Frederick Wood. See, they've already caught up to the rear of the field in the Micromax ranks. So really good stuff from Frederick Wood and Jonty Restrick. Looks like it's going to be between those two again for the class victory.
Yes, indeed. Yep, they managed to get through on Arthur Brooker there. Moving up through the field nicely are those two. Still only Maximilian Eberhardt, who's down in the 51s at the moment. 51.87, the fastest lap of the race for himself. Looking to try and make it 2 from 2 from heats for round number 4 is Maximilian.
Yeah, he was in superb form earlier on this morning. He's probably the most dominant winner that we've seen in any of the classes in the first rotation of races. It looks like he's doing it again. Another purple sector through sector number 2. Could be on for a very, very fast lap here. Meanwhile, on your screens, this is the fight involving Otis Cleary, Alfie Mew and Sebastian Behrman. That's over 3rd place. Cleary through, up into 4th.
Yep, good move there from Cleary. Just got the up and under on the exit there of the boot. Got it far enough alongside where it was his corner to take through that final corner. Little point forward behind from the 25. Jensen Walker's got through, and that's the 34 and the 52 of Ilya Veliko and Maria Roberto there. Just finalising that main sort of pack. Then a few seconds back to Dylan Glasgow in 9th, and then followed by Frederick Wood. That top-placed Army Water Swift has once again put a couple of drivers in between himself and Jonty Restrick there. Frederick in 10th, Jonty in 13th. Yeah,
we saw this in the first race from Wood. Was able to put some karts in between himself and the other drivers within that Army powered category. It's quite a key thing to do if you can achieve it, because it naturally gives you a bit of a defence to your opponents. Just off the back of this group is side by side there. Jensen Walker, switchback being done by the 34 of Ilya Veliko. Maria Roberto watching on as well, down the inside there for 3rd place, that is. Otis Cleary going by Alfie Mew.
Indeed, he's moving nicely through the field, is Otis in this one. Moves over just to cover off that inside line, down into Ashby. Doing a very nice job of it is Otis. Now they're in 3rd. Only a little bit of a gap forward to Jack Baker in a bit of no man's land. However, these three behind are a little bit quicker than Jack Baker. At least they were on the last lap of the race. About half a second it was at the start of this lap, that gap between all three of them. However, is that going to have changed? I think they will have pulled out just a little bit more of a gap, but this battle continuing as well. 34 of Ilya Veliko now at the front of it. These three will need to start working together to catch these three, especially if they continue battling here, which they are doing.
Yeah, putting on a really good show. Our Mew Veliko, Mew Cleary and Behrman, apologies. Side by side there between Mew and Behrman, and Mew gets down the inside through once again. Good position gain there.
Yeah, 2 gaggles of 3 makes it particularly difficult, doesn't it? But yep, still the 88 at the front of this initial battle of 3. However, they aren't closing that gap to 2nd place of Jack Baker. Still 3 minutes left to go on the clock. However, here's another move down the inside, a little bit late, chopped off at the nose. Was the 32 of Alfie Mew. Tries now the up and under on the exit. Has he got alongside? Yes, he has. Back through up into 3rd place. But again, all this battling is just meaning they lose more and more time to Jack Baker. I think he's probably going to be pretty happy with that as he now drops into the 51s. He's setting some great lap times. Only himself and Maximilian Eberhardt down in the 51s.
And crucially, as Cleary looking down the inside of Mew once again into Christmas Corner, this pack of three, all in the mid to high 52s. Velico, Walker, Roberto, all three of them now down into the low 52s, so they are closing in the gap. Just to tune back in with the Water Swift category, which saw Alessandro Salas making the move on Arthur Brooker. Frederick Wood, still again, he's well, keeping that gap ahead of Jonty Restrick. Is down the inside, looking there was Behrman on Cleary, I think it was. But Wood up to 9th place now. Jonty Restrick has now cleared the rest of the Micro Max runners, so we could have a real scrap going on there between the 54 and the 67. 1.19 seconds between them. They're over the lead in IAMI Water Swift Restricted.
Indeed, there's battles up and down the field. Battles between the classes as well, which is nice to see. Alfie Mew still leading this gaggle of three. Those three behind were closing in ever so slightly. However, the three in front have just started to go a little bit faster. Alfie Mew has definitely been the quickest of the three, at least on the last lap. Down in the low 52s. Maximilian Abrahart still going even faster at 51.57 on that last lap. New fastest lap of the race. Looked like there might have been a move there between Sebastian Behrman and Otis Cleary through that middle part of the corner. Has it changed? No, I think it has stayed the same as they go on to another lap of the race. Just less than a minute to go now.
Yeah, Jonty Restrick was starting to put some good sectors in 10th place, just coming over start line now and through turn 1 and turn 2. Trying to close down that gap on Frederick Wood. 1 second is the gap between the two of them in the IAMI category.
Yeah, Ilya Velico just chopping off the nose of Jensen Walker there through Christmas Corner, sort of moved over to the middle to half defend, realised he didn't need to cut back across and took that fast racing line. Yeah, Ilika having a good race there, thinking about the move there was Maria Roberto. Jensen Walker just about covering it off though at the apex. 15 seconds on the clock though. I think Maximilian Abrahart is going to give us 2 more laps then of this race as he's about to cross the line and does so. There he is on the 61 plated kart. The 2 more laps then of this Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit as Maximilian goes even faster now down into the 51.4s. And 51.49 are all our top 4 now down into the 51s. 51.92 for Jack Baker, 51.89 for Alfie Mew, and a 51.76 for Sebastian Behrman. All continuing to go faster into the second part of this race. Not a chance they're closing the gap to this man though. What a race it's been once again for Maximilian Abrahart.
Yeah, it's just been in supreme form so far this weekend. It's looking so calm at the wheel as well, John, which is really, really good to see from Abrahart. He's going to come around the final few corners to take another victory.
Indeed he is. I think they're about to go on to the last lap, if I'm correct in thinking. Yes, here we go. See the last lap number plate. There's a nice little zoom there on our fantastic marshals here at the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, who allow for us to go racing here and allow for Maximilian Abrahart to take such a dominant victory. Here we look back once more though, the number 12, slightly further down the order. This is Arthur Brooker and Alessandro Salas battling over 15th. Great to see the battles continuing throughout the order. This looks back to, who are we looking at now? Ilya Velico still at the front of our second pack of 3. Here's a move down the inside though. Through goes Maria Roberto. Finally gets that move done on Jensen Walker up into 7th place.
Still very close between the Water Swifts. It's 0.8 of a second. Jonty Restrick's very good through the first sector, but here comes Maximilian Abrahart to take the 2nd win of the day for the number 61 kart in the Micro Max category. Very good stuff. Jack Baker, another good result there in 2nd. Whoa. Look at this. 3 wide over the line for 3rd place. It's Cleary. Otis Cleary gets it ahead of Alfie Mew and Sebastian Behrman. Velico, Roberto and Walker. There across the line is Frederick Wood ahead of Jonty Restrick. 9th and 10th overall, but crucially 1st and 2nd in IAMI Water Swift. Dylan Glasgow in 11th. Benedictas Matsiokas in 12th. Jensen Maplethorpe home in 13th. Lewis Herbertson is the top novice in Micromax there in 14th place, ahead of Alessandro Salas in 15th, 3rd in IAMI Water Swift Restricted, Arthur Brooker 16th, Aurora Joel 17th, and Ralph Rakitis in 18th.
Another brilliant race, another dominant victory from Maximilian Abrahart. He's going to have maximum points. Well, of course, pending any penalties. However, I didn't really see him race anyone in that race, so I'd be surprised if he has a drop nose going. But either way, it's been a great day for Maximilian Eberhardt. Maximum points should be from the first couple of races, helping with that championship tally as he jumps up and out of his kart, pushes it through to the top 3, obviously go through to the left, and then the rest of the field carry on straight down the pit lane and go back to their pit boxes and their little tents out in the paddock. And we'll continue with the day's racing. That's heat number 2 done there for the Water Swifts and the Micro Maxes. Up next, Water Swifts once more, this time the unrestricted interclass. Let's have a look at the grid then. Race number 19 in total for the weekend. It's Zach Champney who's on pole position. Alongside him is Ethan Weldon, and it's Max Mason and Alfie Taylor on row 2, followed by Millen Tomlinson and Simeon Stone. Then Thomas Cassidy's there on 7th, then Ryan Townsend Grant, and Charlie Goddard rounds the 9 karts on the field for this one. Once again, another 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat then. Over halfway through the heats of the morning. Then we'll have a little lunch break where you'll get to see our beautiful faces walking around the paddock for about half an hour, chatting with some fantastic drivers here for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And once that's done at the lunch break, you'll join us for the finals this afternoon.
Oh, we'll reiterate. You tune into that bit for the drivers, not for us.
No, for us. Come on. Bit of eye candy.
If you say so.
Face for radio.
Face for radio, yeah. Keep us in the box. But yeah, no, looking forward to this one. It was a good race earlier for the intercategory, for the Army Water Swifts. Keep your comments coming in. Keep your support up for the drivers, everybody. Thank you very much. And if you've just tuned in and you're enjoying the stream, why not give that thumbs up button a press? Let's try and get it to 50 likes before we get to the lunch break. Thank you very much for your engagement. It very much helps us here at Alpha Live and Whilton Mill Kart Club to get the word out to more people that we've got some great racing here today at Whilton Mill. Beautiful conditions. Still a few clouds in the sky, but that's insane. That's a good sign if you're a driver, I think, today, because you don't want it to get too hot out there.
No, true. It can get pretty sweaty in a kart suit. You've got a lot of layers on, obviously for safety. But yeah, when it gets nice and warm, it can be a bit of a sweat box being in a kart in these conditions. At least you've got a bit of wind flow, but you're definitely going to want to have a tinted visor and an iridium visor today. Otherwise, you're going to be a little bit blinded out there in certain sections of the circuit. Luckily, with the cloud cover, I think it won't be too blinding. But either way, definitely want one of those. They look so cool anyway. You want one on too.
Yeah.
But yep, heats have been fantastic so far today. Really, really close racing. It has been a brilliant, brilliant day so far for the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Round number 4, as you said earlier, we're nearly halfway through the season. I can't believe it. This year's gone by so ridiculously fast that already the championship order starting to be created, starting to be settled. And of course, battles will continue throughout the season. I'm sure it'll continue to chop and change, as this is round 4, 9 rounds in total through 2023, and that 9th round, winners of that deciding who gets that WM plate for 2024.
Absolutely. Hello to Marin, cheering on Jack Baker in the previous race, and Levi as well cheering on Max Mason, who's in this race in the intercategory. Grid forming up, 9 drivers ready to go racing here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for their second heat of the day. You're listening to live commentary from John Ratcliff and myself, Andrew Mather. Join the commentary at Ratters Media on Instagram and at _MM across your various platforms as well. Do give us a like and follow, it really does help. All about set to go then for this second heat for Army Water Swifts. As ever, it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, ready to go racing again here at Whilton Mill, and away we go through the first couple of corners, all looking very clean so far, and it's a good start for Zach Champney there in the number 61. Heading up to Christmas corner for the first time. I think it's also been a very good start for Max Mason from the second row of the grid. Is already up to second place. Oh, big contact there. And it was the number 18 of Simeon Stone who went over the top of Thomas Cassidy there. Now, thankfully, I don't actually think there was any contact with Thomas himself. I think that was one of those that was a bit more dramatic than it actually looked, but that was a bit of a moment. And I wouldn't be surprised if Simeon's a little bit shocked at the wheel of the kart at the moment. But thankfully, I think everybody's okay.
I've seen overtakes down the inside, down the outside, but never over the top.
No.
That was an interesting one. Yeah, Simeon Stone was frustrated already coming up the straight up towards Christmas Corner. Clearly something had happened at the start there that he wasn't too happy with. Then came through the corner, the drivers ahead just came together, slightly slowed up, and he hit the rear bumper and just got airborne.
And just, I think it was as on the power, just got vaulted up by the rear right wheel there. But, well, that's very good to see.
Hopefully he's okay.
That Simeon is out of the kart unaided. That's a very good sign. It's a very good sight to see, but sadly it means for Simeon Stone and the number 18 karts out of the race at the end of lap 1.
Indeed, yeah, we saw him having some great battles in that opening heat of the day early on, so sad to see him not making it to the checkered flag, but hopefully no injuries to Simeon, the kart not too affected, and hopefully we'll see them out after the lunch break for their final later on today. But either way, Zach Champney now leads the field, a 50.34, his fastest lap on that opening lap of the race. That now goes the way of Ethan Weldon, though, in second place. We saw them have a brilliant battle in heat number 1, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Looks like we're going to see more of that in heat number 2 as Ethan Weldon continues to close in here for the lead of the race.
Yeah, it was very entertaining stuff this morning in heat number 1. Both drivers drove with a lot of respect towards one another as well, which I thought was really good to see. It's a good opportunity for Max Mason, though, there in third place. And Charlie Goddard. We didn't talk about Charlie too much in the first race, but he's had another good start here. He's up into 4th place. Had a very strong finish to the first heat to get into the top 5. And here, early stages of this one, he's in an even stronger position this time.
Yeah, doing a really good job there in 4th, just slowly chasing down Max Mason. Was about half a second quicker, more than that actually, over 0.6 of a second quicker than Max on that last lap. So Charlie Goddard is closing in that gap down to about half a second between 3rd and 4th. But your leaders, Ethan Weldon, closing in once more as well. 49.31 for Ethan Weldon, 49.47 for Zach Champney. That gap now down to 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. And a new fastest Sector 1 goes the way of Ethan Weldon. He is absolutely flying, is Ethan, and now it's all over the back of Zach Champney.
Yeah. Got to play this smartly, though, because there's a lot of time remaining on the clock in this one. A new personal best through sector number 2 for Ethan Weldon in this particular heat. Down the final corner, both of these drivers are going to be in the low 49s, if not into the high 48s yet. 49.35 for Champney, 49.21 for Weldon, and now he's really under the rear bumper.
Good exit.
The number 61 has got a good run up the hill, down the inside. It's got to get it done on the brakes, though, and it's done just that. Really good stuff from Ethan Weldon. Takes the lead of this race.
Yeah, went really deep on the brakes there. You could see him absolutely soaring at the wheel, was Ethan Weldon, just to try and get some of that speed off as he's coming through the corner. Did manage to do so and got the position, but now trying to re-overtake is Zach Champney. He's got a good exit through there. Could have thought about it down the inside of Doziers, but nope, sticks behind once more. I think, again, just playing that smart game, still with over 4 minutes to go. They've got a nice gap already of over 2.5 seconds back to Max Mason and Charlie Goddard, so they can just wait it out and fight amongst themselves and not need to worry too much.
And it's that same characteristic that we were seeing in heat number 1. Ethan is very strong on this part of the course, up the hill, on the limit. You can see the kart bouncing around there. He's very strong up this part of the section, maybe a little bit weaker as they head down the hill into Ashby Corner. I think that's still Zach Champney's best opportunity to re-overtake. He's having a little bit of a look down there into Ashby, and was there a push there from the number 61? This time Weldon gets it under control, holds on to the lead as they go through Ashby.
Yeah, just managed to get his nose in at the apex there, didn't he, Zach Champney? Thought that door wasn't going to open, but suddenly it was there. Got to the apex, but a good run out of the corner for Ethan Weldon saw him retake the lead of the race. They head now round the boot. A battle behind. What has happened to Charlie Goddard?
Oh.
He's now in the pits, I think. So, yeah, Charlie Goddard. No, he has just crossed the line. It's updated anyway, so possibly an issue there in the last couple of laps. Charlie Goddard has dropped down to 8th place, so he was there about to battle with Max Mason, we thought. Now that's not going to happen, and he's dropped right off of the pace. Yeah, it was a 1:40 lap that last time around, so a good 48 seconds lost, 50 seconds close to, so gutted there for Charlie Goddard, but hopefully we'll see him back in the final, back up fighting near the sharp end.
Yeah, one holding on to a sliver of hope that it might be a transponder issue, but it just blipped on a previous lap.
Maybe.
But we'll see that corrected in due course.
Hey,
in fact, yes,
it is.
Right on cue. Thank you very much, Race Control. It was a transponder issue for Charlie. He's still running there in 3rd place.
So he has managed to get Max Mason then.
Yep.
Moves his way up into the top 3. So scrap everything I just said. He's having a great race.
Yeah. Top drive.
Yep, doing a really nice job. So are these two still at the front. Ethan Weldon managing to lead the way, continuing to do so as we head into the final 2 minutes then.
It's down here into Ashby Corner. This is where Ethan Weldon's had a couple of problems, but I think he's driving more within himself now, which is absolutely fine. He's in the lead, he's controlling the pace of the race, he knows he's strong around the 1st and 3rd sectors of the circuit, and then he's just got to focus and get that 2nd sector right to keep Zach Champney behind there in 2nd place.
Exactly, yeah. A little bit wide on entry there for Ethan Weldon into the boot. Thought it could give Zach Champney just the opportunity he needed there to get a good exit, but hasn't quite occurred. And we go on to another lap. That gap pretty much remaining stagnant throughout this race at about 1/10 of a second or so. A 49.22 personal best from Zach Champney on the last lap. 49.26 for Ethan Weldon just ahead. So they are still trading times, these top two. Trying to create an opportunity here is Zach Champney. Hasn't quite worked out yet. Less than a minute to go on the clock now. So the number of opportunities that are going to arise in this one slowly dwindling here. So Zach Champney needs to start thinking about when he can set up this move, as you say, working out where he's that little bit quicker than Ethan Weldon, where he can make that move stick and get it done quickly and concisely.
Indeed. So what do we reckon? 2 more laps to go then.
Yep.
So Weldon, the line, 0.28 of a second was the gap. Carrying that speed now up towards Christmas Corner. Inch perfect there from both Ethan Weldon and Zach Champney. This time in a few laps, Weldon's actually got a bit more of a lead as they head now downhill into Ashby Corner.
Yeah, every lap Zach Champney's just been bumping him at the end of the straight, hasn't he, as they go into Christmas.
I think the other thing for Zach Champney's clearly very confident on the brakes. You saw there through that last run through Ashby, it's almost like a chattering effect, that blah, 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 as Zach's on the brakes. He is right on the edge, but that's a wonderful feeling as a driver when you know you're getting that speed off efficiently under braking. It means it does close in a bit, but he needs to be right on the bumper as they head through Inkerman, I feel, if he's going to have a chance here on the last lap.
Indeed, yeah. Yellow flag into the first couple of corners, so something's gone awry for someone down there, I think. Anyway, our leaders work their way through as Charlie Goddard is dropping down the order. Charlie Goddard's dropping down the order, sadly. Maybe another timing issue, so we'll wait and check on that one. Let's look back to your leaders. Ethan Weldon still there in the lead. I think that gap's closed. It has closed back down for Zach Champney, to be fair. It's about 3/10 at the start of the lap. That's definitely closed down ever so slightly, but is he going to be close enough to go for a move? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think Ethan Weldon's got this one under control because we're back into that portion of the circuit where so far today he's been a bit stronger than Zach Champney, but Zach Champney's very, very close. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a switch back there through the toe of the boot, but it's not to be this time around. Ethan Weldon's going to take victory here in heat number 2 in the inter-category for Iami Water Swift. A very good race there with Zach Champney, who finishes in 2nd place.
It is Charlie Goddard, I think.
Line, yeah, I think that was Charlie Goddard, the number 93 from the Glinting Sun in 3rd. 4th for Max Mason. Good drive again from Alfie Taylor there in 5th. Millen Tomlinson in 6th. I think it was Thomas Cassidy in the number 32 kart that had pulled over to the side of the road with 2 laps to go. So Tomlinson in 6th.
There he
Graham
is.
Townsend Grant next up in 7th. Thomas Cassidy in 8th, and Simeon Stone after that dramatic bunny hop, do we call it? Leapfrog on lap number 1. Most importantly, Simeon is okay.
Yeah, I would have been pretty happy with that one on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, I think, to be fair.
But Simeon classified in 9th place there, having retired on the first lap. Into pit lane then come the Inter-Iami Water Swift drivers. Checks over the karts for front fairings and all the like, and we'll see them again later on today for their final.
Indeed we will. Hopefully we see Simeon Stone in that final. Definitely want to see him back out later on today. Another brilliant race. Whilton Mill Kart Club never failing to deliver. But that brings us to the end then of the iArmy Water Swift Inters. What do we have next, mate?
Next up will be race number 20 on our schedules, and could be the second appearance of the day for Intermax. So let's have a look at the grid then for the Mini Rotax category. For the inter-level drivers, Thomas Hill has pole position for this one. Finley Lines joins Thomas on that front row of the grid. Harry Freeman and Teddy Cooper go from row number 2. And on row 3 we find Samir Paul and Ralphie Branscombe, Ralphie being your top novice on the grid. John Richardson and Jack Burgess start on row number 4, then it's Finley Hines and Toby Jukes on row number 5. Sam Flynn and Max Wheatley are there on row number 6. Ella Lucia and Josh Parker starts from row number 7. Riley Morgan and Bailey Wolf go from row 8. Daniel Wisniewski's had some tough times in the first race. Benjamin Lawn, even tougher times, didn't see the end of lap 1. They start on row 9 here for heat number 2. Then we find Logan Lauder and Warwick Milam on the 10th row of the grid to complete the top 20. Miles Burton stepping up through the ranks, starts this one on row 11 alongside Max Williams. Cody Lepatrel was another driver who had problems in the first race, starts this one from row 12 alongside Louis Barker. Ashton Carmichael and Hugh Hobson form up the 13th row of the grid, and on their own on row 14 is Nathan Rond. 27 karts due out in this field. And there they are, some of them. There's Miles Burton in the green helmet, racing for Ambition Motorsports. Driver who's, say, come through the ranks. We've seen him in the cadet classes. As out go the Inter-Rotax category. And this should be another good one, John. We saw a very exciting race from them earlier.
We did indeed. It was a great race. I was just admiring some of the tyre warming strategies there up the main straight. I've seen too many people spin it there up that main straight trying to get the tyres warm. So always watch it. I'm thinking, who's going to spin it? Who's going to spin it? No one that time. So well done, guys. Very proud of you. Obviously a bit more grip out there on circuit with the heightened temperature today. And maybe it wasn't better than us. That's very true. Yes. Yep. I have spun it on a warm-up lap of a WMKC race. That was great fun. We've all done it at some point. We've all done it at some point. I mean, better to do it on the warm-up lap than lap number 1.
Yes.
But equally, not doing it at all is probably the most ideal.
Unless you qualify 5th for a race and then have to start from the back of the grid.
Yes.
I played Pigeon a few years ago. I don't know who does that.
You silly goose. Luckily, in my BUKC spin, I was starting from P2, and I just drove past everyone and rejoined at P2, and they were pretty happy with that.
Just do what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I've got 100 of BUKC stories of failed racing drivers, now commentators. Let's get ready for this next race for the Intermax category. Oh dear.
Finley Hines.
Finley Hines, who's come to a stop on the entry to the boot. Now, will this one be waved off, or will we...
No, looks like we're going.
No, we're going for 8 minutes plus 1 lap then. So green lights illuminated there on the gantry, and away we go up towards the first big braking zone. Finley Lines has got a good start here. Saw Teddy Cooper defending to the inside there. It's getting very tight as they go through towards Inkermans, but everybody's still on the tarmac, which is good to see. Perfect start though for Finley Lines. John, he's at the front of the field.
Yeah, a little bit of contact side pod to side pod through Christmas there in the background. Might be a move for second, late move for second, and down the inside takes it. Does Teddy Cooper, was that? No, it's Harry Freeman. He's had a brilliant start then up into second place. Steals that one away, opportunistic down at Ogiers, but it is Finley Lines, as you say, who leads us away. He saw the green light first, and his green helmet powering him through into the lead as we end lap number 1. But yeah, one Finley having great luck in the lead, one Finley not having so much luck, not making it to the race start.
Yeah, real shame there. As oh, look at this!
Already,
Freeman down the inside takes the lead. Brilliantly done. Through into Christmas. Oh, was off there. Is that that's the number 96 of Ralphie Branscombe, and looked like they were facing the wrong way.
They were
up towards Christmas corner.
can't imagine how that would have happened. It's an odd one.
There's been a bit of contact
there must have been, yeah.
To pit Ralphie round, because that looked to be far too far up the hill and towards the marshal post to be a driver error out of the previous corner.
Definitely. No, a really weird one there, but sad that Ralphie Branscombe drops down the order then, was leading the novices in 6th place, having a great race. Sadly, not going to continue in this one. However, we'll have the final later on, so more time to get things back.
Just to mention as well, great progress so far from Cody Lepaterel, so look out for the number 88. He's in about 15th place at the moment. He's gained 6 positions at least since the start of the race, having a much stronger run this time is Cody after a retirement in heat number 1.
He's making some good moves, isn't he? As you say, did have a bit of a challenging opening heat of the day, but clearly has some pace. Recognise his name from Whilton Mill Kart Club consistently here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Gets lots of experience in these karts, clearly showing that with his pace, moving through the field nicely. Still Harry Freeman who leads the way, still with the fastest lap of the race. It was a 49.03. What's it going to be over the line? A 49.02. Getting faster, 100th of a second faster to be exact, and continuing to extend that lead at the front ever so slightly. Who's there in 3rd place though? It's Thomas Hill, so I'm getting a bit of flashbacks on this battle, I think, mate. Yeah,
we saw this earlier from this category. These drivers out front over the rest of the field. I think I just saw as well, Finley Hines might be trying to get back into the race to at least get some points on the board, I suppose.
That's the right thing to do. Yeah, even if it's just lapping and getting some more time in the seat. That's positive. Anyway, it did see a move just off camera there. Samir Paul threw on Teddy Cooper, I believe, for 4th place. So there's a good little battle. A great gaggle behind. Lots of drivers in a big train, but now quite the gap forming between our top 3 and the rest of the field. There is Teddy Cooper. There is Samir Paul. So I must have been lying, as Samir Paul is still behind. So still in 5th place for Samir. Was definitely a good bit of battling going on, though, nonetheless. Finley Lines now takes the fastest lap of the race, though, only by 0.02 of a second over Harry Freeman.
Yeah, oh, very close there. That's Sam Flynn in the 41 and Riley Morgan, and there's contact as they come through the kink after Christmas, and poor Riley Morgan is off the road to driver's right. Well, that was a little bit clumsy. Racing incident at the first look for me, but that's very unfortunate for Riley Morgan. Was in 11th place, but is going to cascade all the way down to 25th.
Yes, indeed. Drops all the way down to the back of the pack. Yeah, as you say, first initial incident, definitely a racing incident. Second bit, just a little bit clumsy. I think still thinking about the incident that's just happened and not going into the corner, giving each other enough space. More contact created, so sadly dropping down the order for those couple of drivers. Finley Lyons setting another fastest lap, and once again, 100th of a second between them. Ridiculous. Just trading times here. Finley Lyons ever so slightly faster, but not enough to make really any sizable inroads on that gap with Harry Freeman. Both of them, however, continuing to pull away from Thomas Hill and Teddy Cooper behind, who also have identical times.
Yeah, they're working together really well. As down the inside there goes the 132 of John Richardson. Nice move for 8th place on Toby Dukes. Also just wanted to mention Benjamin Lawn, who retired on the first lap of heat number 1, running nicely here. John is in 13th place.
Yeah, both Benjamin and Cody retirees from heat 1, working together nicely in 13th and 14th.
Riley Morgan confirmed now, unfortunately at the bottom of the order. Sam Flynn was able to get back on circuit or going again in now 20th spot. Richardson and Dukes 8th and 9th place. Now just need to put in a good few sectors to try and close that gap to the number 12 of Max Wheatley ahead there in the blue and green helmet. Harry Freeman starting to really turn it up now though, John, at 48.64. That puts the lead gap up to just over 1/3 of a second. Let's see if Finley Lyons can respond.
Let's see indeed as they cross the line once more. Once again, only 0.03 of a second in it, but that good last lap, as you say, just allowed for Harry Freeman to extend that gap ever so slightly. Was just below 0.3 of a second, now closer to 0.4. But we're talking ridiculously fine margins here, absolutely tiny amounts of time being gained and lost lap on lap. Contact warning there for Bailey Wolf. Just need to be careful about those. Couple of warnings, you get yourself a penalty, and that drops you down the order frustratingly quickly, considering how tiny the gaps are between such a large field here. I think the entire field, I mean, down to 20th, split by 13 seconds, basically. So still so close after nearly 7 minutes of racing.
I think it shows once again the closeness of the Rotax categories. It's great to see them so popular at the moment. And this is why you get a very, very close field.
It doesn't matter where you are in the field, you're going to have a close race.
You're going to have a close race. It's good for development of the drivers. And it's a platform on which the best of the drivers can really show their talents.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. That's for sure. And as you say, great to see such large grids across the Rotax categories. That gap at the front extended once more on the last lap, now up to 0.55 between Harry Freeman and Finlay Lyons. Harry Freeman having a fantastic heat number 2. And Thomas Hill and Teddy Cooper just haven't quite been able to keep with them, have they, in this one?
They haven't, but it's if they can get these results home, combine them with the first set of heats, they'll be very nicely positioned on the final grid. So that's a big positive for them.
Make a good point, yep.
Going into the boot here. A couple of the Sodi karts at the front of this order. This is all around 13th place, I think. Yeah, Warwick Mylan, Bailey Wolf, Max Williams, Cody Lepatharel, all that group. Here is your battle for third place then.
No, it's actually
it's for fourth place.
Samir Paul's just overtaken Teddy Cooper, I think.
Yeah, so Samir Paul, really good stuff there from Samir in the number 13 kart. Both of them checking over their shoulders to see where is Jack Burgess. A little bit further behind, about a second, is Jack Burgess, who is still your top novice.
Pointing forward there is the 79 of Teddy Cooper. Once again, just saying, oh, I won't overtake you, come on, let's work together. I don't believe that.
I've seen that
I don't believe that at all. Seeing far too many people lying on that and then immediately going down the inside. But interestingly so, onto the final lap, of course, as well for Harry Freeman. Look at that gap he's built out now. 1.1 seconds between himself and Finlay Lyons. Has had a fantastic second heat, has Harry Freeman. But I was just going to highlight the fact of now that we have qualifying here in WMKC, how that affects the order and means that we sort of have the drivers in the order that they should be in most races. If you look at heat number 1, the top 5 were Finlay Lyons, Harry Freeman, Thomas Hill, Teddy Cooper, Samir Paul. Top 5 in this race, Harry Freeman, Finlay Lyons, Thomas Hill, Samir Paul, Teddy Cooper. Yep. So everyone sort of where they should be. This time, has changed with the lead though. It was Finlay Lyons who won the last heat. This time, it's going to go the way of Harry Freeman as he comes around the final corner with a lovely gap in the lead. Really well-led race from Harry Freeman, and he takes maximum points there from heat number 2. Finlay Lyons comes across the line in second place. Now, who's going to be in third? It is Thomas Hill in third. Samir Paul holds on to that 4th place, and Teddy Cooper rounds out the top 5. Jack Burgess, your top place novice there in 6th, followed by Max Wheatley and John Richardson, then Toby Dukes and Ella Lucia there rounding out the top 10. Then look at that, basically the rest of the field over the line behind them. Josh Parker at 11th with Miles Burton in 12th, then Warwick Milam, Cody Lepatharel, Bailey Wolf, Max Williams, Benjamin Lawn, Sam Flint, Logan Lauder and Daniel Vidanauskas in 20th place there, then Nathan Rond, Louis Barker, Ashton Carmichael, and then we're just waiting for Hugh Hobson to come across the line. I think that's all of our 24 finishes in that one, as Ralphie Branscombe and Riley Morgan didn't make it to the checkered flag, sadly.
I think that's been one of the most impressive drives of the day from
so.
Harry Freeman. Because he was under a lot of pressure. Lap 3, lap 4, Finlay Lyons, you thought Lyons, based on previous results, was just biding his time, waiting for a move. And Harry just found that extra bit of pace, just drove off into the distance, 1.37 seconds, which at this level is a mammoth gap to have. After 11 laps. Very, very well done indeed. Well, we'll see the Intermax category for the Rotax Minis later on for their final. I do believe next up out on circuit though is our 3rd appearance of the day for the Junior Max, the Junior Rotax category. It'll be Groups A and C heading out on circuit for the final eliminatory heat to decide who gets into the respective finals later on this afternoon. Race 21, Junior Max Heat 3 is up next. So let's have a look at the grid then for the 3rd and final heat for the Junior Rotax category. Any driver who was in qualifying Group B from yesterday sits this one out. So the grid looks like this. Lucas Blanford has pole position alongside on the front row is William Webb, both of them fastest in their respective qualifying groups yesterday. Luca Magni and Freddie Ingram start on the second row of the grid, and then we find Jacob Jukes and Jessica White on row number 3. Tobian Alvarez and Harry Bloor go from the fourth row of the grid. Aaron Full had a good race earlier, starts this one from row 5 alongside Mitchell Mulvey. Lucy Wielden and Callum Foster will start on row number 6, and then we find Will Archer and Daniel Amour on row number 7. Benjamin Baker and Harry Hurst Grover start on row 8. Omar Cindy and Luca Brooks there on the 9th row of the grid. Into the second half of this field, Daniel Gurney and Aston Monday go from row number 10. Albert Wilton and Victor Findlatter start on row 11. Liam Phillips and Ben Horner go from row 12. And then we find Will Stockdale and Jacob Borowiak on row number 13. Row number 14 has Toby Bedford and Pietro Djurjevic there on it. Asapinda, Luca Thea, row 15, Rex Haley and Finley Hayes on row 16. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Final heats, final opportunity for the junior Rotax drivers to qualify through to the A final direct. It's all looking a little bit boisterous in the middle there as they head up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Are they all going to be able to make it through? Yes, I think they are, just about. A couple of drivers compromising the back of the field, but with everything that's going on out there, that's quite a clean start.
Oh, just as you say that.
There's an incident through Ashby Corner. That's a cursing.
That's a clip and a half. That was brilliant. But I think both drivers have managed to continue anyway, which is good. I saw at the start that Albert Wilton was getting a bit frustrated. He's dropped to the back of the order, I think, after a bit of an incident up at Christmas Corner, getting shuffled out wide. But as they come across the line then, Lucas Blanford still in the lead of the race. Freddie Ingram in second place, and Luca Magni, William Webb and Jessica White rounding out the top 5. Actually, no, Jacob Jukes, but a bit of a timing issue there, jumps up into P2. The rest of them dropping down one position, of course. There is Jessica White making a move, though, on the 89 of William Webb. Jessica White up into the top 5.
I think it was Daniel Amour and Victor Findlatter who were both compromised heavily on that first lap. Amour down 15 spots, Findlatter down 9 spots. Most progress made on that first lap. I think we're looking at Aston Monday up 4 spots to 16th place, yes, and Pietro Jurovic also up 4 spots to 22nd, but it is Blanford at the front of this order, in control ahead of Jukes, Ingram, Magni and Webb. That is your top 5 at the end of lap number 2.
Some brilliant racing already kicking off in this one. Of course, the drivers from the A qualifying would have had a bit of a longer wait between their first heat and this heat. That could maybe come into play. A little bit of rustiness between, but I mean, all of them have had so much experience around this circuit. I can't imagine that will come into play too much. But either way, Freddie Ingram with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.52 on that last lap. Of course, he's your championship leader in Junior Max so far in 2023 at the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. He's looking pretty pacey at the moment, but there is a little bit of a gap between himself and the top 2. As in the background there, little puff of dust, I think, as someone went a little bit wide out of Ashby, but carried on nonetheless. So all good as they come to finish another lap of the race.
Mitchell Mulvey going very quickly in the early stages of this one. Similar to heat number 1, is having to pull his... Oh, there's a wide moment there. Is that William Webb? No, sorry, it's Tobian Alvarez. Just got off the racing line. Now being attacked by Aaron Full there in the 128. Mitchell Mulvey, I was just saying, was making good progress. Well, that was him being shuffled backwards as the 166, was it, of Will Archer coming through.
So Mitchell Mulvey got held up initially when the 86 was going slowly, and then the 86 blocked him into Christmas. I don't think Mitchell's going to be too happy with him anymore. All that was, I think, John, was just Tobian Alvarez just missing that initial turn in and getting out, or getting off that racing line, which is nice and rubbered in this weekend. You can actually visibly see it. It's round there. Same car.
Oh, it's the same. It's Alvarez, who's going to struggle, well, just about gets back on circuit and goes for, oh, well, I was going for P1's sign there. Not going to be P1 anymore. Going to be shuffled down into 29th position. But no, you're really starting to see now, when we get that shot through Paddock Corner again, you're getting a very clear, distinctive, darker racing line that you can push on and really lean on with the tyres. But if you get off it like Alvarez did then, you're going to have a very, very squirmy moment through those high-speed corners.
Yeah, as we saw, very squirmy, and now to the back of the pack for Toby and Alvarez. Let's have a look then as they come across the line. Freddie Ingram has managed to get Jacob Jukes. There's a big off. One driver going through between the tyres to rejoin. 3 drivers off then. Is that Jacob Borowick trying to rejoin? Yeah. We've got the, is that the one? Trying to speak out who it is. 144 of Aston Monday it was. And then Luca Brooks as well, the 3 drivers involved in that one at the final corner.
And the thing with it now, I can understand with it being the last heat, the driver's trying to push on here is Borowick is in a bit of trouble of a technical kind now. You know, you've got to, I'd say, top 15 maybe to be across your 2 races down the inside there. Is that a change for the lead?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. So Freddie Ingram going through. If you're an individual, you've got to be getting in the top 15 in these heats to then ultimately be in the top 30 or so who will qualify through to the A final.
Here comes Jacob Jukes as well then for second place. Goes down the inside of Lucas Blanford. Down to 3rd goes Lucas.
And the trouble with it is if you're, say, 20th or around that spot where those 3 drivers were, you've got to push through, you've got to get through. Yeah. Because otherwise you're going to be in the B final anyway.
There's no waiting around for the perfect opportunity.
That's when you start to see those kind of incidents occur in this style of heat format.
Definitely, yeah. You're feeling forced to make those moves at the first opportunity, and sometimes they won't be ideal. That's when those incidents occur, as you say. It was a great move for the lead, though, for Freddie Ingram earlier on. Now Jacob Jukes is the one following him in second. That gap has opened out slightly, nearly 0.6 of a second between Freddie Ingram and Jacob Jukes, and we saw Freddie Ingram win his earlier heat of the day. See if he can go 2 for 2 then in the junior maxes. Of course, as we say, he's leading the championship, so continuing to build out that championship tally at the front. He's continuing to pull out that gap at the front at the moment as Jacob Jukes and Lucas Blanford now starting to feel the pressure from behind. Jessica White, William Webb, Luca Magni, all there behind. Top 6 pretty close together.
Yeah, indeed. Not good news for Albert Wilton, down 4 spots. Guess where from? Around 20th place. Another one of those cases of a driver trying to push through, I'd imagine. Loses out to the likes of Jurevich and Rex Ashley and Daniel Amor, who's now back up to 20th spot. William Webb, the fastest lap of the race, 45.60, but that immediately is handed over to Mitchell Mulvey, who's back on pace in 8th place. Down the inside there on the 37, that's William Webb going past Jessica White for 4th place.
You said there about Albert Wilton going down 4th. Finley Hayes has also gone down 3, so I think that was possibly them coming together there over that elusive 20th place, as you were saying. Mitchell Mulvey now sets the fastest lap of the race in 8th. It was Harry Blore on the last lap, so that sort of bottom end of the top 10 clearly feeling pretty fast here, as Mitchell Mulvey drops below 45.5 second markers. That is a change. As into the pits, Jacob Jukes.
It's a problem for the number 34 of Jacob Jukes, who was running in 2nd place and is now out of this race. So a big, big moment in the story of Junior Rotax here today. One of our big contenders, John Ratcliffe, is out of this race, and we've been talking about drivers finishing outside the top 15, may not making the A final, even though we've seen a good result so far today for Jacob Jukes. When it averages out with now what's going to be a terrible result in this second one, Jacob Jukes' spot in the on the A final grid may be in jeopardy here.
Well, good move down the inside from the 207, just gets through on Jessica White, so Luca Magni up into 5th. But yeah, how you said that made it sound like I was one of the main contenders. One of the main contenders, John Ratcliffe. Hey, I wish I was, but sadly not. I'm nowhere near fast enough to be fighting in here. But yeah, what a gutting race for Jacob Jukes. He's always up and thereabouts. Yeah. But yeah, he's not going to have the best grid order now for the final. Hopefully should make it into he might just with a good finish in the first race. It's going to be very close. Yeah, he's going to have to do a lot in that final to get a good result. So yeah, gutting for him, and you could see how gutted he was, hanging his head as he came into the pit lane. So sadly for him, but that means our what was a top 6 battle now really between 5. However, Mitchell Mulvey, Aaron Full behind, beginning to close in on that top 6.
Time is up, so the last lap board will be out next time around. Freddie Ingram crosses the start-finish line, which is going to be any second now. There is Lucas Blanford in the Sody Kart, P2 at the moment. William Webb, P3. Luca Magni in 4th place, and Jessica White back in the top 5.
Check over the shoulder from Ingram, just seeing that gap that he's made And on that last lap of the race, did go purple, a 45.36 for Freddie Ingram. So he's not backing off near the end of the session, is he?
He's really smashing in these sector times, looking in supreme form, and well worthy of, well, I think will be a front row start once all the results are calculated together. The KR Sport driver is looking really, really strong today here at Whilton Mill for round 4 of WMKC 2023. Coming round the final corner, then the 169 of Freddie Ingram takes race victory, crucial race victory in heat number 3 by 1.7 seconds ahead of Lucas Blanford. Great drive as well from William Webb in the top 3. Luca Mannion 4th place, Jessica White, more good points for one of the championship contenders there in P5. Mitchell Mulvey will be in the A final with strong results today, finishes 6th in that race. Aaron Full 7th. Will Archer, great to see Will Archer back up in the top 10 after a difficult time earlier on this morning, finishes in 8th. Harry Bloor and Callum Foster complete that top 10. Foster with a personal best on the last lap of the race for 45.51. Harry Hurst Grover and Omar Cindy next up in 11th and 12th ahead of Benjamin Baker, Ben Horner, and a recovery drive there from Danny Lamore, which might, I think, be enough to get into the A final. We'll wait and see. 15th there. Will Stockdale 16th, Lucy Wielden, Dan Gurney, Rex Ashley and Liam Phillips complete the top 20. Ashley, your top novice there. Finley Hayes 21st, Albert Wilton, Toby and Alvarez. These are all drivers who had problems in that race. That was quite frenetic at times. Aston Monday and Pietro Djurovic there in the top 25. Luca Brooks, Asa Pinder, Victor Vindlatter, Jacob Barviak and Jacob Jukes complete the 30 runners that we saw in that race. But what a shame for Jacob Jukes there, retiring from such a strong position as well. A real shame for him.
Indeed. Hey, let's think of the silver linings. There's not a silver lining for Harry Bloor there in 9th, getting a nose cone penalty. Silver lining though for Jacob Jukes is that it managed to give up the ghost as he entered the boot, so he didn't have to park out somewhere on circuit and wait for the whole rest of the session. He could just pull straight into the pits and get out immediately. I know that's not much of a silver lining for Jacob, but hopefully not too much of an issue, and we'll see him out for their final later on today then. But that was heat number 3 for Junior Max. Junior Max's heats are now done for the day. We'll only see them out for their 2 finals later on. But coming up next, we've got heat number 2 for our Junior X30s. Let's have a look at said grid then. Macaulay Bishop on pole position once again. Morgan Hill alongside on that front row. Then it's Riley Bishop and Luke Sintler, Josh Jones and Jaden Gregg there on row number 3. Then Archie Heron and Jack Moore are behind them. Harrison Leach and Cameron Edmonds round out the top 10, followed by Micah Taylor and Macaulay Guy. Then it's Sebastian Dew and Joshua Byrne, followed by Harry Walsh and Katie Ashburn, then Ollie Keenan and Laith Khan. And then finalising the top 20 are Max Wright and Kira Harris. They're followed by Zeph Nurnberger and Oliver Harris. Then Ian Davies and Dylan Patel. And then rounding out 26 karts on the grid for this one are Hugo Haynes and Ollie Cook. So heat number 2 then for Junior X30 coming right up very shortly. Just a couple of things to deal with out on circuit, but still lovely conditions today. A little bit more cloudy than it was yesterday, but still very, very nice. I'm glad to see that we are finally moving into the summer months, it seems. I feel like as you're coming towards summer, sort of the 2 months before summer, it teases you a little bit. It gets nice and warm for a bit, and you think, oh my goodness, yes, it's finally summer, it's time for the shorts, and then it starts raining again, and you go back down to 8 degrees, and it's horrific again. Coats come back out, scarves and whatnot, awful. But I think we've finally made that step into summer, and it's going to continue being this sort of weather for at least a couple of months. But I mean, with the UK, in 2 days, it can immediately go back to raining again, so I'm not going to hold my breath. But either way, the drivers can enjoy some nice dry conditions here at Whilton Mill today as the Junior X30s leave the dummy grid and are out on circuit for that warming up lap. Get those tyres as warm as possible. Obviously, don't warm them up too much. Some guy's getting it so sideways. One of my recent clip, I think it was from round 2 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. I'm going to name and shame you. I'm sorry, William Pemble. Oh, as we've had one person go off. As I was about to say, one person has gone off. There we go. They rejoin. I couldn't quite see the number, but someone does lose it when they're warming their tyres. I'm going to say again, sorry, William Pemble. I'm going to name and shame you for having that little off at round 2. Finding the tyre wall as you come up to Christmas corner because of just overwarming those tyres a bit too much, causing an issue with the car and not making it to the starters. We've also had 2 or 3 drivers there cutting the grass, having more issues. So once again, guys, just be a bit careful when you're warming up your tyres because it can all go wrong pretty quickly.
It can indeed. I think this is going to be a cracker of a race. It was a very, very intriguing heat number 1 for the Junior X30s. This is live coverage of the 2023 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship here on Alpha Live, round 4 of the championship, getting ready for heat number 2 for Junior X30. John, over to you.
Here we go then. Heat number 2 of the day for the Junior X30s gets underway. They see that green light and through they go through the first couple of corners. Macaulay Bishop has a good start and holds on to the lead. Bit of argy-bargy in the mid-pack there. The 76 getting nerfed out wide. That was Zef Nurnberger. They're going 2 by 2 through Christmas corner there. The 84 of Josh Jones losing out ever so slightly. Just a bit of side-pod contact sees him go wide. But they're continuing to chop and change down at Ashby. One driver in the background there going a little bit wide, losing a couple of positions. But near the front, I think they're relatively staying as they were. The 2 Bishops to the front of the field once more, being followed by Morgan Hill and Archie Heron.
Yeah, it really wasn't a good start at all for those on the anti-pole side of the grid. So even number grid positions, but Morgan Hill's been able to recover at least and hold in 4th place there. You can see that 1st, 3rd and 5th all got the jump on 2nd place, simply with how it all fed through the first couple of corners. Now can they capitalise on these opportunities? So it's Macaulay Bishop from Riley Bishop, Archie Heron there with the all blue side pods, number 59. Great opportunity this for Heron there in 3rd place. Started the race 7th on the grid. Oh, bit of contact between Riley Bishop and Archie Heron. This is going to be the door open now for Morgan Hill. It's 3 JDR karts all fighting over the same piece of road. Jack Dex is probably watching this on the sidelines going, please, no, I want a nice quiet lunchtime, guys. But they've been able to sort themselves out. Luke Sintler's involved there as well, looking down the inside of Morgan Hill now. The 3rd place has to tuck back in as they go through Paddock Corner. This is brilliant news, though, for Macaulay Bishop. Look, he's gone. 1.12 seconds. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th have got to get themselves reorganised. Otherwise, the rank number 4 national driver from last year is going to romp away with this.
Yeah, Riley Bishop gets overtaken. A little bit of contact as he tries to cut back across on Luke Sintler. So Morgan Hill then is that through up into 2nd place then. So great battling here from 2nd back, but as you say, it's just allowing for Macaulay Bishop to continue to extend that gap out in the front. All of these drivers seem to want to be the one at the front of the train leading. There's a move in the background down the inside. 34 loses the position. That's Micah Taylor through on Jaden Gregg for 7th place, as earlier on in this lap, Jack Mowat had got through on Jaden Gregg as well. So Jaden Gregg just dropping down to the back of this initial pack. Let's see then, it was about 1.1. It's only extended ever so slightly, that gap out front for Macaulay Bishop. And the fastest lap actually goes the way of Micah Taylor in 7th for 45.56. But all of these drivers in this pack down in the 45s, all very close on pace.
Very, very important. Oh, contact there between Taylor and Mowat. Coming through is Micah Taylor. Whether Jack Mowat likes it or not, that could have easily been a more significant incident. But thankfully, both of them keep themselves in this race. Very important lap this, I feel, John, because if we could start to see Morgan Hill catching up to the back of Macaulay Bishop, we've got a race for the lead on here at the moment. Macaulay Bishop has got a beautiful 1.15 second lead, and I'm looking at those sector times, a little bit quicker through sector number 1 for Hill. I'd expect that because he'll be getting that bump drafting, that pushing from behind to help him, but through sectors 2 and 3, it's pretty nip and tuck, and that gap is not significantly coming down. It's still over a second.
No, yeah, when you've got the fastest driver on circuit behind you, yeah, it's quite nice. It's getting bumped along, and that gap is closed slightly, as you say. Needs to be a little bit faster than it has been. However, 4.5 minutes still on the clock, so these guys have still got a lot of time to try and close down that gap. Macaulay just needs to try and be consistent with those quick lap times and try and extend that gap ever so slightly, but it's not happening just as of yet, as these 3 begin to break away from the rest of the pack as well, ever so slightly, that gap between Luke Sintler and Archie Heron extending. Then behind them, Jack Mowat, Jaden Gregg, Harrison Leach, absolutely nose to tail as they cross the line.
The gap now down to 0.8 of a second. That was all first sector. All first sector for Morgan Hill. As into the pits comes the number 53 of Katie Ashman, looks to be out of the race down the inside. Ooh. There is Josh Jones on Harrison Leach, that's for 9th place.
Just clipped that front nose cone as they came through there. Had a bit of a wobble, but I don't think that will cause it to drop. I think that's more from front to rear inward contact rather than being pulled outwards.
Hill and Riley Bishop take a bit more time out of Macaulay Bishop. It's sector 2. Macaulay Bishop is doing purple sectors through sector number 2 completely on his own. This is where he's just able to retain that lead. A couple of hundredths here or there through sector number 2 and 3. 0.53 of a second is the gap now for Macaulay Bishop. Now you see it. You see there as Riley Bishop is pushing Morgan Hill up the hill towards Macaulay Bishop. They've just taken another 2.5 tenths out of Macaulay Bishop. They are catching, John.
Yeah, quickly. Like you were saying, it is all sector 1.
It's all
sector 1. Looking at the timings, we did see Jaden Gregg go down the inside of Jack Mowat in the background as well. That was a change for 7th place as Joshua Byrne gets a mechanical flag. Haven't heard an exhaust, so it must be something else, I think. But either way, Stewart's deciding that he needs to come back into the pits. But look at that gap close now to 0.2 of a second. A new fastest lap of the race for Morgan Hill, 44.87. And this is where he could be looking for it. Up into Christmas corner, does pull over to the inside, does take the lead of the race.
That was all sector 3. That was a brilliant sector 3 for Morgan Hill, where he suddenly, for the first time in quite a few... Oh! Contact between the Bishops and Riley Bishop off to the left-hand side. Macaulay Bishop, I think, was looking for a move down the inside of Morgan Hill into Ashby, checked back onto the racing line, didn't realise that Riley Bishop was there, and Riley Bishop will tumble down the order now. Meanwhile, Morgan Hill, it was this sector on the last lap he was able to take another tenth or so out of Macaulay Bishop and be right there as they go through sector number 1. Now the roles are reversed. Hill ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Can Bishop get back on terms with Morgan Hill up here through sector number 1? Great power in the JDR machine for Morgan Hill at the moment. That was very telling that time around for me, John, that it didn't really look to me like Macaulay Bishop was able to close in with a slipstream at all to Morgan Hill.
No, exactly. Morgan Hill is looking like he's commanding this race now, and with one less challenger behind them, as the other Bishop has fallen down the order, ends up in 13th. After that slight scuffle, he's going to be gutted with that one, but knows he's right there and thereabouts on the pace and can have a lot of confidence going into the final, but might have a bit more to do than he would have wanted.
Yeah, it's going to leave him with some work to do in the final, I fear. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Change for 5th place. Jaden Gregg has got ahead of Archie Heron, also outside the top 10. Cameron Edmonds and Sebastian Dew have both gained positions as out. Is Joshua Byrne. Well, that was because the mechanical flag, wasn't it? Couldn't quite see from that angle what the cause of the mechanical flag was. Meanwhile, Macaulay Bishop coming back at Morgan Hill here through sector number 2, which is where the number 4 has been a little bit faster. Now with the benefit of a tow is Macaulay Bishop winding up for a move here down the inside. Beautifully done. How many times have we seen Macaulay Bishop do that here at Whilton Mill over the years? Through the toe of the boot, retakes the lead. 2 laps to go here in heat number 2. This has got the feel of a pre-final, John Ratcliff. This is a brilliant race.
This is fantastic. I thought it had to be up here at Christmas Corner. That re-overtake, thought about it, did Morgan Hill, but wasn't able to get the door open. Macaulay Bishop covers it off nicely at the inside and does exactly the same down into Ashby, just sticking in the middle of the circuit as much as he can to open up that right-hander as they get down to it. Once again, just covering off enough. Nearly spins, they make contact. Nearly both of them going round, but actually gaining the place as Morgan Hill, and that's allowed for the 72 of Luke Sinter to close the gap.
How on earth did Macaulay Bishop keep that kart in a straight line? He's gone for it again on the inside of the toe of the boot. Has he got the move done? Yes, he has. Pries the door open. Through comes Luke Sintler. Final lap board is out. Can Macaulay Bishop hold on to this one? This is the phase of the circuit where he's not been as strong. He's got 2 JDR machines now to deal with. Luke Sintler looking down the inside. Bishop cuts to the inside. Morgan Hill goes round the outside. Brilliant racing here in Junior X30.
What an unbelievable move that was from Morgan Hill. Bit of contact there front to rear. Macaulay Bishop goes a little bit wide. Luke Sintler's going to be back involved once more as they head into the left-hander here. Wide goes Morgan Hill. Sorry, Morgan Hill's going down the inside. Chops back across to Luke Sintler. I can't even keep up with this. Somehow Macaulay Bishop's still in the lead.
And he's into the portion of the circuit where he's been very, very good the last couple of laps. But look, even the likes of Micah Taylor and Jaden Gregg are coming into this. This is not done yet. As Hill tries to look down the inside, they're going to be side by side round the final corner. And Macaulay Bishop holds on for victory. That was a heat, ladies and gentlemen. That was just a heat. My goodness me, what is the final going to be like later on? here on Alpha Live. Macaulay Bishop takes the win by 0.2 of a second over Morgan Hill. Luke Sintler, frankly mammoth, 0.09 further back. Micah Taylor 4th, Josh Jones 5th, Jaden Gregg 6th, Jack Moe at 7th. All of those drivers covered by less than 0.8 of a second. Harrison Leach in 8th, 9th for Archie Heron, 10th for Cameron Edmonds. My oh my. John Ratcliffe, I think that was race of the day so far.
Has to be race of the day so far. That was unbelievable. Yeah, all started to kick. It all sort of kicked off from that moment where our other Bishop went off, Riley Bishop.
Yeah.
Where Macaulay chopped across, chucked Riley Bishop off. Then it got stuck with, it was Macaulay Bishop and Morgan Hill having the battle. And as they battled more, Luke Sintler then got involved. And then everyone got involved on the last couple of laps. What a fantastic race. And as you say, that was just heat number 2. What's the final going to be like? I cannot wait.
Let's go through the rest of the provisional order then. Riley Bishop in 11th place, Sebastian Dew 12th. I think there may have been a exasperated Jaden Gregg there. May have a bumper penalty. We'll wait and see. Results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC for all your latest results from race control. Laith Khan 13th, Harry Walsh 14th, Ollie Keenan, good drive there from Ollie. Top novice in 15th spot. Max Wright 16th, Kira Harris 17th, Oliver Harris in 18th, Zeph Nurnberger in 19th, Ewan Davis in 20th, second of the novices, Ollie Cook 21st, Hugo Haynes 22nd, Dylan Patel, Joshua Byrne and Katie Ashman completing the 25 runners there. In frankly a pulsating, amazing second heat for Junior X30. We'll be back very shortly because Senior X30 are heading out right now. So, Senior X30 out on circuit then for their formation. Let's have a very quick run through the grid before we get this race underway of 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Ewan Thomas and Henry Gregory will be on the front row of the grid. Alfie Baxter-Davies and Thomas Byrne on row 2. Harry Torpey and Christian Brooks start on the 3rd row of the grid, and then we find Kian Leon Gamio and Vishal Patel on row number 4. Rob Ellis and Alex Johnston start on row 5. Tiger Dixon and Benjamin Southgate on row 6. Jacob Huang and Rylan Eschberg start on row 7. Enzo Liu and Andrew Farrell on row 8. Lewis Halliday completes the 17 kart field. John Ratcliffe rejoins me here in the commentary box. I think he's just had to take a step outside to catch his breath after that incredible Junior X30
calm down,
race.
Mate. There's a dark room over there. I just went and sat in it for a couple of minutes.
A few deep breaths.
Well, all I was going to say for the start of this one, seniors, match that.
It's a bit of a challenge, but it is the Senior X30s. If there's any class that can do it, it is them. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap as somebody is off the road already. It is, it's Gregory. It's Henry Gregory, who started from second on the grid, doesn't even make it to turn 2.
I'm not sure if he was helped there. That was a really odd one as there's more contact in the mid-pack. 72 and someone spins. Oh, they all miss him. Thank goodness. Is that Keon Leon Gamia around the 78? Yes, it is. But that was a weird initial bit of contact there on the first corner. It seemed like Gregory just went straight on.
Yeah, I think he may try to just turn in and find a kart on the inside and got biffed off to the outside. But that is not good news at all for Henry Gregory. He did so well in the first race. Something very curious happened as well. Alfie Baxter-Davies was the first driver to cross the start line on lap number 1. After all of that, it's Harry Torpey from grid 5, who cycled his way to the top of the order ahead of Thomas Byrne. What a start there for Harry Torpey.
Torpedo doing torpedo things. Down the inside goes the 82, but nope, 31 holds on to it around the outside. That's Alfie Baxter-Davies. He had a good race in the last one. As nope, it's Ewan Thomas in the lead. We've just had updated on the timing, so Harry Torpey in second place. Still a brilliant start into second, don't get us wrong. But yeah, Ewan Thomas still at the front of the field then. They're trying to go side by side here. Down into Ogier as they go. Might be a little bit wide for the 46. Just about holds on to it and gets back on circuit. That was Alex Johnson, I think, possibly losing a position. Side by side into Ogier. Then a couple more drivers fighting it out. The 31 of Alfie Baxter-Davies, that is continuing to hold on. And the 12, opportunistic move down the inside. That's Tiger Dixon up to 7th.
Yeah, very good stuff from Tiger Dixon in number 12.
I think he started pretty far down the order, didn't he, as well? Yeah, 11th place, so he's moving up the order nicely.
Lewis Halliday starting to gain positions as well. Started from the back, is now 14th. Henry Gregory has not come round to complete lap number 1. So Henry Gregory is out of this race. There's the number 88 of Rob Ellis, the driver who knows this circuit very well. Tucking under the rear axle of Tiger Dixon there. Driver from Wales. Alfie Baxter-Davies setting some fast sector times at the moment in the number 31, trying to get back on top of this after losing out those positions. This is there in 6th place.
Just as you said that, he goes the fastest. Fantastic. Good to see. 44.58. Just a couple of tenths quicker than the rest of the karts around him. Bit of contact there for the 15. Impressively, that didn't break the front left there for the 15. Quite a bit of contact through there. But keeps it going. Does Benjamin Southgate. He's on the outside there. Gets squeezed off onto the grass, and the other 2 drivers slip through. We saw Benjamin Southgate didn't actually make it to the end of the opening heat earlier. Sadly, it's not going too great in this one. Loses a couple of positions there, I think down to 13th.
I say that the wheel didn't break, but I think there's damage on that number 15.
You think so?
I think so.
It was quite a hefty impact, wasn't it?
The rear axle, particularly on the braking into Ashby, was absolutely all over the place there. Looking very, very difficult to drive. Looking like a chassis that's not a vehicle dynamic setup. It's not absolutely straight and how it should be anymore.
Not a happy chassis.
No.
But yeah, we'll see how he continues through this one, as it looks like he might have pulled into the pits according to the timing for Benjamin Southgate, so that might be a second DNF of the day, sadly. Whoa, there's a late move down the inside for the 95. Gets it stopped, though. Brilliant move. Is that Vishal Patel moving through? It is indeed, up to 4th place. Trying to get involved as well as Alfie Baxter-Davies behind, and he does get involved down the inside at the second part of the boot. What a lovely move.
Yeah, really good stuff. Another driver who knows this circuit very, very well. Driving here for many years is Alfie Baxter-Davies. Similar to how we saw Macaulay Bishop pull off a move into the toe of the boot. Yeah, again, it's one of those that we see it quite a few times. That's Kian Leon Gamio out of the race. It's a common move we see in this championship, the dive on the toe of the boot.
Yeah, they love it.
It's one of those that it looks easier than it actually is.
So difficult.
Because it's so easy to turn in too hard, and there's a big lumpy curb on the inside that you can run your chassis over.
You can't quite see it from our camera angle.
Yeah, which does no good at all and loses your momentum.
Oh, that's a bit worse for wear.
Problems there for Andrew Ferrell. That's going to have to come into the pit lane. But also, if you're worried about that and turning in too hard and taking over that curb, you can do it the other way. You can completely wash out and
everyone gets you back down the inside.
Well, either everyone gets you down the inside, or you then take out whoever's on your outside.
Yes.
That's probably the even worse scenario.
Yes, you make a fair point.
You've got to be absolutely millimetre on it to get that move done.
Yeah, it's got to be that heavy on the brakes, get it stopped to the apex so you can get a good exit and block anyone diving back down your inside. It's an impressive move to get right. But yeah, we've seen Macaulay Bishop. He loves that one, doesn't he? He does that all the time. Seen it a couple of times today. He's been pulling it out of his locker. A couple of drivers in this one following suit as well. But still, Ewan Thomas commanding the field here. 0.3 of a second in the lead over Harry Torpey and Thomas Byrne. And that's who we're watching now.
I like this from Harry Torpey and Thomas Byrne, though. They know what the situation is, using all the laps that they've raced around this circuit. Big couple of laps. 0.74 was the gap last time around, as that's the kart of Andrew Ferrell. Now, of course, in pit lane. Fairly even through sector number 1. Where are Torpey and Byrne pulling the time in here? Is it through sector number 2? Back with the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th battle.
Or was it just a tiny bit in every sector?
Oh, yeah, indeed.
Might be what it looks like. Is it going to come across the line, finish another lap? Yeah, almost identical between the three of them. Yep. 44.51, 44.49, 44.52.
Yeah, good response there from Ewan Thomas. There he is, in number 11, pushing hard into Christmas Corner.
Baxter-Davies going even faster, though, in 5th place, a 44.28 now. 0.2 faster than any other driver on circuit at the moment. Has a little bit of a gap to catch back up to Vishal Patel, and then they've got quite a sizable gap forward to these guys. Thomas Byrne in 3rd place.
It's curious looking at Ewan Thomas's kart. It's almost like a bit of an optical illusion where it looks like the rear bumper, the rear bar is loose. But I think they've just given a bit of compliance in the chassis and the setup. That's meaning that Ewan Thomas is able to, through the corners, use his tyres very, very well. It looks very comfortable. He is having a little look down at the rear right. 54.61 last time around. Still got a healthy gap of 0.6 of a second. Vishal Patel is starting to turn it on. Purple through sector number 1.
And with Alfie behind him, that's a formidable pair to be pushing forward towards these top 3. However, only 45 seconds left to go on the clock. Might be a little bit too little, too late for those two. They need something to happen ahead, don't they, really?
They do. They need the top 3 to start getting embroiled with one another, which we have seen in other categories so far today. 2 laps to go then, 30 seconds on the clock. As the race leader, Ewan Thomas, pushing on up towards Christmas Corner. A quick lap from Alfie Baxter-Davies, and this has been coming down the inside. 4th place for Baxter-Davies on Patel there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, really, really nice move there. Just got it done. First time of asking, and through into 4th place. And now Vishal Patel under a bit of pressure from Christian Brooks. Here's that battle for 2nd place, though. I think Thomas Byrne is closer than he's been for a while in this race. Timer has ticked down to 0, which means that as he comes around the final corner here, Ewan Thomas will see that final lap number plate out, and there it is. So on to the final lap we go. Thomas Byrne right in the wheel tracks of Harry Torpy, but can he do anything to try and get up into that 2nd position?
All top 5 at the moment will be very happy with these results. Lend themselves to good grid positions.
Yes, they will.
Harry Torpy's having to work hard here to keep Thomas Byrne behind.
He is actively defending, yeah.
They've decided that they're not going to be able to catch up to Ewan Thomas in the rest of this race, so for Torpy it's all about what's being pushed there. The rear left wheel being raised off the ground by Thomas Byrne's front bumper.
Comes Alfie, here comes Alfie.
Baxter-Davies could have a go here for 2nd place as they go into the boot for the final time. Torpy defending brilliantly. Ewan Thomas takes race victory in heat number 2 and holding on at the end. Byrne gets 2nd. Byrne just gets 2nd at the end there ahead of Torpy. Baxter-Davies 4th, Vishal Patel 5th. Good race there, John.
Yeah, 0.2 of a second across the line between Byrne, Torpy and Baxter-Davies. Really close little battle on that last lap, but Byrne just pips it. Grabs that 2nd position away on the last lap. Very nice to see. Here, Vishal Patel rounding out the top 5, then Christian Brooks, Rob Ellis, Tiger Dixon, Lewis Halliday and Rylan Ekberg round out the top 10. And Jacob Huang there in 11th, your top place novice after that one. Followed by Alex Johnson, Benjamin Southgate and Enzo Liu in 14th. Sadly, Andrew Farrell, Kian Leon Gamiao and Henry Gregory not making it to the checkered flag in that one. But that's it for heat number 2 of Senior X30, and I believe we've only got one more heat left to go for today before we have a little lunch break. Of course, to remind you, don't go anywhere during the lunch break. We have our paddock show where we walk around and talk to fantastic drivers. It's about 30 minutes long. We chatted to loads of people, so if you're in the live chat supporting someone, we might have had a little chat with them, so make sure you stick around and have a watch of that. But then, of course, after the lunch break, we'll be back for all of the finals for every category out on circuit for today. And with how crazy the heats have been, the finals are sure to be absolutely awesome as well.
Yeah, they're going to be very, very exciting indeed. Well, let's get ready then for the final race of the morning and early afternoon session. Race number 24, Senior Rotax Heat 2, is next.
Here we go then, let's have a look at the grid. Sam Baker is on pole position for this on with Spencer Brahm alongside. He had a great start at the last one. See if we can do the same in this one as well. Leo Brown in 3rd with Jack Collins in 4th. Ethan Ling, your race winner in heat number 1. Can he replicate that from the 3rd row? Louis Weaver is there alongside him. George Donald's on row 4 with Charlie Webb, then it's Ben Page and Ross Tyler who round out the top 10. They're followed by William Pemble and Dylan Norris. Then on row 7 is Alex McGee and Stefan Kaczmarczyk. Jack Cooper and Ethan Martin are behind, followed by James Tomset and Lewis Wild. And then rounding out the top 20 are James Tester and Samuel Cook. Then it's Aki Hussain and Sam Light, followed by William Young and Adriel Ngwa. Then Chris Banderi and Kasper Piecki, Dalton Norris and Daniels Martinonis, Jack Spencer and Joss Evans round out the top 30. And a bumper grid once again for Senior Rotax. Luke Collins, Romario Anubi, Julian Rapeza and Benjamin Ballou round out the 34 karts on the grid for heat number 2, Senior Rotax, our final heat of the, well, I was going to say morning as well, morning and early afternoon of heats here for round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. And they're already making their way up to the boot. We're nearly ready to get their heats over and done with. Oh dear, the 97 off onto the grass. Looks like he's out the race already. That's Julian Rapeza up and out of the kart. Not going to see the green flag, sadly.
No, that's not good news for Julien there in the number 97. One of our novices indeed. very, very slow run.
Very slow, yeah. They know what they're doing.
Senior Rotax drivers. Sam Baker on the left-hand side of your screen there. Spencer Brown on the right. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, diving into oblivion for the first time in this one. Good start for Baker from the front of the grid. Clean start as they go up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Looks like Ethan Ling was trying to go around the outside there for at least 4th place. All looking good. John Ratcliffe as they come down into Ashby Corner for the first time.
Indeed, yeah, Ling was definitely thinking about it, just didn't quite pay off there, has to sit back in 5th. He's still all over the back of Leo Brown though for 4th. He's got another car behind him as well, but Leo Brown's actually thinking about a move, a little bit of contact at the mid-corner there. As no, it's not Leo Brown, it's Jack Collins who's actually lost the position to Leo Brown, was trying to get back past. I think has possibly just been able to do that. Nope, still in 4th is Jack Collins. As we come round to finish the first lap, they've stayed relatively as they were on the grid. Sam Baker leads the way, Spencer Brown in 2nd, Leo Brown in 3rd. I think that might be slightly wrong, someone dropping down the order. I'll double check that as they come through once more. Nope, it is right, as there you go, there's the move. Leo Brown up to 2nd, Spencer Brown gets shuffled back down to 3rd, as Jack Collins and Ethan Ling right behind. I mean, basically then the rest of the top 10, Charlie Webb, Louis Weaver, George Donald, Ben Page, Ross Tyler, all involved in this scrap. However, your leader of Sam Baker already extending that gap to 0.6 of a second. And if these keep battling like this, that will continue to extend. The number 12 loses a position. The 124 of Charlie Webb goes through on Jack Collins. Jack Collins was then under pressure once more from drivers behind. Manages to keep it all together though. Ethan Ling just behind, trying to get the up and under, and does get the up and under down the inside. They're going to be side by side. That barrier on the outside comes up really fast. Luckily, none of them making contact with it.
Yeah, that was bold from Ethan Ling there.
Oh my goodness.
3 wide as they're going up towards Christmas Corner. The number 12 is on the inside there, getting a little bit of encouragement from behind. Are they all going to be able to make it through? Yes. Oh, this is brilliant stuff from the seniors, showing all their prowess behind the wheel of these Rotax-powered machines. Overtakes everywhere, but I was just about to say everybody's still running, and then off the road goes, was that the number 89?
I thought it was the 96 of William Pemble. That was my guess, but we can have a look when they come round over the start-finish straight. You might be correct there, sir. But either way, yeah, absolutely fantastic nip and tuck racing throughout the field in this one. It has been brilliant, and look how close they all still are as we come across the line to finish another lap. Let's see, who was it that drops down the order?
Of James Thompson.
Oh, James Thompson it was.
He's got back on circuit now, but lost about 6 or 7 seconds. Down the inside there was Ben Page, making a very Ben Page-like move there on Louis Weaver.
Oh, late on the brakes for the 67, nearly careens into the side of the 81. Who was that? It was Louis Weaver trying to go for a move.
Trying to go back past Ben Page. Not able to do it. Oh, down the inside there. That's Ross Tyler going down the inside of Stefan Kaczmarczyk. Kaczmarczyk off, and he's going to lose so many positions now.
Yeah, one small mistake and everyone's so close, they all just fly straight past you.
It's that thing sometimes, you do feel a little bit aggrieved when someone throws it down the inside. It's like, how dare you send it down the inside there through hoses? But sometimes you've just got to concede it, because if you do run out on that grass, you're going to lose 6, 7, 8 positions. It's a bit of a weird moment there.
Sam Baker suddenly under pressure. Yeah, that gap was 6, 7 tenths, and now it's really closed up.
Like he's struggling with
drive.
Struggling.
Yeah, he has definitely got a problem. Definitely got a problem. That drive out of that corner was not what it should be. Easily went through there, didn't Leo Brown? So, little bit weird. Little bit of a weird one.
It looked like he's just completely lost low end, or I'd say at the top of the straight it would be the high end. Looks like he's just lost power as the Sody kart's nearly getting into one another there. Ethan Ling and Spencer Brown.
Yeah, Ethan Ling tried for that great move up into 3rd, just lost out and had to sit back into 4th. Charlie Webb snuck back through there into 3rd place, but yeah, Sam Baker looked like he lost a bit of drive, tries a late move down the inside as Ethan Ling gets it done. Where's Spencer Brown though? And he's going to go around the outside of the 124. Both CRG karts through into 3rd and 4th, demotes Charlie Webb to 5th, but Sam Baker seemingly back up to full pace now, so not sure what happened there for the 31 of Sam Baker, but he's nestled in there in 2nd now, trying to chase back down Leo Brown, who has a lovely lead because these CRGs and Charlie Webb have been fighting. It's opened up quite a gap to your leading 2 now, as there they are. So yes, Sam Baker definitely up to full speed, almost right on the back of Leo Brown once more.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. Recovering once again. Who else is coming up through the field? Lewis Wild has just gained a position. Not such a good lap for Ethan Martin, down 4, 5 spots side by side here. Zaki Hussain in the number 13 getting involved.
It was Sam Light going up his inside. Yeah, it was. Zaki Hussain's lost out to the 84 of Chris Banderi as well through that corner.
Less than 3 minutes to go. Someone is scraping.
That's someone's rear bumper, yeah.
Big time out there, so keep an eye out for any mechanicals. We just heard it there.
Yes, I have no idea who it was.
We didn't actually see who was trailing a bit of bodywork.
Yes, but it is noticeably loud, so I'm sure that will be called relatively shortly if it is a problem. But Ethan Ling now with that fastest lap of the race as he leads the chasing pack in 3rd place. What was that, a 44.97, so the first driver to drop down into the 44s in heat number 2 for Senior Rotaxes, but Sam Baker still all over the back of Leo Brown. He's closed down that gap. It was 0.3 of a second as they went on to this final, sorry, not this final lap, they've still got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, but onto this lap, they were pretty close. Got even closer through this one, but how are Ethan Ling, Spencer Brom, Charlie Webb and Jack Collins getting on, closing down this gap? We'll see when they come across the line, see if it's changed at all.
Well, whatever that problem was, if it was a problem for Sam Baker, it was temporary.
Weird.
He's back on pace now.
Very, very odd. Yeah, that gap closed. I mean, 0.6 of a second ain't much closing the gap, so stays pretty much as it was between our top 2 and the chasing pack. Still 1 minute and 40 to go. A few laps of this one, anything could happen.
Could indeed. Good drive being put in by Dylan Norris, top novice at the moment in 16th spot on the road. 9 seconds to go in this one. Leo Brown, Jack's Motorsport trying to close out a victory here with Sam Baker keeping him honest. Sector times at the moment. Leo Brown looking a bit quicker through sector 1, then the advantage swings back to Baker in sector 2. And Page and George Donald really turning it on at the moment as well. Fastest sector 2 of anybody from Donald in 8th spot. Ethan Ling I don't think's out of this as well. We've still probably got 3 laps to go here. And Ethan Ling just puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 44.880.
He keeps going faster and faster and faster, doesn't he? Impressively so from Ethan Ling, leading that chasing pack. Ahead of CRG teammate Spencer Brown.
I think the difficulty at the moment though for Sam Baker is Leo Brown is so quick through sector number 1, and that's the prime area for overtaking. And if he even sat in his slipstream, Sam Baker's not able to set the same pace as Leo Brown. It's very difficult for me to see at the moment that Sam Baker's going to have an opportunity into the big braking zone of Christmas.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it, does it? It hasn't been close enough at all onto that rear bumper to send one down the inside as Ethan Ling does go even faster. However, that top 4 all now dropping down into the 44s as we head into the final part of the race. Timer now ticks to 0. So the drivers will see that final lap number plate this time around.
It will indeed. Leo Brown's looking comfortable, he's looking calm behind the wheel of his Senior Rotax machine. A little shake of the head there almost from Sam Baker coming out of Ozier's corner. Here's a good scrap going on in the second half of the field. Oh, lovely move there from the 35 of Adriel Ngwa. That was on Marion Ubi.
Yeah, Adriel had a contact warning early on, but no contact in that one. That was a lovely move.
So Leo Brown in control then on the final lap of this race. Sam Baker does go quicker through sector number 1, but with half a second in his back pocket, I think this is very much Leo's to lose. Yeah,
I think so. Ever since getting into the lead after, we're not really sure what that issue was for Sam Baker, but either way, it handed the lead to Leo Brown. He was able to get through and has since set some fantastic pace, just managing that gap between himself and Sam Baker, and he is going to lead us round the final corner to take the win in heat number 2 of Senior Rotax. Fantastic race from Leo Brown, and gets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap for good measure. Sam Baker in second with Ethan Ling rounding out the podium. And it was Spencer Brom and Charlie Webb there rounding out the top 5. Oh, look at that scrap go across the line. That was close. James Tester, William Young and William Pemble all fighting there over the flag. It was Charlie Webb in 5th, yep. Jack Collins 6th, then Louis Weaver, George Donald, Ben Page and Ross Tyler there in 10th. Then Alex McGee, James Tester, William Young, William Pemble, then Lewis Wild, Zaki Hussain, Dylan Norris, your highest placed novice there in 17th, and Stefan Kaczmarzyk. Benjamin Ballou managed to get up to 19th in the back there. Good race from him. Then Chris Banderi in 20th, Samuel Cook, Sam Light, Kasper Piecki, Romario Ubi, and Adriel Ungwa Jack Spencer, James Tomset, then Dalton Norris, Daniels Martinonis, Josh Evans, Luke Collins, and Ethan Martin, sadly not making it to the end of the race, I don't think, on that one, retiring on lap number 6. But I do believe, if our schedule is correct, that brings us to the end of heats for the morning, and sort of slightly early afternoon as well. What an opening bit of racing it's been. The heats have been absolutely fantastic, haven't they, Andrew?
They have been, and I think the conditions have lent themselves to some really good racing. I said the Junior X30 race in particular was stunning in the second heats, and I'm sure we'll have more of the same after the lunch break. Yeah,
exactly. That was when, obviously, you're racing in the heats. They do matter for points, but it's nearly half the points than what you get in the finals. So what are they going to be racing like in the finals? Oh, my goodness.
Very, very good. Thank you, everybody, for your kind words and being in touch with us there in the comments. Thank you for liking the stream as well. We did hit 50 likes just before the lunch break, so
thank you.
Keep those interactions coming in. So say we are going to go to the lunch break. We're going to have the paddock show that we filmed early on this
don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
And we'll be back probably in about 35 minutes' time for more racing here at Whilton Mill.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit for round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. I was going to say it's lovely weather here today at Whilton Mill, but sadly, it's just started to cloud over. My name's John Ratcliff. He's Andrew Mather.
Hello.
We're here. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good, mate. It's I say that it's clouded over. I say it's still very good conditions for racing. It's not too hot.
It's lovely.
It's not wet like it was 2 years ago on this very weekend. So yeah,
that seems like such a random thing to say, but that was because that was the last time you were here.
That was the last time I was here for a May round of WMKC, and we had some of the worst weather I've ever seen at Whilton Mill. And believe me, I've seen a lot of bad weather here. But no, today pretty good. It's probably about, what, 18, 19 degrees when it gets warm.
I think so, yeah.
Perfect karting conditions, if you ask me.
Yeah, it should be pretty nice. Should we have a meander through the paddock, have a chat with some people? Yeah, as you say, just clouding over. Nice conditions, not too hot. Yesterday, myself, I was out at Snetterton. It was so hot.
Yep.
Just complete sweatbox, the car that I was racing in. So the driver's probably going to be quite happy it's a bit more cloudy today, a bit more easier conditions on the body and the kart.
Definitely on the karts as well. Tyres, everyone knows I love talking about tyres, are not going to be as punished, I think, today.
Speaking
of, there are some ones that have been punished and are no more.
Have already.
I think that's Teddy Cooper there. Morning, Teddy.
Good morning. Do you want to have a chat with Teddy?
Yeah, let's go and have a chat with Teddy and see how he's doing this morning. So, Teddy Cooper, how are we doing this morning, mate?
I'm good.
Talk us through the season so far. How's the weekend gone so far?
We've been doing all right. We got 4th in qualifying yesterday, and we done well in the practices as well.
Is Whilton Mill a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, we done it last year as well in Honda, so I know it very well.
Tell us a little bit about the karts that you're running this year.
It's the Intermax. It's a lot faster than the Honda, and a lot more grippier.
Who's working on the spanners today?
My Uncle Gary.
Uncle Gary. Let's have a chat with Uncle Gary. Uncle Gary, is the have we got the pace to win today?
We have. We've found good pace. We've had the engines refreshed, working with Teddy in the kart. We found 7 temps yesterday, which is massive for him and us. And now we're only 2 temps off. So we're going to try and push for at least a win. And if we can get the final, it'd be nice.
That'd be good indeed. Conditions looking pretty stable as well. It's better than sometimes it can be around this time of year.
Yeah, probably give it about an hour, probably back blistering sun again and getting sunburnt. But yeah, working with that, that's the struggle, losing grip. So we're getting there, and we will be there.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, guys. We'll see you out on circuit. Teddy Cooper and the team there, who I will also mention, pending entry lists. I haven't actually looked at them yet, but should be on Alpha Live again next weekend for Super 1 when we're down at Clay Pigeon. Has been having a very good season in Super 1, and good to see him here at WMKC.
Yep, I've been seeing it at the top of the timing sheets in WMKC as well. Yep, I've been seeing it at the top of the timing sheets in WMKC as well. Very quick is Teddy Cooper, so excited to see how he can do out today. I heard him talking about getting sunburned. I think that was definitely my worry for today as well. Luckily, it's again nice thing about being in the commentary box. When it's raining, I'm nice and dry. When it's sunny, I'm not getting burnt to a crisp.
Deficient in vitamin D sometimes, though, so it comes with its challenges.
I think that's more the fact that we're general sim racers and degenerates, yeah. So Right, let's continue to have a little look around the paddock then. We've got a driver here. It's already suited and booted. Morning, mate. Do you mind if I have a quick chat with you? Is that all right? Yeah? How are you this morning?
Good.
Feeling good? What was your name and what class are you racing in?
Benedict Focus Micromax.
Micromax, okay. How's it been going? How was yesterday? How was qualifying?
Good.
Yeah, all good. Where did you end up coming in qualifying? Do you remember?
Second to last because I couldn't finish it.
Oh, okay, you couldn't finish it. Okay, so what's the thoughts going into today then? Hopefully it goes a little bit better today.
5th place.
5th place? Okay, that's good. Is that in the final, I assume? Yes? Okay, well, best of luck, mate. And good luck in your next session. I assume you're out next, are you, for a bit of practice?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, good luck. Looking forward to seeing you out there, mate.
Yeah, very good.
Good little chat there. I think
That's fine.
A little bit quiet, but that's okay. Younger drivers can be a little bit nervous. I think it was Benediktas Mazioskas. I think that's what he said. But yeah, good to see some of the younger drivers out. We might as well have a chat with this man. Mind if I have a quick chat with you? What's your name? What class are you racing in?
I'm racing in Micromax. My name is Maximilian Aberhart.
Of course, Maximilian Aberhart. I've seen you I think a couple of circuits. Have you raced at Rye House as well?
Yes, in Bambino.
Yes, okay, yes, I do remember that. So how did qualifying go for you yesterday?
It went really well, actually. We got pole by 3/10.
Wow, okay, that is quite the gap. What did you put that down to then, do you think?
The kart was really good. We put some new tyres on to make sure it was sticking to the track nicely, and we had enough grip, and I was driving really well, I felt, so yeah.
Awesome, mate. So everything sort of came together. You're going from pole. How do you think today is going to go? Is the goal a win in the final today as well?
Yeah.
Yep. And we're going for the championship this year, are we, or are you just doing a few rounds?
We're going for the championship.
Awesome. Well, it seems to be going well, mate. Best of luck today. Thanks very much. There you go.
Yeah,
another driver I recognise, Maximilian Aberhart. Very quick.
It's one of those
on pole
things that I
position.
say I've
doing well.
seen Max race a lot of times as well, that even though Max is still relatively young, definitely compared to us, he's still very experienced.
Yeah, really young.
Yeah.
Compared to us, I mean, that's not
lots of
hard.
experience in that kart, and he's really improving. It's been one of my drivers in Super One that has really taken a big step forward this season.
Yeah, really impressively so. Very well spoken on camera as well. Yeah, really impressively so. Very well spoken on camera as well. Good to have a little chatter with them. It's impressive to see. We always say when Jack Oliphant is here on the comms with me, he's always like, come over and have a chat with me. It's good experience when you, in the future, when you get into formulas and you have to have that chatter on TV. So, yeah, good to get involved on the cameras at an early age, get that time on camera, because it can be a challenging thing, a bit daunting. If you enjoy being in your helmet, you're all by yourself.
Have a chat here with
camera's a bit of a new experience.
He's got a minute. Ilio.
Have a little talk.
With the camera there. Good to see you, mate. Stepping up to owner racing. Not seen you do this before.
Yeah.
How's the kart feeling ahead of today's racing?
Feels very fast. I think I should go like P2 or P3. Hopefully for that.
How did yesterday go?
First practice I got P2, then I got P3 I think or something, and then the last practice I got like P5, and quali I got P9 sadly. So I hope I get some places up.
I think the last time I saw you racing here was in the Club 100 Cadet karts and stepping into owner racing. How's that step been for you?
It's been like complicated as we had to always figure out like some jets in Club 100. You just go as the same karts, and it's pretty tricky as well. So yeah.
What are the hopes going forward? What result would you be happy with here today?
P3, P2, or P1, possible. Like a podium.
Excellent. Hopefully we'll see you there on the podium. Good to see you, Ilya. And best of luck for today. So I'd say that's a really good thing to see of a driver who, you know, a few years ago when Motorsport UK started developing the karting pathway, they very much had that presence of arrive and drive there, organised arrive and drive, to then step up into owner racing, and that's a great example there with Ilya doing just that.
Yeah, great little ladder step through in Yeah, great little ladder step through in Motorsport UK. I'm going to have a little chat with Daniel now, I think, over here. Daniel, good morning.
Morning.
How are you this morning?
Very good.
All good, yeah?
Yeah.
So, qualifying yesterday, how did that go?
It was okay. I qualified 17th. I think we just had a little bit of loss of grip at the end, so I think that's what really put me off my time.
Okay, I forgot to ask at the start, what class are you in, by the way?
Intermax.
Intermax, okay, so that's relatively new for this year as well. How are you finding that as well?
quite difficult, actually. Yeah.
What did you move from previously?
I am a cadet.
Okay, so that changeover has been a bit challenging then?
Yeah.
Okay, what have you found are sort of the main differences changing from one to the other?
The power feels a lot different, and like you're going out the corners and it full on pulls you, so it feels a lot different in power, and yeah, just power. Yeah,
the power delivery just absolutely rapid, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So what's the goal for today then? Obviously you've got a couple of heats and then finals. What are we thinking?
Goal today is to go for top 5 or 10.
5, okay. I like that. Well, best of luck, mate, and I'll see you out on track. Thanks very much.
Let's have a chat.
Might as well have a little chat with. We've got Dad here as well. Are you going to have a little chat with Dad? Go on.
What's been the main thing that you've worked on the kart over the last couple of weeks in preparation for today?
Just the setup mainly. Engine side is difficult as well, so it's all the like get to the correct setup, you know, the power and all, that's what's most important. So I was letting him down a little bit, but well, we're getting better now. So hopefully today we get somewhere close to the top 5 or top 10, whatever. Yeah. So,
hopefully so. What is it as on your side as a parent, as a guardian, about Whilton Mill Kart Club that brings you here over perhaps other kart clubs?
we do like here. I mean, nice atmosphere, people, and obviously this is all about racing. So, just have a good, most important, have a good time when everyone together. You know, safety as well, and just many other things. Yeah.
Very good. That's what we like to say. Well, best of luck for today, and we'll see you out. We'll see Daniel out on circuit. I think there's a couple of really good points that Daniel's dad just picked up on there about the friendly atmosphere in the paddock. And it's a race day. Once the drivers are out on circuit, it'll be, you know, elbows out and fierce racing on circuit. But it's a really nice atmosphere in this paddock this morning, I think.
Yeah, I think about that a lot with British Motorsport, but particularly. Yeah, I think about that a lot with British Motorsport, but particularly here at Whilton Mill. Yeah, it's a lovely paddock atmosphere. People not afraid to help each other out and go and ask for some assistance if needed. Because yeah, racing these karts at such a high level is particularly challenging in itself. I mean, these big teams running multiple amounts of karts is challenging in itself. But then when it's lad and dad trying to get the spanners right, trying to be on the pace with those top guys, it's a tough ask.
Something I've thought about over the last couple of years. I think it's still good to see the lad and dad side of things, because yes, the budgets are lower, yes, the resources aren't there, but in a way I think that probably makes a better driver in the long run, because they're having that experience.
I think
a little
so.
bit of adversity builds them up through their young careers.
Definitely, yeah. Sort of forces you to get on with it and realise, okay, I'm going to try and fight here without the that same huge backing of a big team. Chat to a couple of drivers and a few people ready to get chat to. I'm going to have a chat with John Richardson, because he was lambasting me at Rye House last week, so I feel like I should probably have a chat with him. John, you know I'm coming straight to you, John. Of course, it had to happen. John versus John. How are you doing this morning, John?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, John. How about you?
I'm good, thank you, John. Are we going to say John in every sentence in this interview?
Possibly, John.
Okay, thank you, John. Right, so John, number 132 is you, if I'm correct?
Correct, yes.
What class are you racing in?
Mini Max, 950, so Inter Max.
Okay, is that the same that you were in at Rye House the other week, was it? Or was that a different car?
Different. In Rye House, racing Honda.
Okay.
In
how?
Inter.
Gotcha. How do you find the difference between the Honda and the Inter?
Well, in the Honda, it's a 4-stroke. The Inter's a 2-stroke, so you have to have a different driving style going through all the different corners.
Gotcha.
And there's a bigger speed difference, so yeah.
Okay, cool. How's it been going so far this weekend then? How was qualifying yesterday?
In qualifying, I qualified 7th, which is around where we are on pace.
Gotcha.
And over in the practice sessions, we've been in the top 5. So I think in the race, I could aim for potentially top 5.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, awesome. Are you doing the full championship this year for Whilton Mill, or is it just a few rounds this season?
I think we'll be doing the full.
Okay, cool. You reckon you're going to push towards the championship, or is that a bit of a tall ask for this year?
I don't know, hopefully, but I don't think, because they've not done as many rounds as the others, I don't think I'll be able to get it, but hopefully I can potentially get top 10 with the drop round, so yeah.
I think that's a good thing to work towards, but yeah, good luck, mate. Good to chat with you, and I'll see you out on track. Cheers, John. Thanks, John.
Always a character.
Always a character.
I think another one of the, say we're in one of the bigger tents here.
Yes.
What's quite cool as well is when the resources are there that they're put to use. So like this area over here, I can imagine it's a bit for driver training and driver coaching.
Where the muffins are kept.
And also where the muffins are kept, which are worth definitely a 10.
I think I'll be coming back here later.
But yeah, just show that it's not just a case of like, oh, sit in the kart, you know, have the best performing cars. You've still got to be able to pedal the thing. And this circuit, because it's one that a lot of drivers know very well, and I say that from all different levels of karting, the minute details around here at Whilton Mill I always find are really, really key as to how to get an absolutely super lap and the most out of the package that you've got underneath you.
Definitely, yeah. It's a really tough circuit to get right and to string all the technical sections together. And then, of course, you've got that fast section from the final corner all the way up to Christmas, getting that whole right, carrying that speed through, really challenging. But as you say, the driver's using this sort of area to improve outside of the kart as well, watching back some footage on there, probably watching the live stream, and of course looking at the track map, making sure you're getting all your lines, hitting your lines correctly.
Absolutely. Should we move on?
Yeah, go on.
Let's
see if we can find some more people to
who else we can find.
Bye, John. Who else can we annoy?
I think should we go and annoy Jack's Motorsports?
I think we should. If you don't know the law, so we no longer go in the Praga tent because previously they locked Jack Oliphant out, which was a hilarious moment. I think it was round 2 this year in the paddock show where he tried to get in and someone had just locked the door.
Fair enough.
So let's go in Jack's Motorsport instead. Is there anyone in here?
We've got a couple of people. I don't think we've got any
drivers have gone away.
We want to talk to
drivers. We'll run off.
Especially, so who else?
Walk a little bit further down, or
well, we go in the GMS.
Go in here, yeah.
GMS tents as well. Very busy GMS tent at the moment. And team that tends to run a few drivers with a bit more experience, the GMS team. So
karts are looking pristine.
They are looking very pristine. Let's have a chat with our driver here. Morning. What's your name? How are we doing?
Liam Thomas. Good. How are you?
I'm very good indeed. How's the weekend been so far for you, Liam?
Pretty good, to be fair. We've been on pace, roughly. But looking to go a bit better, really, today.
What are the hopes? What are you thinking ahead of the heats? They're always very tough races to get through in this club.
Top 10, really. It's probably about right. Should be. We can get there. We've done it last meeting, but we were a bit ahead last meeting compared to where we are now. But it's doable. So.
In terms of the kart, talk us through it. How's the kart been performing? What have you been working on?
I think I love it. The front end feels great. I feel like I can go in really hard compared to everyone else and hold it around. Whereas everyone else seems like they're sliding out. But I can hold it around and keep it there and get a good exit.
We're getting into summer now. It was quite warm yesterday. Is that a concern? Is something on your mind for taking care of tyres, etc.?
No, just full out attack. Attack, and it should be all right.
Who else do you want to thank for getting you here today?
Probably my granddad the most. Got me here in the first place. Been doing karting with him for a good 6 years. It's been good.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see you out there, Liam. Best of luck for today. Where's John gone? There he is.
Hello.
Yeah, good talk there, and say the experience coming through.
If you pointed out the amount of grass on his tyres.
No, I wasn't going to mention that. I wasn't going to mention that. He said he was pushing hard, and that's clearly evidence that...
Clearly.
Yeah. You got to. That's what practice is all about. You find the limits, and then you don't do that in the race.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Great point. Get your spins out the way.
Get them out the way.
See a couple of people getting them out the way on the warm-up lap as well. Yeah. That's probably the latest you can get those things out the way.
Yeah, but that appears on the live stream, and that's embarrassing for any driver who spins
and we
out
will
on the
always pick up on it.
We will.
I never let that slide by. Never. Never.
Who else can we find then? Weather still is looking a bit cloudy, but
I think the sun's trying to peer out from behind the clouds. Got the X-Car awning on the left. All zipped up though. Don't want us in there.
Yeah, nobody.
Don't want us in there.
They don't want to talk to us.
Motorsport as well. We've got a couple of drivers down here.
Yeah.
Want to speak to one of these? Some of the older drivers as well. I'll dive into their awning. I'm coming straight for you, sir. Good morning. How are you this morning?
All right.
All feeling pretty good. So what's your name? What class are you racing?
Junior Rotax, Georgiano, Part 48.
Of course, I definitely recognise that name, man. I think you're pretty quick. How's it been going so far this weekend?
Not too good.
Not too good, okay. I might have commentators curse you immediately. Though.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, yesterday struggled a bit and my other engine blew up. So had to change to that. Couple of setup problems and then quali I just made some mistakes, so it didn't go too well. But then I was just 5th fastest then, only a couple hundredths off the top 3. So I'm quite confident I can make places. So
that's good then. So the new engine's feeling good?
Yeah.
Okay, Nice, that's a good change. But what we think for today then? You're relatively on the pace, up there at the top. You thinking a final win is on the cards, or is that maybe a little bit too lofty heights?
Yeah, I don't know. See how the heats go, because I'm starting, I think, in low 20s, so quite far back, further back than I'd want to be. But like I said, quite confident I can make up places. So see where I start in the final, and then sort of think where I can go from there.
Cool.
So
I think that's a good plan. How did you find as well yesterday? It was pretty hot, wasn't it? Pretty challenging. Did that make it more challenging out there in the kart?
Yeah, it was a lot like just overheating, a lot of bouncing and stuff. So we seem to have sorted that out with setup changes now. So yeah.
Okay. Hopefully a little bit kinder on the weather today. The sun's staying behind the clouds for the moment.
Yeah.
So we'll see if it stays the same way. Well, thanks for chatting with me, mate, and good luck. Cheers. He stole your hat.
It's a good hat, that. I like that one. Yeah, bouncing. It's very much a problem around this circuit at times.
A lot of bouncing.
Because it's not one of these absolutely smooth billiard table surfaces. It's something that the drivers very much have to literally get on top of, because you can lose a lot of time if you've not got the traction, if you've not got that state where the kart is nice and stable through the course, particularly through Oblivion. To find lady, that's a very important thing to get on top of.
Definitely.
Should we move on?
Let's do it.
Let's move on.
Yep. Meander our
See
way
who
out.
else we can find.
Just
I can hear karts
little
are
thumbs
out on
up.
Circuit.
Yeah.
I think it's the Micromaxes.
I think so,
that are
yeah.
at the
People have
moment.
been meandering their way down and back up.
The
Just seen
low-
Jacob Jukes walk past, giving a little thumbs up to us.
The low
Nice
rumble
bloke.
buzz of a Micromax, which I actually quite like. I quite like the sound of them. It's not as piercing as some of the other engines.
Where are you leading us?
I've no idea, mate. And can you tell I've not done this one in a while?
We can sort of wrap ourselves around.
Yeah.
I need to double check how much time we have left as well.
Oh,
I did have a
that's
look at
true.
the start, don't worry. I have got a general idea. Also, a normal thing of WMKC, about 1,000 generators that we have to walk past down here. We've got a couple of more tents down here. We can maybe try and go down here, just because it's so loud if we turn right.
It is quite loud down there.
So let's continue down here. But yeah, as you were saying, it is quite a bumpy circuit, Whilton Mill, comparatively.
Yeah.
Overall, so yeah, definitely a thing to deal with, and particularly in those hot conditions yesterday, I think that was probably quite fatigue-inducing.
But I think it's another one of those things. Is why it's a circuit that develops drivers so well. Is that it's not a perfect,
No.
Tilkadrome-esque karting circuit.
Exactly.
That gives drivers a lot of experience for other racing that they may do in the future.
I agree. I think
going
we've got
in?
a driver in here, yeah. Some lovely karts. I might try and grab you, sir, if that's all right. Sorry to jump straight on you. What's your name? What class are you racing?
I'm Omar Cindy. I'm racing in Junior Max.
Okay, cool. Which one's yours, Omar? Let's go stand by this one. Show us around your fantastic-looking kart. It's looking good. Doesn't look like you've had too many scuffs just as of yet. Do you think that might change in the heats in the final, or are you going to try and keep it clean?
Hopefully not. Try to keep it clean and see what happens.
Okay, good. Definitely from the mechanic there. So yesterday, of course, qualifying. How did that go for you?
It was okay, but I got a penalty, so it dropped down a bit. But we have good pace, so hopefully we can make through the heats today.
Okay, good. So yeah, if you're on the pace, then you feel like you can probably move through the field well.
Yeah, I definitely feel.
Okay, cool. What's the goal for the end of the day then? The final. What are you thinking? Sort of what area of the field would you like to finish in?
Hopefully top 10, top 5, somewhere around there.
Okay, cool.
Front.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. And with the heat, it's been quite hot this weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been quite hot, but I like it. The
You like it?
grip's
Yeah. Doesn't affect you at all.
nice. No, not too much.
Who cares? It's not that. Well, I mean, for a UK, it's warm at the moment, but I mean, it's not crazy in comparison. I mean, I burn at about 10 degrees, so it's a challenge for me, but you seem to be all right.
Yeah, fine.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're in the car and not me then, mate. Well, good luck for today. Thanks for having a little chat with me. There we go then. There's many drivers in here, a nice little tent. Are you going to try and jump on someone else, or are we leaving?
I don't know. I can see Christian Brooks in the back there. It would be good to have a chat with because
He
he
is
was very
getting
quick
changed,
in.
though, so
He
it
is
might be
getting
a bit of
changed.
a...
No, he was very quick in Senior X30 yesterday. This is his kart. Will be, as I say, a driver who's very experienced around here. Very experienced team overall.
Yes.
That we've got here for Evolution.
Yes, so very experienced, very experienced.
Yeah, good to have a talk with them. Shall we get towards the dummy grid because the engines
the engines have stopped. That's positive.
So we'll be able to hear ourselves.
We've got, I think, just less than 5 minutes. I think. So, can have a little chat with some people who are getting suited and booted, ready to go, and then we can...
A couple of other drivers
wrap it
down
up.
towards the bottom corner as well.
Yeah.
We might have a chance to have a chat with.
Morning, mate.
Sebastian.
Hey, you're looking at me and smiling. I need to have a quick chat with you. What's your name?
Sebastian.
Sebastian. What class do you race in, Sebastian?
Micromax.
And you've just been out for practice, right? How did that go?
Well.
Yeah, really well. You feeling good? You feeling on pace?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what's qualifying yesterday? How did that go?
Really well.
Yeah, really well as well. So you feeling good for the heats and finals today?
Yes.
On for a win?
Yes.
I'd like to hear it, Sebastian. Good luck. We'll see you later. Your little Sebastian. He was ear to ear smile.
Yeah.
I had to have a chat.
That's what you love to see at this time of the morning. Gets you going. Good to hear from Sebastian Behrman there. Another driver who I've seen a lot, race a lot in the last year or so. He's getting quicker and quicker every time I see him out on circuit. Have we been into the dummy grid so far this year?
This year, I'm not sure. I remember when I was with Alex. Alex always liked to go in here.
Yeah.
But I don't think we have this year.
Well, let's do it. Let's head on in. Let's annoy some people right before they go out on circuit. That makes us really popular.
And of course, the engines have started up just as we come back in. But mate, free roam.
Free roam in the dummy grid. Let's see who we can find and have a chat with before. This is just the practice sessions at the moment. So you're not missing any of the racing action. Hope you're enjoying the stream. If you're new around here, do give that thumbs up, give that like button a press for Alpha Live, and why not subscribe as well. Let's have a chat with Macaulay Bishop here and see how he's feeling this morning. Macaulay, how are we feeling ahead of today's racing?
I think I'll be all right. I was fast in practice, so I said we could do in a race.
You know this place very, very well. Conditions are pretty much perfect for racing today, aren't they?
Yeah, it's nice and warm. I think the track's quite nicely rubbered in, so it should be good.
How's the season been going as a whole for you so far, for those who've not been watching until today?
I think it's been going good. You know, I won a few British Championship rounds, and obviously I've got the O-Play in Rotax as well. So I couldn't really ask for much more, to be honest with you.
What's been the main focus in preparation for this event today? Anything in particular that you can share with us that you've been working on?
Not really. I just like to, just come in and just do a bit of racing. I think it's quite fun.
Who do you want to thank ahead of your racing here today, sponsors and the like?
I'd like to thank Daryl, all the DHR, and my dad and brother mechanicking.
Good stuff. Best of luck, Macaulay. We'll see you out there. But, yeah, Macaulay Bishop, very, very experienced driver here, has come up through the ranks, won many, many races, rounds and championships along the way. Really is one of the upcoming stars in British motorsport. Who else should we want to have a little chat with whilst we're down here in the dummy grid? Let's see if we can have a chat with Morgan Hill if he's all right. Morgan, how are we feeling ahead of today?
Confident. Yeah.
How's practice and qualifying been so far this weekend?
Practice went all right. We were fastest in most of the sessions apart from the last one, because the status was about to fail. And then qualifying, we qualified P2.
The kart's looking in fine fettle at the moment. You're on the Jack Dex racing machine. They know this place very well. How key is it around this circuit when it's little elements, fine margins? How crucial is it to be with a team that knows its stuff around this circuit?
It's very crucial because you never know what's about to happen with the car. It might change very quickly. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. Even when the weather changes, like, you need all of the people around you to try and help you to get the right setup. It's just really difficult sometimes.
It's been running well so far this weekend. Who do you think is your main opposition out there today?
Probably Macaulay, and then my two other teammates as well. They look quite strong.
I can see everybody's making their way in. I'll let you go. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Good to see you in a bit. There's another very experienced driver around here. There's John. I'm going to come around the back so I don't get it. Oh, well, I was going to go around the back. And
hello, I'm here.
You walked across there anyway.
I was going to hope you said earlier. I was going to say, I hope you're not saying anything to me because I have no idea what to say. It was so loud. I think we've about made it to time.
Oh, very good.
I think that's it. So great to finish off in the dummy grid, chatting to a few drivers literally just about to go out on circuit. I didn't hear a word you said, but I'm sure the interviews were great.
It's all positive.
Yeah, all good. Feeling good for the day. Fantastic. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed this paddock show here for round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. I've enjoyed it. Have you enjoyed it?
I've very much enjoyed it. It's been good.
It's been great. Well, if you're watching this at the lunch break, of course, stick around. We'll have some more heats and finals coming up. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and drop a like on the video. From me, John, from him, Andrew, we'll see you later.
See you in a
Goodbye.
bit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. The heats this morning and early afternoon were absolutely fantastic, so I think you're in for a bumper afternoon of racing here for the finals. My name is John Ratcliff. In the commentary box today alongside me is Mr. Andrew Mather.
Good afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to this. We saw some cracking racing in the heats this morning. About to get underway with the finals, and yeah, very, very much excited to see what the afternoon's got in store for us.
Indeed, usually there's a couple of classes that stand out and a couple that are a little bit more dull. Today, every class has been fantastic.
Yep.
There's been brilliant racing up and down the fields in all classes, and of course, it's the finals this afternoon slightly longer in length as well. We're used to the 8 minutes plus 1 lap of the heats. We moved to 14 minutes plus 1 lap for these finals. However, one slightly different. Of course, with the junior maxes, we have so many drivers that will have a B final as well. That's slightly shorter. I'm pretty sure that is 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Let me double check. Might be 10, but I think it's 12.
Yeah, I love a B final. It's always a very good race to see the drivers how they play it tactically to get through to the A final. You never know what a driver could do from a B final, get onto the back of the A final grid and then progress through, because as you say, it is a longer race. It's just 14 minutes. You can make a lot of progress in that time.
Yeah, it's a massive race. It's so much longer, nearly double the time than what they had in the heats. I was wrong. The B final is 10 minutes plus 1 lap, not 12. So yeah, 10 minutes for that. I think the B final for the junior max nestled in between all of the rest of the finals. But the drivers, and of course the team mechanics as well, and everyone here watching has had a lovely lunch break, getting rehydrated, getting some food in the ear as well. And hopefully you stayed around during that lunch break on our live stream, and you will have enjoyed our little paddock show where we walked around, chatted with some drivers, had a really good time, didn't we?
We did, yeah. It was good to get the thoughts of a number of the drivers and parents and guardians as well, and everyone who puts so much time and effort into getting the drivers ready for racing here today. And yeah, I think it shows that very much the spirit that's in the paddock here at WMKC.
Exactly, yep. So many people here once again. Great to see so many drivers battling it out there on circuit, but I think we're about ready. Let's have a look at the grid then for our first final of the day, which is the Army Cadets and the Micromaxes. Here is your grid then. It's Maximilian Abrahart on pole position. He's won both heats so far today. Let's see if he can do the triple and get the final as well. Jack Baker alongside him is going to want to stop him from doing exactly that. Sebastian Behrman and Otis Cleary are behind them on row 2. Then it's Alfie Mew and Maria Roberto there on row number 3. Then it's Jensen Walker and Dylan Glasgow. Then Jensen Maplethorpe and Ilya Veliko rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Benediktas Mazioskas and Lewis Herbertson. And row 70 is Ralph Rakatis and Aurora Joel, then Arthur Brooker and John T. Restrick, then Alessandro Salas and Frederick Wood. And that's it. 18 karts on the grid for this one. Of course, our only split grid of the day, with both the Army Cadets and, of course, the Water Swift restricted category as well. So the Micromaxes and the Water Swifts, sorry, getting myself confused there already. So we've got 15 Micromaxes, 3 Water Swift restricted. It should be very interesting.
Yeah, there's been some really good racing in both these categories so far today. I think this is probably the race where we've got the shortest odds on a favourite in the shape of Maximilian Abrahart. He really has been in supreme form so far today, but we've seen it many times before. You know, this is the final. This in effect is like a one-off race. The heats have decided the grid, but that's all that they've decided, and one mistake from a dominant driver can completely change the complexion of their day.
Exactly, yeah. We've seen that a couple of times today, just some slight mistakes or some slight bad luck, just causing a driver's day to go from what was looking very promising to something that they're having to be fighting back towards in that final. Maximilian Abrahart, not one of those. It's been perfect so far today for him. He's going to want to continue that in this final. He's in the perfect place to do so on that pole position. But that doesn't mean everything for a karting race start. You're all so close by. One little knock, suddenly you're out wide, suddenly you've lost 4 positions. So we'll see how it goes.
Indeed. So the grid will form up. There is Maximilian Abrahart, and then kart number 61 with the orange helmet with the blue details on the side. Jack Baker, who has really stepped up this season when I've seen him race, whether it be here at WMKC or at a national level, will be P2 on the grid. Sebastian Behrman and Otis Cleary have had some good races behind as well. Let's get ready then for 12 minutes plus 1 lap, sorry, 14 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go for the final in the cadet classes. Into turn 1, good start for Maximilian Abrahart, straight into the lead. Jack Baker P2, Sebastian Behrman holding on to P3, Jensen Walker going around the outside trying to catch up a few positions. The 3 other karts, the Army Water Swift restricted karts, they get off the line as well. We'll keep an eye on those across the course of the next 15 minutes or so, but good start for Abrahart as they go through Ashby Corner. John, that is just the start that he wanted.
Yep, did exactly what he needed to do there. Just covered off the inside into the first couple of corners. Had a good exit out of that, and as you saw, everyone behind him moved over to the inside there up to Christmas Corner just to cover off that line, cover off the overtake. Maximilian didn't need to do that at all. Had a nice gap, so was able to use the fastest line around Christmas and pull an even further gap. So as he comes around the final corner, we'll cross the line after lap number 1. And we'll see what the gap looks like. Here is your battle, though, in the Water Swift, the 67 at the front of that. And that is Jonty Restrick. Frederick Wood has just picked Jonty Restrick every time of asking so far today. But Jonty, now finding himself ahead, going to have to put his defensive prowess into motion, I think, here.
But at the same time, Frederick Wood has now got to find a way past another kart in his class now. What I will say is they've both been doing plenty of overtaking of other karts once they catch up to the back end of the Micromax field, so I've not got any concerns that he's not going to be able to make a move on a kart. It's just whether he can do it on this kart for the class victory.
But also, if they're coming up on those other drivers in the other category that they maybe are a little bit faster than, if the 67 of Jonty Restrick catches them at maybe a little bit of an awkward moment, may get held up a little bit and open up an opportunity for Frederick Wood behind. So also shows the how much experience they have and the nous of getting through those back markers concisely and not trying to lose as little time as possible. But those two staying as they are for now as they come around to finish their second lap of the race, and both of them already closing in on the back of the other category. As we look back to said category, the 44 and the 51 having a little battle, squeezing out the 25 there. The 25 of Jensen Walker just dropping behind these two. 51 of Jensen Maplethorpe and the 44 of Dylan Glasgow ahead. So Dylan Glasgow has managed to get past Jensen Maplethorpe for 8th place there. This little battle at the low end of the top 10. 25 trying to get the good exit there, but not able to do anything with Jensen Walker there. Has to sit behind once more.
Yeah, and he'll be patient. It's a longer race format, of course. You can bide your time with one of these finals.
As we said in the heats, at points, sometimes drivers felt, I need to get forward here. Yep. I'm just going to take this first opportunity, whereas here they can maybe sit back, plan it out a little bit longer and make sure that move is done and dusted perfectly.
Maximilian Abrahart, the quickest driver on circuit at the moment, 52.26. But look at this, down the inside, Alfie Mew trying to get third place off Sebastian Behrman, who defends around the outside. Otis Cleary in the black and yellow suit and helmet combo there is now going to perhaps have a go down the inside. No, thinks better of it. Back into 5th place. And Maria Roberto there as well, another driver getting quicker and quicker every time I see her race. Running well at the moment there in 6th.
Yeah, properly getting involved in this battle, isn't she? All 5 drivers following line astern there, battling over 2nd place. We look back to the Water Swifts now. Still the 67 of Jonty Restrick just ahead, but he's not been able to clear off at all. Frederick Wood still right in those wheel tracks. Alessandro Salas not too far behind them either.
Yeah, they're working well together. I think always side by side between Mew and Cleary now, but Mew gets the run up the hill and returns back in front of Otis Cleary.
Just showing a little bit of frustration there, like, hey, why aren't you working together with me? Stop trying to overtake me. But understandably so.
Abrahart, a new fastest lap last time around, John. 52.02 and 1.91 seconds is now the lead over this duo here. Jack Baker and Sebastian Behrman.
Yeah, half a second faster a lap is insane, but there's the move for the lead in Water Swift then. Frederick Wood down the inside at Ashby. Gets it done. Tidy little overtake there from Frederick.
Yeah, really good from both drivers. Respectful racing between the two of them. Decisive move from Wood down the inside into Ashby Corner. Downhill braking. Talked in the morning session of how difficult that is to achieve and pull off, but that was a very good move by Wood. Takes the lead in class.
Yeah, really, really nice overtake. 73 looked to have a good exit there out of Fine Lady, which didn't think that the move was quite on there was for Sebastian Behrman. Jack Baker still leading this train. I was going to say relatively comfortably, but not really. Not much of a gap over the rest of these. So still open to being overtaken, that's for sure. But This group of 5 continuing to just slowly fall off the back of Maximilian Eberhardt. He's just been so consistently quick today. He's been very, very difficult to catch, and particularly when he's been starting from pole, which has been every race, he's just able to clear off.
And he's been very focused as well. It's very easy to, get ahead of yourself almost and think, oh, I'm comfortable here, and then lose that concentration and make a mistake. But so far, very, very impressive from Maximilian Eberhardt, and a big upturn in form. It's very good to see. Change for third place. Alfie Mew now past Sebastian Behrman, and Mew now looking down the inside for a move on Jack Baker, but no, Baker's got good speed, good on the brakes into Christmas Corner. Update on the novice categories. Lewis Herbertson currently the top novice in the Micromax category, running in 12th place overall at the moment, 4.5 seconds behind Benediktas Matsiokas. So the race getting into a rhythm, I'd say, John, at the moment. It's Jack Baker doing a really good job as well, not getting too flustered by the group of karts behind him. Happy at the moment there in second.
Yeah, doing a really nice job of just managing that. Despite Alfie Mew getting through on Sebastian Behrman, wasn't able to continue that momentum and get through on Jack Baker. Has had to sit behind for now, but he is closing in. Here is a move, though, down the inside. And there is the move ahead as well. The 32 tries to go down the inside. They're going to be side by side on corner exit. However, 32 has to squeeze back in behind. Alfie Mew trying to get that move done. He's going to try again down into Ashby. Down the inside once more. They go side by side. Who will have it on exit? It will be Alfie Mew. So Jack Baker gets squeezed out wide. He's still going to be on the inside for the left-hander, though. Can he hold on to the position? Yes, he can. Squeezes out Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian Behrman then has to hold it around the outside of the 88 of Otis Cleary.
Yeah, really good racing from all the drivers in this group. As Maria Roberto looking for a way past Otis Cleary there. Lesser groups, you'd have seen someone flying off the road, bit of contact, but no, that was all really, really clean racing amongst Mew, Baker, Behrman, Cleary and Roberto. But Alfie Mew now. Now let's see, can Alfie Mew start to, and you see him tapping on his head there, so let's work together. What I'm wondering whether we see is now with a different driver at the front of the field, does this whole group start travelling a little bit quicker and gaining up to Maximilian Eberhardt? Behrman was down the inside of Baker there, wasn't able to make the move stick.
Yeah, because Behrman does now have the fastest lap, the only driver to get into the 51s as of yet, a 51.98. I mean, a 52.02 for Maximilian Eberhardt, so not exactly a world away from that fastest lap, but yeah, you would maybe think that Alfie Mew they could then start to work together and push back towards them, but I think Eberhardt has such a nice gap as now he sets the fastest lap once more. I think Eberhardt's probably got this one in the bag, but equally I don't want to commentators curse him, so I'm not going to say anything.
There's Frederick Wood on your screens if you're watching at home. Kart number 54 just going through the boot now, leading in class and looking pretty comfortable now. He's got a couple of the Micromax karts in between himself and Jonty Restrick, which is good news for Frederick Wood. Back with our battle for second place now, going down into Ashby Corner. Still Alfie Mew at the front of it with Jack Baker, Sebastian Behrman, Otis Cleary and Maria Roberto. Roberto playing this quite calmly at the moment. I think it's not a bad spot to be with this amount of time on the clock. Don't necessarily need to be getting full bore into the battle now. There's an opportunity there to pick off some positions if the drivers ahead make mistakes.
Exactly, yep. Still time to just sit back and wait for that calamity to unfold in front of you. I was a bit confused there of how Frederick would have managed to clear Jonty Restrick by so far. I think he just managed to get past Aurora Joel and Ralph Ratcliff that a little bit easier. Yep. Built about a 2-second gap because of it, so very impressive now for Frederick Wood. Just needs to manage to the end of the race. Here could be a move though for third place. Down the inside, tries the 73, squeezes the 17 to the exit curb and gets the move done. It's a good move. Sebastian Behrman moves himself up into third place then. Jack Baker now under attack from behind. Just about able to hold on to fourth place there into Ashby.
And really clean racing once again from the Micromax.
Lots of space given.
Yeah, lots of respect between these drivers, because I think you're in the number 17 kart. If you're Jack Baker, you know this isn't done yet. There's going to be opportunities further down the line with 4.5 minutes of this race to go at least on the clock, and then that +1 lap. Meanwhile, for Maximilian Eberhardt, another 51. We said this early, didn't we, about not just his great pace, but the consistency of his pace. As the number 44 isn't too happy about things now. That's Dylan Glasgow. Fastest lap as Behrman's having a look down the inside of Mew, but Mew will sweep round the outside. Fastest lap for Aberhart so far, 51.93, but he's also able to back that up. He's just under 51.96.
Consistently quick.
Consistently, like a metronome almost, just pulling out this pace, nearly up to 5 seconds now, the gap.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Aberhart, as he has been all day. But Behrman still all over the back of Alfie Mew here. It just felt for the whole race like it's just continuing to bubble, isn't it? Bubbling away, bubbling away. Side by side there into the boot, and the battle for fifth, that is, I believe. No, fourth, sorry, my apologies. As they cross the line, still in the same order they were. Alfie Mew leading Behrman, leading Baker, leading Cleary, and Roberto there waiting in the wings once more.
New personal best lap time for Jonty Restrick, 52.84 seconds for the driver, currently second in the iArmy Water Swift restricted category, 14th overall, closing in now on Lewis Herbertson. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same category, Frederick Wood galloping up the road again, is now up to P11 overall, 54.07 last time around.
Indeed, just less than 3 minutes to go then in our first final of the day. Some more battling going on behind. This is a battle for the lead. This is the battle for the lead in Water Swifts. They're side by side, and I think it's changed. It has. Jonty Restrick has gone through on Frederick Wood. So a great little battle, as they both just cleared Lewis Herbertson, one of our novices in the Micromax class. As here might be a move back to the Micromaxes. So I think that was Otis Cleary trying to get down the inside of Jack Baker as they went through Christmas Corner. They've actually just broken away now into a 2x2 down the inside. So there we go. The 73 of Sebastian Behrman had got through as well, but Alfie Mew immediately re-overtakes there for second place, and of course taps the helmet.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, now they know, if you're in Sebastian Behrman's shoes, that it's second as good as it's going to get today, because Maximilian Aberhart is so far ahead now. So I can understand why Alfie Mew's tapping on the helmet there, but I don't think that's going to really do anything right now. Behrman's going to be down the inside into paddock corner and gets through. There was a little touch on the rear bumper as they came over the line, and here comes Mew back at Behrman. Brilliantly done into oblivion. That is a very brave move from Alfie Mew, not giving this one up at all. And now the fight is on. 1 minute and 30 to go. They know they can't win this race. They haven't quite got the pace to catch up to Aberhart, and there's contact between Behrman and Cleary there. As off goes Sebastian Behrman, full spins round. Oh, he's going to lose more positions than just being in the top six. I think Ilya Veliko went through there as well. Oh, well, they've kept it so clean up to now, but you know, last couple of minutes of a final, it's come to blows. In a way, you could kind of expect that with so many karts in close proximity. Yeah, the cork came out the bottle, didn't they? Up the straight towards Christmas, all moving over to defend, all trying to take the best line through there and get as much time as possible. And now the 73 is stuck on the curb. That is absolutely gutting for Sebastian Behrman after he was on for such a good result. So frustrating. Yeah, and there'll be a yellow flag up at the top of the circuit, which will neutralise things there. It is waved yellow on the post on the run up to Christmas Corner. Just to tune back in with the iArmy powered category, as Sebastian Behrman is confirmed as out of this final. What a shame for Sebastian Behrman. Still Jonty Restrick running now 3.6 seconds clear. This is a great performance from Jonty Restrick, saving something for the final. 3.6 seconds now clear of Frederick Wood. Yeah, super impressive. Chased him down after getting gapped by a good couple of seconds. Made a really nice move, and now is building that gap himself. So this will be a really impressive final for Jonty Restrick if he can clinch the victory. We continue to watch this battle for second place, though, in the Micromax class. Because here is the Water Swifts. So they are still pretty much nose to tail. Well, not pretty much. They are nose to tail there. It's a great little battle going on. But again, we look back to the Micromaxes, and they're going side by side then. Who is this? 17 through on the 32. So Jack Baker back up into second place. Yeah, what a move that was. Round the outside through Christmas Corner. Again, really brave stuff on the brakes. There'll be this lap plus one more for all the drivers. Well, apart from those that are now a lap behind the leader.
And then the Water Swifts, Lewis Herbertson's just overtaken Frederick Wood for 12th place overall, so that's put a good 5-second gap between Jonty Restrick and Frederick Wood now.
Yeah, it has indeed. Here's your leader, Maximilian Abrahart, looking in supreme control here after 17 laps completed. The lead gap is 8.8 seconds.
17 just cut the line a little bit earlier there. He's going to lose some speed up towards Christmas corner. 32 goes out wide. Alfie Mew trying to get the outside line, can't get it, but he's able to hold on to that third place then. The 88 of Otis Cleary trying to find a way through now as they head into Ashby. No moves down in Ashby, but got to set it up for later on in the lap. I was going to say, as you were talking about Maximilian there, I think he's definitely up there as one of our picks for driver of the weekend as of yet. Absolutely perfect day for him so far. 2 heat wins, and it looks to be a final win as well. Who's going to take second place? We'll have to wait and find out. But here comes Maximilian Abrahart to take the win. What a win in the final. They're nearly a 10-second gap by the flag. Who's it going to be in second place? Will Jack Baker hold on to it? A couple of back markers coming through. No, it's the number 88 of Otis Cleary. How's he done that? Up into second place through the last part of the lap. Jack Baker's there on third. Alfie Mew fourth. Maria Roberto fifth. How did he manage to do that? We missed that.
Just brilliant from Otis Cleary. I've seen Otis do this many times before. He's a driver who never, ever gives in. And even to the last moment there, and he's rewarded with second place over the line, just waiting for the top driver. There is Jonty Restrick over the line to take the win in IAMI Water Swift Restricted. I've got to say, bit of a surprise based on what we saw in the heats at the level, the comfortable gap that Jonty Restrick had in the end in that category. But what a great drive there from Jonty Restrick, 10th overall and winning in class.
Indeed, yeah, gap to nearly 10 seconds between himself and Frederick Wood there in second place. So really, really impressive final there from Jonty Restrick, definitely deserving of some silverware. But what a brilliant final to kick us off for the day then. Maximilian Abrahart with an absolutely dominant win. Fantastic to see him have such a good day here at round number 4. And Otis Cleary was in 4th when we cut away there on the last lap. Suddenly ends up in 2nd. Brilliant last couple of laps. I'm sure it was a fantastic move. But yeah, to run you through the rest of your order, in 6th was Ilya Veliko, then Jensen Walker and Jensen Maplethorpe. Benedict Mazioskas in 9th, with Jonty Restrick, your Water Swift Restricted winner, in 10th. Then Dylan Glasgow, Lewis Herbertson, your highest placed novice there, in 12th. Then Frederick Wood, Aurora Joel, Ralph Rakitis, Alessandro Salas, Arthur Brooker and Sebastian Behrman, of course, sadly not making it to the checkered flag there, having that little incident with a few laps to go and getting stuck on that curb, frustratingly so. But Sebastian Behrman, I think he has a lot of positives to take away from that, fighting up there in the top pack. Fantastic to see, and I'm sure he'll continue to improve on that next time out.
Yeah, a big part of racing at this level is about experience, isn't it? And overcoming disappointments and becoming a stronger driver, and I'm sure Sebastian will be able to do that. Hopefully we'll be seeing him race next weekend down at Clay Pigeon, which you'll be able to watch here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. But very good stuff there from both of the cadet groups. Next out on circuit, the next final for us here at Whilton Mill will be race number 26 on our schedules here today. It'll be the final for IAMI Water Swift Inter. Let's have a look at the grid then for the next final. Zach Champney has pole position in IAMI Water Swift Inter. Ethan Weldon alongside on the front row. Charlie Goddard has been fantastic in the heats. Bit of a surprise in the first heat, but again, gaining some positions towards the end and has been rewarded after a good second race as well with a second row start alongside Max Mason. Alfie Taylor, the novice, starts on row 3 alongside Simeon Stone. Hopefully we will see Simeon Stone, because I've seen the number 18 clock through on timing after an incident earlier on in the day. Millen Tomlinson and Rhian Townsend Grant are there on row 4, and then Thomas Cassidy as well on row 5, 9 karts in the field. Very good news to see there, John, that we have got all 9 drivers out on circuit for this final after a bit of a bump earlier for Simeon Stone and Thomas Cassidy. Indeed,
yeah, very happy to see them both out. Yeah, particularly Simeon Stone, who almost took flight in the second heat of the day. So great to see them both back out on circuit. But here we go then, the drivers will see the lights go out and we'll be underway then for the IAMI Water Swift Intermediate Final as they head through the first couple of corners, all keeping it line astern. A couple of moves down the inside there in the background. 23 gets it done, but then actually drops off a little bit there up the straight, gets re-overtaken. They go side by side into Christmas corner, but the 32 has him done. 16 tries it round the outside, but it's going to get squeezed off onto the grass, and that is going to be a losing it. Oh no, and he's round.
Yeah, real shame there. The rear end of the kart just got loose.
It was Bill and Tomlinson, I think.
Bill and Tomlinson was going through Inkerman's there. Hopefully we'll be able to get back on circuit and back into the race. Meanwhile, at the front, it's Champney and Weldon, the two drivers that we've seen at the front of this class throughout the racing here today for iArmy Water Swift. We've got a bit of work to do at this stage of the race, I feel here, John, to get that gap back over Max Mason, Simeon Stone, Alfie Taylor, ensure that it's between the two of them for first and second in this race and not allowing other drivers into the discussion.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the move then, was Ethan Weldon. It would have been a little bit early, as you say. They need to start working together, such a longer race, to just begin to pull out that gap, as I think they did in both Heat 1 and Heat number 2, didn't they? Working together nicely to push on forward. And sadly, that's confirmed Millen Tomlinson out of the race, and he's up and out of the kart. So sad to see him not make it to the checkered flag in this one. But Weldon and Champney pushing on together nicely, but Ethan Weldon does look to be getting a little bit impatient, sitting behind. He's looking to the inside here into the boot, and he's going to go for it, and he's got it done up the inside for first place.
Yeah, really good move. They got great drive out of Ozies onto the back straight, and once he was on the inside there for the run into the boot, it was always going to be Ethan Weldon's corner. Now, the story that we've seen, if you're just joining us in this category, is that Weldon is very strong in this portion of the circuit, heading up the hill to Christmas corner, the first sector, then loses a little bit sometimes in the second sector. So it'll be interesting to see if Zach Champney can use that to his advantage like we saw earlier in the heats and retake the lead.
Indeed, yeah, we were just watching there. Simeon Stone all over the back of Max Mason through Christmas corner and Boxing Day as well. Trying to find a way past, trying to squeeze open a gap. To be fair, that little bit of battling has allowed for Charlie Goddard to get on the back of this. We've only seen a two-way battle for the lead in this category throughout today. But we've got a third driver trying to get involved as well now. Fantastic.
And Charlie's been racing with a lot of confidence so far today. So he's been doing a lot of overtaking. He's had some good speed, and it's all just crescendoing very nicely for him at the moment. Fastest driver on circuit, 50.23 seconds the last lap was the lap time for Charlie Goddard, and now these two are really going to have to work hard because they're going to be peering over their shoulders, seeing that Charlie Goddard is not far away. Now there's an opportunity that if they can work together, push off the front, it's going to leave Charlie a little bit isolated in the latter stage of this race. But to do that, they have got to keep working together and have their two engines versus one win the day out.
Yeah, Zach Champney has had a little bit of a check over the shoulder on this lap, so possibly knows, okay, there is someone pretty close behind us. I'm just going to stick behind him and work together. But you never know. He might feel, hey, I'm the faster one. I should be the one leading this train. And that's where then the disagreements come. You end up battling for ages, and the person in third just catches up and goes, oh, thank you very much. I'll take the lead. So, yeah, definitely needing to work together as Zach Champney does set the fastest lap of the race, a 50 dead and a 50.01 for Ethan Weldon. So working together nicely. Both quick laps for them. Just managed to gap Charlie Goddard by a couple of tenths of a second on that lap. That's what they need to continue doing throughout this race, to continue pressing on at the front.
I'd say you'd want to do another 4 or 5 laps of that to get the lead up to 1.5, maybe 2 seconds if they can. To do that, they've got to stay line astern, or if Champney does go for a move, Weldon's got to be very, very compliant and almost like trading workloads at the front of the order. For now, looks like they're just going to hold position. Weldon ahead of Champney.
They're doing everything they need to do at the moment, aren't they? Just continuing to press on as we tick below 10 minutes on the timer. As Simeon Stone, oh, Charlie Goddard, what's happened? Is that a timing issue again?
Could be a transponder error.
Yeah.
We saw this in
we did, and there you go, he's back to third. So yeah, just a transponder issue. Although he has fallen ever so slightly off.
Yeah.
Ever so slightly. It's just a little bit every lap, isn't it? That was maybe a tenth of a second there as a new fastest lap for Ethan Weldon, 49.91. Both those top two.
Down the inside, Champney, and it's at his favourite spot. Sorry to cut across you there, John. And takes the lead of the race.
Nice little move there. Wasn't sure, I didn't quite see it. It wasn't a mistake for Weldon then, it was just a textbook move down the inside.
It was another move like we've seen a couple of times so far today. Oh, as Weldon comes back at Champney as they go into the boot. What an overtake that was. Really good stuff, brave into the boot. Tightening on the apex, but Ethan Weldon got his kart just in the right position to take back the lead. Now, crucially, that means that Charlie Goddard is just staying there at about 0.8 of a second further back. I think if you're Charlie Goddard, this is all right. This is fine at the moment because it's heating up between these two drivers, and all that he needs to have happen is a bit of a moment for either of them in these overtaking scenarios, and you're on for a win here.
Yeah, that was the most forceful overtake we've seen from these two, I think, today. That was pretty forceful down the inside. A good move, but pretty forceful from Ethan Weldon to retake that lead. Did so very nicely, but yeah, frustratingly for Charlie Goddard, couldn't really capitalise on that. Did an identical lap time to Zach Champney, and just a little bit faster than Ethan Weldon. So not closing that gap as he needs to when those kind of moves are going down. I think on that lap, it's extended once more. Ethan Weldon leading the train again, but Zach Champney gets the fastest lap, and yeah, up to 1.5 seconds now, that gap.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was a really big one from Weldon and Champney, because they've just got, they've pulled out half a second over Goddard on that last lap, and this is where maybe a bit of fatigue starts to set in for some of the drivers out there. We're at the halfway stage pretty much of this race. Yeah, they've just pulled out another bit of time over Goddard in the first sector.
Yeah, it is quite a long race, comparatively so to our morning 8 minutes, as I said earlier, nearly double the amount of time out on circuit. So that can be quite fatigue-inducing, particularly in conditions like these where it's hotter than maybe we'd normally expect in the UK. Gets a little bit sweaty, and that fatigue can just onset a little bit earlier.
And particularly, I know it's not 35 degrees out there, but you've also got to take into consideration this is the start of the summer. Some drivers may not have experienced these conditions before in the machinery that they're in. If they're a driver who's stepped up from Bambinos or Cadets and into Inters, it's maybe the first time that they've raced hard on a warm day. The physical nature of these karts as the drivers get older, and it's a very, very tricky thing for the drivers to deal with.
Yeah, and the different characteristics of driving in hotter weather as well, with the reduced grip, a difficult one to get on top of sometimes, with both of these drivers doing a good job of it, just continuing to sit as they are, with Ethan Weldon leading Zach Champney. One thing I did want to mention just from how they qualified for this race, of course, we had the 2 heats earlier. Both these two drivers finished on 70 points from the 2 heats, so it, of course, goes to fastest lap. And that was decided because Zach Champney did a 148.92, but Ethan Weldon did a 148.93. Oh. So the whole position for this was decided by 1/100th of a second on a random fastest lap.
Yeah, they really have been so close today. New PV's recently gone in, just to note, and also now gaining 5th position. Max Mason in the number 71 has got past Alfie Taylor in the number 24, so good stuff there for Max. 6 minutes of this race to go, and Zach Champney continues to just push Ethan Weldon along at the moment. I think they're just trying to grow that gap out to Charlie Goddard behind. Still doing a great job. 50.16 last time around, is building his own gap over Simeon Stone back in 4th. Ooh, a tight line being done there by Zach Champney, but I think that's cost him a bit of speed.
Had a bit of a slide there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, just dropped off ever so slightly, but these guys have been super close on pace. I mean, that last lap they were identical, 49.61 for both of them. So I don't think still sticking in the wheel tracks for Zach Champney. It shouldn't be too long until he's right back on the rear bumper of Ethan Weldon. And yeah, they're 2 fastest laps, only 1/100th of a second between them. So they've been pretty close on pace this race. I think
very close.
I think we can agree on that. 5 minutes left to go in this one. Then it's still all about this top 2 battle. We saw a bit of chopping and changing early on, but since then they've sat back once more. And actually, I thought Zach would close that gap pretty instantaneously, but he hasn't.
No.
Staying as it was, if not extending a little bit.
Could be an important lap this for Ethan Weldon, because he's got the gap up 2.4 of a second almost to the nearest 10. And do that again, he's really putting the pressure on Zach Champney now. Got to give it to the iArmy Water Swift as a category that we've got such close racing. We'd love to see a few more of them on circuit here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So if you're watching this at home, and you are, someone else. Oh, what's happening there? That's the number 32 going past the number 23, I think it was. Yes, it was. So that's Thomas Cassidy going past Rian Townsend Grant for 7th place.
Doesn't look like that kart's going at full speed anymore, does it, the 23? Something's gone awry there, I think. As both of those two were pretty close on pace. The 32 a little bit slower, but 23 not able to keep up at all through that section of the circuit. So I think, an issue there for Rian Townsend Grant. But here we look back to those leaders then. Still Ethan Weldon leading Zach Champney. 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock. They've got a good 3.5 seconds now between themselves and Charlie Goddard, which is a nice sizable gap for a bit of battling. I think opening up the battling with a couple of laps to go should mean that even if it is a proper dicey battle, that they don't end up allowing Charlie Goddard to get involved as well, as there indeed was Rian Townsend Grant entering the pit lane. Sad to see that they won't be seeing the checkered flag.
Yes, that means we're down to the 7 karts out there on circuit. Zach Champney fighting back here. That was a good lap from Zach Champney, 49.57. You can visibly see that the gap is now down to less than 0.2 of a second. Into Christmas corner with 3 minutes to play on the clock. Ethan Weldon still leading, but here coming downhill, can Zach Champney find an opening once again? He's having a look. He just seems to be able to hold a slightly tighter line to the apex, to the inside curb through Ashby Corner. It's serving him well through sector number 2.
It is indeed, yeah. They're really, really close once again. That gap had opened up ever so slightly, hadn't it, to about 4 or 5 tenths of a second, closed back down to, well, it was just over a tenth of a second before this lap started. It's definitely even closer than that, as they are once again nose to tail. Zach Champney is going to be thinking about when he can go for this move as they continue to extend that gap over Charlie Goddard. They've got lots of time to start battling now. It's just when and if Zach Champney is able to get that run on Ethan Weldon and go for that move. Not this time around into Christmas corner. Sits back and waits once more, does Zach Champney, but the amount of time left to go for that move quickly diminishing.
It is, but he may just be trying to time this here onto the last lap of the race. Still a couple of minutes away from, through in towards Ozzy's once again. Ethan Weldon controlling the situation very nicely. Through sector 2, just done a personal best actually through sector 2 is Ethan Weldon. Trading sector times back and forth, these two. Gap now to probably about 5 seconds over Charlie Goddard. Back in third, Simeon Stone still having a good race there in fourth. Good to see after the incident earlier for Simeon Stone. 1 minute 20 to go. Particularly strong as well is Weldon in the third sector. He's able to pull the lead out to a quarter of a second as they came over the line.
Impressive stuff, yeah, impressive stuff. When you said that, it made me think of the Justin Incident meme. No?
No.
Charles Leclerc? No? When he's a kid, him and Max Verstappen get in a karting accident. Yeah, and he goes to have an incident. Justin Incident. Justin Incident. How he pronounces it in that Monegasque tone. Him versus Verstappen, interestingly so. But hey, we're looking at Weldon versus Champney. Still going the way of Weldon at the moment. Less than 40 seconds to go on the clock now as they cross the line. What are they doing? 49 seconds? So yeah, just about 2 laps rather than 3 on the clock then. They'll check over the shoulder, but Ethan Weldon just managed to make that gap about 4 tenths of a second as they cross the line once more, extending it ever so slightly, just to the point where Zach Champney is far enough away that he can't stick his nose in somewhere and force an overtake. It has to be planned far ahead of time, and I mean, he really needs to close that gap to even think about a move.
But he's still going to keep pushing on though, because he's almost holding Champney at an arm's length.
Exactly.
His arms were as long as about a 3 or 4 kart length lead. But no, it's in that region where it's just too far back for Champney to have a go down into Ashby Corner, which we have seen a few times today. It looks like he's going to hold that lead, that gap onto the final lap. Here we go, final lap for the IARMI Water Swift into final here today at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Ethan Weldon leads by 0.35 of a second and can almost taste victory as he heads up to Christmas Corner.
Yeah, it's looking so close now, isn't it? Only 1,128 metres of the Whilton Mill Kart circuit to go then. And he's extending that lap, that gap even very nicely. I mean, it was about 0.4, 0.35 as you go onto this lap. So Zach Champney did close in by 0.05 of a second. A massive margin, really, as they come onto the last lap. But as you say, Ethan Weldon just holding him at that arm's length, meaning that he's not able to go for a late attack. Should be a check over the shoulder. Is over check over the shoulder for Weldon as he heads down the straight, but Zach Champney's just too far.
Is indeed. So Ethan Weldon is going to come around the final corner to take victory here today at Whilton Mill Kart Club in the IARMI Water Swift into final. Gives a tap to the kart. The number 98 wins it in the end by 0.36 of a second over Zach Champney, who's driven brilliantly today. Was a big part of that final. Well done to Zach as well. Charlie Goddard takes third place. A very good drive for Charlie Goddard. Lonely at times, but he had to manage that, control it and bring it home. And in the end is on the podium, the top three, by 4 seconds over Simeon Stone in the number 18 karts. Alfie Taylor is the first novice home in 5th place overall. Well done to Alfie in the number 24. Max Mason is 6th in the number 71. And then our last finisher on the lead lap is the number 32 of Thomas Cassidy there, the second of our novices. 2 retirements in that race. Ryan Townsend Grant in the number 23 and Millen Tomlinson in the number 16.
Nice, another good race, little battle at the front. Not sure if you meant to do that. You said, well done, Zach. Well done, Zach.
Oh, there, yes.
Hey, Ethan, well done, Zach.
I see what I... Not deliberately, but I see what I did there.
Hey, there you go.
There we go. So, no, that's this superb driving by both Weldon and Champney.
Some great moves, yeah.
Both of them, it's a shame in a way that only one of them can win, because I think they both probably, on the pace that they've had today, deserved a race victory. But in the end, it's Weldon over Champney who takes the victory, and I'm sure they'll be back for more in future rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the timing screen sums it up at the moment, really. The best lap between the two was a 49.55 and a 49.56. The last lap, they did a 49.77 and a 49.78. Yeah. That is the story of the day for the Iami Waterswift Inters. Really impressive stuff from Ethan Weldon and Zach Champney. But that's it for their final here for round number 4. We'll be swiftly moving on to our final for our mini Rotaxes. Let's have a look at your grid then. 27 karts on the grid for this one. It should be very interesting. Harry Freeman is the pole sitter though. Alongside him is Finley Lyons. Then it's Thomas Hill and Teddy Cooper. Then Samir Paul and John Richardson. Followed by Jack Burgess and Max Wheatley. Then Toby Jukes and Ella Lucia. Josh Parker and Miles Burton there on row 6. Then Bailey Wolf, Warwick Milam and Ralphie Branscombe. Finley Hines, Max Williams and Logan Lauder. Then rounding out the top 20 are Riley Morgan and Cody LaPatrell. Daniel Wisnauskas and Nathan Ron behind. Then Sam Flynn and Benjamin Lawn. And rounding out the 27 karts, Louis Barker, Ashton Carmichael and Hugh Hobson. A Swift making our way through the grid there as the drivers getting their tyres nicely warmed up for this final, and we'll be soon be getting it underway. Once again, just the same as the last final, the pole sitter decided they were on the same points, 70 points each, and it was decided by fastest lap. Fastest lap of Harry Freeman, 148.39, Finley Lyons, 148.41. So, pretty close once again.
That's a mammoth gap compared to
huge.
It's a 100% bigger gap than the last one.
0.02 of a second, yeah, absolutely massive. Yeah, the drivers on this grid, so super, super close. We've seen some great racing between these guys already today, but when it gets to the final, it can often be a different story. Everyone wants to get the win in the final, all those extra points towards your championship tally, and you can say you won a Whilton Mill Kart Club final. I mean, that's incredible in itself, so let's see how this one goes.
And Finley Lyons sitting on a potential hat-trick of final victories here, having taken this race in rounds 2 and 3. Jacob Ashcroft, the other round winner so far this season, who's not here today. Ready to go.
Nope.
And no, we're going to go around again because the grid is not properly formed up. The anti-pole side of the grid was quite a way forward compared to the pole side of the grid, so we'll go around for at least one more formation lap.
It was, yes, of course. Anti-pole cannot be getting a jump start over the pole side. Simply send you around again. And I think it's the drivers get 3 opportunities at a race start. If that happens, they're all stopped on the back straight. Front 2 are given a telling off and are sent to the back of the grid.
That's the crucial bit. They're being sent to the back of the grid.
Exactly.
So
all that hard work for the day is gone.
Yeah, they want to get this one done on this time around.
Yes.
At least for the drivers. Get a little bit more warm-up time.
True.
Let's get comfortable.
In today's conditions, probably don't need too much warm-up. You're probably overheating yourself after the first lap. Actually, no, they're probably not. They're probably in a lot better physical condition than us.
Yes. So Finley Lyons in the number 81 kart, the Lando Norris LN kart there in the foreground. Harry Freeman in the number 78. Alongside on that front row.
I think I'd tell a lie about that, to be honest, because we were talking about your beach body earlier.
Oh, yeah. That's what everyone's tuning in for. Never mind, moving on. Here we go, ready for Minimax and the inter-final for the Rotax categories. 14 minutes are underway, and it's all a little bit jostly at the start, and it looks like Harry Freeman has got to the front of the order. Thomas Hill in the number 66, spinning round there and into avoiding action of a couple of drivers. The number 25 was involved, that was Ella Lucia, but I think the spinner was from higher. I think it's Samir Paul. Yes, it is Samir Paul, the number 13. That was the initial spinner as they head. Now at the top of the hill, you've got the 69 of Ashton Carmichael involved with the 88 there. That's a bit of a scrappy start, and the full course yellow has been called by race control. Wow, I didn't quite catch what triggered all of that off, but very well done to the drivers for that not being a bigger incident than it was.
Yeah, some really good evasive action there from a lot of the drivers. Look at the amount of grass coming out of that driver's kart. Once you get on that grass, all this dry grass just sort of sticks to you, doesn't it? Yeah. And a lot to get rid of as they continue. But yeah, I think the Battenberg, definitely the good call there. Not sure how difficult it was going to be to get those drivers back underway, but they have been able to do that relatively quickly. However, although it's not a slippery surface, that on the braking point is probably going to be a little bit challenging, isn't it? All that dry grass.
Drivers are going to need to be careful of that. Now, it's from that angle, it doesn't look too bad. It's a bit further down the straight.
Yeah, it was sort of...
It'll clear quickly.
It will, yes, of course, it will.
Other drivers involved on that first lap. The 89 of Hugh Hobson, who we saw hobbling away into the karts, was hobbling away. He was perfectly fine himself. Riley Morgan, I think, was also involved. Warwick Milam, Ashton Carmichael, and Samir Paul, as we mentioned.
And Cody LaPatrelle, I think, as well, on the 88 as well. Yeah, it all sort of happened so quickly. One driver went round, another reacted, another got caught by them reacting, who then someone else reacted to them, and it was all just chaos. But it looks like we've gone back green, have we?
Apologies, it was a case of a mistaken identity. It's 35 instead of 25, so LA Lucia is running in this race well, but we are back to green conditions, and Thomas Hill has got a great start. He's getting help from Finley Lyons behind, down the inside, takes the lead of the race.
Really, really good bit of working together there between those two, as the 27 sadly pulls into the pits after the race start there. That's Daniel Wisniauskas not seeing the checkered flag, but yeah, Thomas Hill and Finley Lyons working together beautifully to push each other past Harry Freeman, demote him to third place, and just behind them, Teddy Cooper, Max Wheatley, and Jack Burgess getting involved as well. Our highest placed novice up in 6th as they cross the line. Really impressive.
Yeah, Jack Burgess doing a great job once again on the novice plates.
What a move that was. That was late. That was Jack Burgess down the inside of the boot. He's going to get re-overtaken on the exit, Sandy, but it was a nice move nonetheless. I like the thought of that one. I'd like to see that one again, please.
Yeah, so Thomas Hill leads at the end of lap number 3. Finley Lyons with a wise piece of driving 1 lap ago. He pushed Thomas Hill through to the lead on lap number 3. Is he going to elect to go? No, he's going to stay. He's going to stay there. Down the inside, Burgess side by side with Max Wheatley. 4th, 5th place. Toby Duke's just behind there as well, and 39 in the white and red suit. What a stunning start to this race it has been in the inter-categories for Rotax. Fastest lap of the race is Samir Paul, so that's one of the drivers that we saw spinning on the first lap, 50.58. The trouble is, it's down in 23rd place.
And the trouble is that they weren't able to catch that cue before the restart, so it has a good 6 seconds to catch before they even get to the back of the pack for Samir Paul. So doing all they can to catch that back of the pack, but it's going to take them a little bit of time. We move on to another lap of the race. 4 laps now completed, and Harry Freeman now takes that fastest lap. Is a little bit wide for the leader, wide for Thomas Hill. Finley Lyons can try and force the door open, but isn't able to. And none of them go for it into Christmas corner. Battle behind, though. And finally, is that Jack Burgess getting it done? Yes, it is. Up to 5th place, drops Max Wheatley down into 6th.
Yeah, good move there by Jack Burgess, and that was a moment for Thomas Hill when he ran wide. Just took a touch too much speed as they went through turn number 2. He thought for a moment that Finley Lyons was going to be on the inside, but crucially, Hill shut the door before they got to the little kink on the run up to Christmas, which is the corner known as Fine Lady. It's flat out in these karts, but it is a very important one in terms of positioning of your kart to get right when you're in a battle like this.
Because the more you're sliding, the more speed you're losing, aren't you? So You've got to get that hooked up perfectly to carry the amount of speed through as much as possible, so you can continue that all the way up to Christmas Corner. But it hasn't worked out this time for Thomas Hill, and Finley Lyons is going to make the most of it, and through goes Harry Freeman as well. Change once again. Thomas Hill demoted to P3.
A carbon copy of the move that we saw earlier. This time it was Freeman pushing Lyons through, and the kart that was leading into Christmas is now down into third place. This could cycle back round again.
I was going to say, yeah.
This wouldn't be surprised if we then see them all have a go at being that pusher from third up to second, and all of them be on the receiving end of slight disappointment going from first to third.
Yes, indeed. Just trading it back and forth between the three of them. However, all three of them now coming up on a back marker as well. Of course, we had those incidents earlier on, so understandable that some people might be a little bit out of order than where they should be. I think it's Hugh Hobson that they're coming up on the back of. But here's a move for the lead. Then down the inside goes Harry Freeman and gets the move done. Finley Lyons tries to fight back, goes up and under, trying to get a good run through, but he's gone over the curb, taken a little bit too much curb, and that has ruined his momentum, and Harry Freeman holds on to the lead.
That was great. That was really, really good from Harry Freeman. So easy to go for that big one down the inside, carry too much speed, and then run wide as they get to the kink. They're going to have to navigate their way past the back marker now. Which way are they going to go? Freeman goes to the inside. Well dealt with by all three leaders. Lines down the inside on the toe of the boot. Is there going to be an opening for Thomas Hill? The side-by-side as they go through paddock, round the outside. Holds Harry Freeman onto the lead of the race. There's a technical defect flag out for the 89, which is the back marker that the top three have just gone by. Lyons may have a run up the inside as they go towards Christmas again. Is Lyons going to go for the move? He's going to at least try. Round the outside stays Freeman. What a sequence of corners here in the inter-category for Rotax here today. Harry Freeman holds on to the lead.
It's a fantastic little battle, isn't it? You saw Hill just thinking about it behind, trying to cut back wide so he could get a good exit, but then the other two in front went side by side, and he sort of had nowhere to use that extra momentum, did he? Had to continue sitting back once more, but a brilliant move to take the lead once again for Harry Freeman. So there we go. We didn't get a carbon copy of the move once more. No, Harry Freeman just decided, I'm going to go this one alone and take it myself, and he gets back to the front of the race, but it could be any of these three to take the win here.
And this is what we saw in heat number 2, that in the second half of the race, Harry Freeman was able to put the fast laps in and take control of the race with no help needed from behind. A couple of changes, in fact, a lot of changes of position. Further back, Matt Sweetley has got through past Jack Burgess for 5th. Finley Hines has got past Toby Jukes for 7th. As into the pits, I think that is Hugh Hobson coming in for his mechanical flag. Mars Burton is up to 13th, and following through is Sam Flynn. Sorry, that's for 12th and 13th places. They've both got past John Richardson. Logan Lauder and Benjamin Lord have also gained positions on that last lap. 15th and 16th places for them. They've both got past Bailey Wolf.
Yeah, now you said that Max Wheatley would overtake Jack Burgess. I thought I saw Jack Burgess go back down the inside at Christmas Corner. I'm not 100% sure, so we'll wait until they come across the line. The top three staying as they are, and Teddy Cooper now right in there, closing up that gap. It's just extended ever so slightly on that lap, but I think that's because they're no longer battling anymore, and this gap is just extending generally between these three anyway. So Teddy Cooper trying to get involved, but indeed Jack Burgess had got back ahead on Max Wheatley, back into 5th place. Impressive to see, but Harry Freeman, another fastest lap. It's only 100th of a second faster than Finley Lyons, but both of those two 2/10 faster than Thomas Hill that lap, so those two working together nicely to continue to extend that lead at the front now. So we could now start to see it change into from one battle of 3 to 2 battles of 2 possibly relatively shortly.
And it's a very important couple of laps I feel here for Finley Lyons if he's going to hold on to this streak of finals victories, because Harry Freeman is doing exactly what Harry Freeman did in the second heat. He's starting to turn the pace up now. Personal best through sector number 1, personal best through sector number 2, purple in sector number 3, a new fastest lap time. In fact, it's matched by Finley Lyons, crucially 49.060, 0.2 of a second between the two of them. Look how hard they are pushing through Christmas Corner. Unfortunately, if you're Thomas Hill, you just can't live with this pace at the moment. He's trying, he's good through sector 1, but it's through these technical parts of the course, sector 2, sector 3. This is where Freeman and Lyons are really, really putting on a show now.
Indeed, yeah, Thomas Hill still setting personal best, but that's still just under 4/10 slower than Harry Freeman and Finley Lyons, and then Teddy Cooper still 6/10 slower than Freeman and Lyons. So neither of the two closest challengers able to quite keep up with Harry Freeman and Finley Lyons. 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock still. Of course, from a reminder, all our heats were 8 minutes. These 14, so it's so much longer to continue battling for, and a lot longer for those mistakes to creep in, but also for you to get lucky and get an opportunistic overtake. But Finley Lyons properly staying with Harry Freeman there.
Down the inside, going up into Christmas corner, the number 12 of Max Wheatley loses out to both Jack Burgess and Finley Hines there. So that's the 94 and the 57. Down the inside goes Wheatley again, trying to respond. Well held open steering really there by Finley Hines. That could have been an incident. He saw the move coming, stayed calm, held onto position. Very, very heads-up driving from Finley Hines.
Yeah, that was really, really nice, to be fair. Really nice from the number 12 as well of Max Wheatley. Impressive stuff to be able to get that stopped and not just career into the side of into the side of the driver he was trying to overtake. So nice racing from all drivers involved then. But this now the fourth place back battle practically, or sorry, fifth place battle back, my apologies. Jack Burgess, of course, leading this one now. A good 3 seconds between themselves and Teddy Cooper. Oh dear, the 85, Benjamin Lord, got a little bit wide there. He's going to lose quite a few positions out the final corner. Rejoined in 21st place, but losing about 5-6 seconds on that lap. Really frustrating there for Benjamin Lord. We've seen his luck's been a bit all over the shop today, hasn't it, for Benjamin?
It has, unfortunately. Something tells me, by the way, that we're about to see the hammer dropped by these two at the front, because they're getting quicker and quicker and quicker. They're into the 48s now. It's not the best pace they've had so far today. You remember those lap times that decided who got pole position were in the mid to low 48s. It was a 48.9 last time around. They've both done a personal best in sector number 2. They're now down into the 48.81 for Freeman, 48.87. Unfortunately for Thomas Hill, that gap is growing now. It's 1.37 seconds up the road to Finley Lyons. Again, they just keep trading these sector times back and forth. Freeman and Lyons are throwing everything at this race here today. 2.5 minutes to go. Both of them still have a very good chance to win this race.
Indeed, yeah, they haven't really... They've sort of been matching each other throughout this race, haven't they? Trading times. Harry Freeman just that little bit faster on that last lap as they both continue to set personal bests on every lap. But Finley Lyons just a little bit too far back to go for any cheeky, opportunistic moves as of yet. 2 minutes still on the clock, so he's got a lot of time to try and slowly close in that gap and wait for an opportunity to arise. But the amount of opportunities are getting thinner and thinner as Finley Lyons now sets the faster lap, a 48.72 compared to a 48.79. They're still super close, these two on pace, but Lyons just pipping Freeman on that lap.
I get the feeling that I think it's sector 3 is the one that's really key with for the whole lap for Finley Lyons, because if he can nail sector number 3, he'll be right on the tail of Harry Freeman as they head up the hill to Christmas Corner. Going through sector number 2 now. Lyons has lost 8/10 to Freeman through the first sector. How are they looking through the second again? Oh, and then now, see, now this is what Harry Freeman did in heat number 2. It was these last couple of laps where he really started to crank the pace up. He's just put a 48.76 there, pulled out 1/4 of a second over Finley Lyons. This is starting to look more and more in the favour of the number 78.
Yeah, that was Finley Lyons' first lap back in the 49 for the last sort of 4 or 5, I think. So, I mean, granted, he was only a 49.01, barely in the 49s, but still, as you say, lost about 1/4 of a second there from Harry Freeman. So Harry Freeman just doing the right amount here, pushing just enough to eke out those fast times, to eke out that gap over Finley Lyons. Of course, Finley Lyons still has the fastest lap of the race. It was still 400ths faster than Harry Freeman's last lap, but Finley Lyons wasn't able to replicate it on the last lap. He has, however, done a purple sector 1, not quite matching it in the sector 2 though, so I think there is still going to be a bit of lost time on this lap, and Harry Freeman continuing to extend that gap.
Yeah, he's really got a grip on this race now, and a 48.64 on these worn tyres. That is great stuff from Harry Freeman, and that may be a big, big moment in this race. The gap is now on over half a second. And it's looking very difficult now for Finley Lyons to continue this run of victories in the final. Last time for Freeman it was 3rd place for round number 3, and he's only about, what would you say, a mile away, 1.6 kilometres away from taking a round victory here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships.
Yep, he's done fantastically well today. Both Freeman and Lyons have been there and thereabouts between each other, battling over positions, first and second. Of course, one of them got it in one race, one of them got it in the other. It's going the way of Freeman in the final so far. Onto the last lap they go then. And what's that gap as they go onto it? 0.8 of a second, the highest it's been throughout the race so far. And it looks to only be extending as Harry Freeman now does a 48.6. To be fair to Finley Lyons, gives in a 48.79. Pretty quick as well, but just not quite able to match that pace of Freeman.
Not today, not in this particular race. I'm going to give it to both of these drivers. They've put on a really, really entertaining race here today. This is the fight coming down the hill between Ralphie Branscombe and Sam Flynn. This is over 10th place. I'm just worried a little bit. Is there a loose water pipe there on the number 96? Never mind that for now. Here comes Harry Freeman round the final corner for the first time this year. Takes a round victory at the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships and wins ahead of Finley Lyons in the Rotax Mini Inter category by 0.85 of a second. Thomas Hill finishes a very, very well-deserved third place. Great running today for the number 66. Teddy Cooper strong in fourth place. Jack Burgess, what a drive, top novice, and in fifth place overall. Lots of reasons to be cheery there for Jack in the number 94 and the whole crew back in the paddock. Finley Hines finishes in sixth place. Max Wheatley was also there in the top 10 alongside Ella Lucia, Josh Parker and Sam Flynn. So Sam Flynn gets 10th place on the last lap there. Ralphie Branscombe finishes in 11th ahead of Miles Burton, John Richardson 13th. Cody Lepaterel is inside the top half there in 14th place ahead of Samir Paul. Logan Lauder, Bailey Wolf, Max Williams, Nathan Rond and Benjamin Lawn are all in the top 20. Louis Barker, Ashton Carmichael, Warwick Milam, Toby Dukes, Hugh Hobson take us down to 25th. Hugh, the first of the retirees. The second of the retirees. Toby Dukes was the first of the retirees. Daniel Wisniauskas and Riley Morgan, both retired in the early stages.
Indeed, another good race there. Slightly different final to some of the other ones that we'd seen. The two at the front battling really nicely and some great pace from both, but Freeman just pipping Lyons there, and really, really impressive performance from both of them. But Freeman going away with the big podium, or the big trophy, I should say, today on that podium. So well done to all of them involved, and Thomas Hill grabbing the final spot on the podium as well. A bit of no man's land for that race. Not the most exciting one for himself, but getting in good lap times and doing a good job nonetheless. Now, I was going to say, of course, finish with that final. Next coming up, we've got the Junior Max B final. But we had said earlier, when Jacob Dukes went out of the race, oh, I don't know, it could just be enough to get in the A final. Well, we've just had a look at the grid, and he's on pole position for the B final. So he just missed out on that A final because of having to retire from the race in his heat number 2. He's got everything to do in this B final, but putting himself in the best spot to get an opportunity to the A final. Unless, I mean, he's given himself a bit of extra racing, if you think about it like that, if he's able to get through. So there you go. Time. Exactly. Free bit of extra track time. But as we say that, let's have a look then at the grid for your next final, which will be our only B final of the day, the Junior Max B final. Here we go then. As we said, Jacob Dukes is on pole for this one. Shane Chandaria is going to be alongside on second place. Then Albert Wilton and James Waring on row number 2. Then Niam Note and Hamish Forrest there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Aston Munday and Bartek Filipiak. Sorry, Bartek. Then it's Victor Finlitter and Finley Hayes. Then Piotr Jurovic and Jacob Borovic. Lucy Wheeldon and Tobian Alvarez there. Then Asa Pinder, Alfie Richards, Toby Bedford and Lucas Theo. I think that's our entire grid. Yes, it is. 18 karts on the grid then for this Junior Max B final. And of course, if I believe I'm right in thinking it's the top 4 who make it through to the A final. So that's the bubble to watch then, the top 4. Doesn't really matter where you finish in the top 4, because it just means if you're first, you'll finish 31st. If you're fourth, you'll finish 34th, which on a grid of 30 plus karts doesn't matter a whole lot for the race start. So either way, doesn't matter. Just get yourself in that top 4. That's the goal for this one, isn't it?
It is indeed, and it means sometimes we see this kind of race raced a bit differently to other races. We'll see a little bit of working together, I'm sure. for drivers that are holding in the top 4. And that's very much the thing, as you say. There's no point if you're in second or third place, nice and safe, nice and comfortable, sending it down the inside to try and take a race win and potentially take yourself out.
Yes.
Because the bigger prizes are to be had in the race that you get as a reward for doing well in this one, where you never know, you could potentially race through from outside the top 30 into a good position. You never know what's going to happen in a full A final, but you've got to get there first.
Yeah, I've seen crazier things happen in an A final, so it's definitely on the cards. You've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? Yep. So let's just get there for starters. But hopefully our Junior Max B karts will be arriving out on circuit relatively shortly. Just clearly a bit of clear-up job to do from that last final. We had a couple of people drop out of that one, sadly. Hopefully less in this one, but good to see so many karts involved in the Junior Maxes that we have 18 on the grid for a B final. That's fantastic. Hopefully it provides some good racing as well.
Very much hope so. I'm just looking at the back end of the A final grid in terms of points accrued from the heats. That yes, Jacob Dukes was 1 point, one solitary point away from being in the A final. But if you're Jacob, you've just got to put that in the back of your mind. It is what it is. There's a job to be done here. He is in the best place. We've generally seen the pole sitter have good runs up to Christmas corner, and that's the first big job, I think, for both Jacob Dukes and anyone else at the front of the field is you've got to get through Christmas clean and in that running. Maybe even you can lose a couple of positions. As long as you're in that top 6, you can then work from there with the time that's on the clock.
Exactly, yes, indeed. I think Jacob Dukes is going to have one thing on his mind, and it's taking the win in this race, but equally, as we said earlier, just about getting in that top 4 and getting away to the A finals. I'm not sure what's happened on that start, but we are going to go. Okay, don't know what happened there of who jumps across what lane there, but we are a go for this one, and Jacob Dukes is going to lead us around the first couple of corners. Checks over his shoulders, he heads up to Christmas corner, knows he does not need to defend. I'm trying to spot, I think it's Shane Chandaria who is up into second place. Just double check that as they come through. As someone's gone wide there onto the grass, manages to rejoin. A couple of drivers off in avoidance. Can you hold that spin? No, he can't. That's Piotr Jurovic. Just going to rejoin there on the 157. Watch out for that dry grass. It can be very slippery. He gets back on. Not a problem.
Yeah, but any hope of a top 4 has probably already gone.
Yes.
For Piotr there. So that's a real shame. But Jacob Dukes coming through to lead at the end of lap number 1. Get the head down, and the good news for the top 3 is they're already breaking clear of the rest of the field. So if you're Jacob Dukes, Albert Wilton, Shane Chandaria, head down, get on with it, try and bridge that gap or get that gap out to James Waring behind, because that's where the fight's going to be now for 4th place downwards for that last spot in the A final. Good move there by Lucy Wilden, number 99 down the inside.
Yeah, nice little move there for 13th place, wasn't it there? Nice move. There is a good little gap as there was a thought of a move there from Shane Chandaria, and there is the move down the inside then on Albert Wilton. They're still battling on the exit though. Through, Shane has got the move done then up into second place. James Waring though right on that rear bumper after that little move, and crucially so are the drivers behind as well.
Yeah, the top 3 in the context of this race, I think have got to work together.
Yes,
they have got a gap over Bartek Filipiak, which they can manage and grow, and then they can check this one out. You can see that Shane Chandaria, Albert Wilton was trying to gesture to Shane Chandaria to get up the road and not defend too hard. James Waring took that as an opportunity to go down the inside and put himself into 3rd place. I can understand that if you're James Waring. It's a horrible position to be P4.
You don't want to be in P4.
You just don't want to be in P4 because you know that your rear bumper is the one that everyone's going to be attacking. Is just on cue. Bartek Filipiak goes down the inside, momentarily takes 4th place away from Albert Wilton.
And this is going to allow for that 2nd and 3rd place to just scamper off, but then means this 4th place is the only one left for them to be able to get through.
And the trouble for Albert now is you can gesture as much as you like. No one's going to help you. No one's going to help you now because they just want your 4th place. They're not really bothered about 2nd and 3rd place up the road. They're going to gallop away. Definitely galloping away at the moment though, John. Jacob Jukes, 46.83, lead nearly 2 seconds.
Move for second place though, wearing down the inside of Chandaria. They're still side by side on the exit, gives him room on the outside, but Waring takes the place, but no, Chandaria is back up and under, and back into second place, squeezes him out to the curb. They're going to be side by side. Waring takes a bit of curb, but he squeezes back in, but now they're one big pack once more.
And now, instead of everybody fighting over one spot in the A final, everyone's fighting over 3, and big forced out wide there is Chandaria. He's going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 positions, and it has all gone wrong. The tactics weren't right there for me, for Shane Chandaria. Just needed to sit in third place and push James Waring along, because now Shane's got a lot of work to do. Down the inside, Albert Wilton retakes second place. Bartek Filipiak's trying to get involved. It's all the X-Kart drivers at the moment out there. But fair play to Albert Wilton, has held his nerves so far in this race and is now sitting in a very, very nice second place.
I think Albert Wilton might be sort of saying, you sort of got what you deserve there, a bit, mate, after defending on me. But, oh, he gets forced out wide and onto the grass goes Albert Wilton. He keeps it pinned, tries to rejoin, but he's going to lose a number of positions and now finds himself back behind Chandaria.
Back behind Chandaria. We've said it before. It is very, very hard to hold your position round the outside through Osiers. Sometimes it's just better to feel aggrieved but live to fight for another day. So now the situation, Jacob Jukes is out front, and out the race there is the number 35 of Jacob Borowiak. Jacob Jukes isn't bothered about this. He's 4.5 seconds out in the lead. This is a wonderful position to be in a B final. Everybody else fighting over second, third, fourth from the rest.
Exactly, yeah, perfect place to be, as you say. And yeah, with a lap time that's nearly 1.5 seconds quicker than what these guys are doing. Obviously, these are all battling, whereas Jacob's out by himself just lapping. So not really a fair comparison, but still, he's absolutely flying away with it. Nonetheless, it's past with great water. Dive bomb there from really far back.
Wilton.
Yeah, it is indeed Albert Wilton getting it back through. Oh, takes a lot of curb though on that final corner. Spits him out wide. He's going to be side by side as they head now into the first couple of corners. So I think he was able to cover off the position. He was indeed. So rejoins in 5th position. That is, isn't it? So yeah, he's pointing ahead now, saying, "Come on, let's work together once more." Push back onto the back of those other carts. If they start to scamper away, they've got no opportunity at taking that final spot in the final. And now the top 3 seemingly seeing like they're working together again, but I don't know if that just means that they haven't had the opportunity to go for an overtake as of yet.
You would hope so. Now there's a gap behind from 4th
No,
to
they
5th.
were battling. Chandaria's gone down the inside.
And now the gap has gone again. Albert Wilton can now smell 4th place once again. He's going to go down the inside. Beautifully done. We saw him do it 1 lap ago. There's contact behind. It's going to take 2 runners, the number 28 and the 80, Bartek Filipiak and James Waring, just a short moment, are now out of the fight for the top 4 with that contact, now several seconds behind where they need to be.
Yeah, they were 2nd and 3rd about a lap ago, were they?
Yep.
2 laps ago? Ridiculously so. As soon as that got forced out wide. That was the 93 of Toby Bedford, I think, wasn't it? Yep, just getting forced out.
I tell you what, both Hamish Forrest and Lucy Wilden are beautifully coming into this. They are now sat 5th and 6th. If they can keep working together, they've been very quietly under the radar, getting on with things, staying line astern, and look at them now. 4 minutes, or most of 4 minutes to go. Just need to catch up to Shane Chandaria and Albert Wilson. Both of them could be in the A final.
Yeah, we've only just had just over halfway through done of this race, haven't we? It feels like so much has happened in just this 4 minutes of this B final. Jacob Jukes continues to get faster at 46.18. The pack behind now closing in on that pace as we've sort of stopped battling at every corner and people have started hot lapping instead. They're closing in on that pace of Jacob Jukes, but he's still just that little bit faster out front, and with almost 6 seconds out in the lead, he's got nothing to worry about now. However, we need to still look at the gap between Albert Wilton on the 96 and Hamish Forrest on the 95. Forrest closed in ever so slightly on that last lap, about 1/10 of a second, and that gap between the two of them, about 9/10 when they crossed the line last time around. However, Hamish Forrest did a purple Sector 1 on this lap and a personal best in Sector 2. He could have closed this gap by quite some margin. Let's see, they crossed the line, and yes, it's down to half a second now between 4th and 5th. Sorry, this could get pretty interesting.
Yeah, it could very, very much be swinging the way of Hamish Forrest at the moment there in the white helmet with the red stripe down the middle. There's number 28 of James Waring. That is the novice battle at the moment between the 80 and the 28. Shane Chandaria responding, picking up the pace in sector number 1, fastest driver of any through sector number 1. Albert Wilton likewise is doing a personal best, a few hundredths off the pace, so they are trying to respond to the pace here of Hamish Forrest, who is very quick in sector number 2. Jacob Jukes, another new fastest lap of the race. He just needs to bring this one home now. 46.06. There is the number 86 of Tobian Alvarez, who we've not really talked about in this race, and has beautifully, weaved his way through up into the top 4, and is looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, impressively so. He's just chilling there in second, isn't he, Tobian Alvarez? Having a good little race. There's a yellow flag down at Ashby. There's a spin. Is that Chandaria? No, it's Alvarez.
No, it's Alvarez.
For second place. There's your commentator's curse.
The one
First one of the day. The cannon's out. Oh, gutted for Alvarez. Literally just as you were saying how well he's doing. He's out of the race. I can't believe it. Well, he's not out. He's rejoined, but he's going to be well off that top 4 battle now. So now we'll see Forrest jump up into 4th, and it'll be Lucy Whilton who's trying to get on the back of Hamish Forrest now. I mean, they were already super close, and look, we can see on the camera how close they are.
Tactically, I think if you're Lucy Whilton, there's still just about enough time that I think you try and keep pushing Hamish Forrest along to try and get Albert Wilton. I think Albert Wilton still is a little bit vulnerable in this race at the moment.
I'm not sure if there's quite enough time to do that, though. I think you're playing with... It's on the border with that one. I feel like in a B final like this, you've just got to be ruthless and take that position for yourself. I'm not working together with you anymore with 30 seconds to go. I'm going down your inside.
40 seconds on the clock. Jacob Jukes starts another lap, so there'll be 2 more. 2 more laps after all the drivers come over the start-finish line.
And our 2 recovering drivers, so we just saw coming through the shot, Bartek Filipiak and James Waring, are still closing in on Whilton and Forrest as well. So they're looking pretty quick. So let's just see how this one plays out. It could be very interesting, and it is looking interesting. Wilton's gone off. Wilton's gone off at Christmas Corner. He's managed to rejoin just in front of Lucy Whilton. They're now nose to tail. This is the battle over 4th, and through has gone Hamish Forrest. I didn't see how that one actually started. I was looking at the timing screen, but all I saw was Wilton kicking up the dust as he rejoined the circuit there. As I say, just about managed to do it ahead of Whilton. That's the crucial thing. He's still within the top 4 bubble, that crucial top 4 bubble, but he's got Whilton right behind him now as we head on to the final lap of the race. This is going to be very interesting. Really, really interesting. Here we go then. Through the first couple of corners. Actually, he's got a really nice line there through the first couple of corners as Whilton. Whilton's there, but not close enough to go for a move.
But there's still opportunities to get by. Down into Ashby will be one of them for Lucy Whilton. There'll be potential into the boot as well. And I think Lucy Whilton is trying to set up one into...
Oh, he's got wide!
Oh, Whilton runs wide and loses the crucial 4th position. Well, Lucy Whilton didn't need to go for the overtake. Has applied the pressure, and Albert Wilton has cracked. Jacob Jukes is going to win the B final and comfortably go through to the A. Shane Chandaria is going to join in the 156 in a short few moments' time. It's side by side, I think, still for 4th place as well over the line between Whilton and Wilton. Wilton's got through. Wilton qualifies by 0.04 of a second. Just caught out of the corner of my eye on the screen. A big move into the boot from Albert Wilton, and after the mistake through Ashby on the last lap, revives hopes and dreams today here at Whilton Mill for the number 96 and qualifies by less than half a tenth of a second.
That was a literal go hard or go home moment. Yeah. Absolutely just was like, right, well, this is it. I better go for it. Got it done. Fair play to Albert Wilton after that little mistake on the last lap. Yeah, as you say, we thought he'd cracked under the pressure, but no, comes back to steal it away from Lucy Whilton. A fantastic B final, I must say.
So Jacob Jukes, Shane Chandaria. It's his old provisional, of course, though, because
very provisional.
Unless your name is Jacob Jukes, a bumper penalty would change the results here. But Jacob Jukes, Shane Chandaria, Hamish Forrest, Albert Wilton. That's your 1 through 4 qualifying through. Oh, and I think there's a bumper penalty for Lucy Whilton. So even if she'd got into 4th place on the road, wouldn't have kept it anyway. So 5th will become, I think, around 10th once the 5-second penalty is applied. James Waring 6th on the road ahead of Bartek Filipiak. Aston Monday in 8th place. Finley Hayes in 9th place. Victor Finlatter in 10th. And we'll see all those drivers hopefully next time out for more action here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. We're going to quickly change though, because next up out on circuit, the Junior X30 final. Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 29 here today at Whilton Mill. It is the Junior X30 final, and Morgan Hill has pole position ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Luke Sintler and Micah Taylor will form up row number 2. Riley Bishop had a big moment earlier on today in heat number 2 and starts the final from row 3 alongside Jack Mowat. Row 4 has Josh Jones and Harrison Leach on it. Jaden Gregg and Cameron Edmonds are in good positions there on row number 5 to do something from there. Sebastian Dew and Ollie Keenan start on the 6th row of the grid, Keenan being the top novice so far in this grid. Harry Walsh and Laith Khan are on row 7. RG Heron and Max Wright are on row 8. Kira Harris and Macaulay Guy on row number 9. Katie Ashman and Oliver Harris on row 10. Joshua Byrne and Zaf Nurnberger on row 11. Ollie Cook and Hugo Hines on row 12. Dylan Patel and Ewan Davies complete the 26 karts field. Away we go then for 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Morgan Hill from pole position. This could be a domination race for Jack Tex Racing. They've already got Luke Sintler up to second place. It's essentially them versus Macaulay Bishop, you feel here today. Macaulay Bishop trying to go down the inside of Riley Bishop there for third place. They're all through the first half of this first lap. John Ratcliff looking good so far for the Junior X30s.
Hey, from your commentator's curse in the last race, I don't want you to say anything like that again in this one, please, mate. They've all got through perfectly. Oh no, they've all crashed. No, all keeping on the track just about so far in this one. Anyway, Junior X30s have been fantastic throughout the day today. Continuing in this one once more. Macaulay Bishop's got back to second place though there into the boot, stolen it back away from Luke Sintler, and Riley Bishop's got through as well on Micah Taylor. Micah Taylor's now dropped to 6th on that lap. Jack Mowat's managed to get through up into 5th as well, so they're all still super close at the front of the field. However, Morgan Hill, even if I can get his name out of my mouth, he has managed to push forward at the front already. When they got to the line, 3/4 of a second, that gap, that's massive on the first lap of the race.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. Field going through, everyone's still pretty much together. I think the only driver that's had a problem on that first lap is Harrison Leach, down 17 spots.
Yeah, something's definitely gone wrong there, I think. Sadly for Harrison, he's quite a bit off as well, about 4 seconds off the back of the pack. So, yeah, something's gone badly wrong for the 79 there. Sad to see. Hopefully, though, with this being such a long final, he's got quite a bit of time to try and come back through the field. So we'll keep an eye on that number 79 throughout this one. Archie Heron's made a couple of moves there, up a few spots into 10th place. So he's moving through the pack nicely. However, the front guys just working together at the start of this one. They're no stranger to a long final like this. They know exactly what they need to do to try and clear some space and leave it to the end of the race so that they can battle all together. We've got Morgan Hill out by himself, then a group of 3, then a group of 4, and then behind them, basically the rest of the field then coming in behind them.
It is shaping up so far in the early stages of this one to be one of those races that if you're outside the top 10, you can progress through, whilst it all stays pretty close in the top half of the order. Around to finish lap number 3. Morgan Hill leads by 0.4 of a second over Macaulay Bishop. Luke Sintler there in 3rd place, and Riley Bishop running hard in 4th place. Fastest driver on circuit is currently Jaden Gregg, number 34, 45.56 last time around for Jaden. As part of this pack at the front of the field, track limit warning for Josh Jones in the number 84.
Yes, indeed. Oh, we said earlier about Morgan Hill having a bit of a gap. Well, Macaulay Bishop is quickly closing that gap, isn't he? And he's dragging along with him Luke Sintler and Riley Bishop, and I mean Jack Mowat, Micah Taylor, Jaden Gregg as well, really, just behind them. So it's going to be a case of when they decide to battle as well. If Macaulay Bishop is able to close that gap, when does he think about going for the move? I mean, we know he loves that move into the boot, doesn't he? So I think my money's going to be on that one, but we'll have to wait and see.
We will do indeed. He was definitely aware that Luke Sintler is not too far behind at the moment.
How could you not be aware? Yeah, fastest lap of the race.
Fastest driver on circuit. In fact,
match though.
From Macaulay Bishop down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers are all within, what did you say, 1/10 of a second of one another on lap time?
Yeah.
So close out there. And now here it goes down the inside, the classic Macaulay Bishop move. There it is, as predicted by John Ratcliffe, into the boot. Macaulay Bishop takes the lead of the race on lap 5.
Boom. Thanks, Macaulay.
You called that.
I knew that 20 could have slipped in before the race was worth it. Well done, Mr. Bishop, although he might be re-overtaken here. Oh, almost. I thought he got the overlap, Morgan Hill, but not quite. Sits back once more. Now Morgan is under pressure from Luke Sintler behind. Sintler's thinking about it. Sintler's down the inside, squeezes Hill on the exit and takes the place. Now Riley Bishop's thinking about it as well, but he's on the outside. That's not going to work, and Morgan Hill has to stay in third. But no, Morgan Hill is now down to fourth. I'm getting myself confused between Sintler and Hill. Hill down to fourth, Bishop up to third.
Do not show weakness in an X. Whoa, Riley Bishop does it. One Bishop, one lap before, this time the other one. What a move down the inside. So it's Macaulay Bishop ahead of Riley Bishop. I was just about to say, do not show weakness in an X30 junior final. What I think was going through the mind of Sintler there is like, come on, Morgan, I was pushing you through into Christmas corner and you didn't take the opportunity to go for it past Macaulay Bishop. Right, I'm going to nab you now for second place. But it's not shaped out that way now for the JDR boys. Jack Mowat's also still in a very good position in the dark blue and the yellow helmet in 5th place. This is shaping up once again to be a really, really good race in X30 Junior. We saw an unbelievably good heat from them in heat number 2. If you missed that, don't worry, you can watch that back on the Alpha Live channel later on. Down the inside for 3rd place, there goes Morgan Hill, past his teammate, has a little gesture to say, come on, no, let's work together here. There's still a chance to take a race win, but we've got to get past Riley Bishop. Fastest lap of the race there for Josh Jones. At the back of this group, the red cart there, number 84, 45.35. He's not out of it as well.
Ooh, Greg's down the inside of Mowat, takes the position. That was a really, really nice overtake. Really clean, really nicely done. Taps the helmet, say, let's work together. I mean, we see that every time someone makes an overtake, don't we, at WMKC? So we'll see if they do actually try and work together, but a really nice move from Jaden Gregg.
So when we watched that second heat, we saw that Macaulay Bishop was lacking pace in sector number 1 versus the rest of the field behind. He lost about 1.5 last time around. Let's see what it's like on this particular tour around the circuit with Riley Bishop at the front of the order. Changes for 12th place. Laith Khan has got through. Katie Ashman has also got past Sebastian Dew in all of that. There's also been a move by Joshua Byrne, who's got past Kira Harris for 18th. New fastest lap of the race, though, Morgan Hill, 45.19.
A sizable fastest lap there, 45.19. A good 0.2 faster than Bishop, 0.3 faster than the other Bishop. I really should have thought that out before I said it. So Morgan Hill is chasing down Riley Bishop incredibly quickly. I mean, chasing down. He's right on his rear bumper already as they get to the end of lap number 9. And both of them just starting to close in ever so slightly on Macaulay Bishop. They're trading time still at the front here. Hill needs to get past, and that's exactly what he's going to do up into Christmas corner. Going to have to force him out wide. Really, really nice move once more.
Had to make that move. Had to make that move because the crucial thing right now is whilst Bishop doesn't quite have the pace of the chasing pack behind, which is understandable. He's on his own. He's not got a benefit of a slipstream or someone pushing him from behind. He is quicker through sectors 2 and 3. So whereas before we were seeing gains being made on Macaulay Bishop and it was all sector 1, he's actually balancing them out at the moment. So if you're Morgan Hill, you had to make that move. You had to get into second place. Now let's see if the number 29 can start to drop that 0.7 of a second gap up the road to Macaulay Bishop. First sector is going to be very telling here is the go through Christmas corner.
Well, on that last lap, even though he made an overtake, he still closed in by 1/10 of a second on Bishop.
And he's closed in another couple of tenths through the first sector. This is going to be very telling now. Can Morgan Hill get on the pace, even if he's just on the same pace as Macaulay Bishop through sectors 2 and 3, over the course of the whole lap, he will be catching.
Indeed, this is Jaden Gregg, Jack Mowat and Josh Jones, 5th, 6th and 7th respectively for these three. They're trying to get on the back of this top 4 as the top 4 now sort of equidistant all between each other. Any sort of battling between Bishop and Hill, though, will allow for these 4 behind to begin to close in, and that is a huge bit of time gain in sector 3 for Morgan Hill, over 0.2 of a second. You can see that gap visibly closing as down the inside. That's a position lost there for Jack Mowat. Josh Jones goes through.
That third sector was huge for Morgan Hill. He took out 2.5 tenths in that sector alone from Macaulay Bishop's lead. This is through sector number 2. This is where Bishop is strong. It's this bit, this technical bit, through all these corners where Bishop has got the advantage. But Morgan Hill is throwing everything at Macaulay Bishop. We spoke to him in the dummy grid before practice and he said, yep, Macaulay Bishop is going to be my big rival here today. He's going to be my biggest opposition. And boy, was that a prediction, not a spoiler.
Did he have a crystal ball in the waiting time?
If he was, he's thrown it out and got the weight out of the cart since practice. No, he was pretty quick in practice as well. Down into Ashby Corner. But we know Macaulay Bishop, he's so strong around this circuit. Doesn't carry that number 4 plate on his kart for a spurious reason. He was the ranked number 4 driver in this category in the country last season. He's no slouch. We've seen him win many races from this position before at WMKC. 4 minutes to go, John. Can't call this one at the moment.
No, not a clue. Morgan Hill was closing in pretty sizably every lap, but now Macaulay Bishop seems to be matching him on pace, was 0.05 of a second faster on that last lap. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on those times and how they continue to trickle through. The 4 drivers behind still close, but just falling away ever so slightly. And now we've got a couple of drivers trying to close in on the front as well. Cameron Edmonds only about a second back from Jack Mower. Now he could start to get involved, but it all relies on how much these all start battling through the final few laps of the race. I did see someone out of the race. I think that's Hugo Haynes. No, Hugo Haynes has continued. It must be Harrison Leach then, apologies. Harrison Leach out of the kart then in the 79, and he won't be making it to the checkered flag.
Yeah, not good news at all there. Morgan Hill, that was another very strong sector number 3. Is he going to have
really
a go
strong
here up into Christmas Corner, or is he just going to push on? No. Okay, I fully understand why Morgan's done that, because Riley Bishop is still not that far behind. You've got 3 minutes to play with here. If you're Morgan Hill, if you can't win, try and get second. Try and get those points in the championship. And to do that, you actually have to work with Macaulay Bishop right now to get that gap back to Riley Bishop a bit bigger before you then try and strike for the killer move for the race win.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, just to confirm that, Morgan Hill had a big check over the shoulder going down the back straight just to see what that gap back to Riley Bishop was like. And Morgan Hill continuing to find himself in a bit of a Bishop sandwich, but trying to fight his way out of it as he matches Riley Bishop's time. Both of them ever so slightly, 0.5 tenth slower than Macaulay Bishop. He's pushing himself up the straight once more. It's a yellow flag though into Christmas Corner with another driver off on the inside of the circuit.
Harry Walsh. I think Harry Walsh was slow through sector number 1 and hasn't come through sector number 2. So the number 73 driver looks to be out of this race. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. And Macaulay Bishop is defending now very, very hard. Is he... Ooh, is this a bit more tactic to play now? Is Macaulay Bishop thinking, I don't think I can win a one-on-one versus Morgan Hill today, but if I throw him back into the pack, I might be able to defend more in numbers.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy if you don't think that on the 1 lap pace you can keep it and you can keep in the battle. If you back them into everyone else, they then have to think about the move on you, but also defending from everyone behind. So unlike now, where Morgan Hill can just focus on Macaulay Bishop ahead, and that's exactly what he's doing, pressuring into Christmas Corner, not quite able to force the door open. He could have a good exit down to Ashby though. No, he does force the door open, then they're going to go side by side, and through goes Morgan Hill, takes the lead of the race. Brilliant opportunistic move there.
It really, really was, but now Morgan Hill has got to defend his race lead, and there's still plenty of time on the clock to go in this one. Over a minute down the inside, this time on the entry to the boot, not waiting for the toe of the boot. Was that, now Riley Bishop's going to be down the inside, big move for second place, and he's got it done. I just wonder, did Macaulay Bishop see a little bit of a wide line from Morgan Hill there? Was Morgan Hill expecting the move but thinking it was going to happen into the toe? Was that what was going on there? Either way, Macaulay Bishop has struck here once again, retaken the lead of this race with 45 seconds to go. Morgan Hill, having a tough period in this race, is now going to have to defend from Luke Sintler there in the number 72. What a Junior X30 final we're being treated to here today.
I think you're definitely right there on the boot section. Macaulay always loves that move in the second part, doesn't he? So you wouldn't expect him to throw it down the inside at the first part. Bit. He did exactly that fantastic move. And then because he was able to slow down Morgan Hill so much, Riley Bishop was able to take advantage, forced him wide at the exit. They both lost time. Macaulay Bishop gained even more time on both of them. Fantastically done between the two of them. Timer hits 15 seconds. We've got 2 more laps of this race, and it's all still to play for.
Macaulay Bishop won the first round of this championship, the 2023 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Junior X30 Championship. He was off the podium in round 2. He took the clean sweep in round 3. It's not going to be a clean sweep today, but it could be a 3rd final victory of the season. Riley Bishop's not given this up as well. What a day he has had.
Ridiculously slow. We're about to go on to the last lap of a final, and the top 8 are nearly within 2.5 seconds. That is ridiculous here in Junior X30. But here we go then, the final lap of the race. It's a wide, very wide line for Riley Bishop out of the final corner. Tries to get a good run up into Christmas corner, but he's under a bit of pressure, but it's going to be a yellow flag nonetheless. The 76 is round. That's Zef Nürnberger sadly having a bit of a spin. Hopefully he can get it back going, so we can lose the yellow flag up into Christmas corner, but a gutting into the final there for Zef. Big bit of defending there from Riley Bishop. That's going to be great for Macaulay, and he's continuing to defend as well. Settling for second, but it's going to be up and under for Morgan Hill. Can he force the door open? No, not quite. Covers it off again. Does Riley Bishop, and he holds on to second place.
Riley Bishop has not had a podium so far this season. It's under threat because here comes Luke Sintler as well. Meanwhile, Macaulay Bishop is going to come round the final corner to take a 3rd one. Oh! Off is Sintler. And there was I think Morgan Hill was involved there as well. It's Macaulay Bishop from Riley Bishop. Jaden Gregg's on the podium. How on earth did all of that happen? Macaulay Bishop takes his 3rd finals victory of the year in X30 Junior here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Riley Bishop is on the podium for the first time in 2023, but it's disaster right at the end of the race for Jack Dex Racing, who lose 2 drivers from the top 5. Jaden Gregg fights in there, takes a brilliant 3rd place for Jaden Gregg. That is his first visit into a top 3 in a final this season. Jack Moe at 4th, Josh Jones 5th, Morgan Hill in 6th, Cameron Edmonds 7th, Micah Taylor 8th, Archie Heron 9th, Macaulay Guy in 10th. My oh my, there are going to be some words after that one.
That was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Gutted we just missed that little commotion at the end there. Just saw the end of it, but either way, it didn't end very well for Luke Sintler, did it? Not making it to the checkered flag after such a good race. He was absolutely fantastic through that one. But it all comes down to what happens at the checkered flag, and he didn't make it there.
Wow, my oh my. Just to run through the rest of the provisional order. Laith Khan in 11th, Katie Ashman 12th, Ollie Keenan's been great today. Top novice, 13th place overall, well done. Sebastian Dew in 14th place, Kira Harris ahead of Oliver Harris for 15th. Ollie Cook, Harry Walsh, Dylan Patel, Ewan Davies all make the top 20. Luke Sintler in the end, did not take the checkered flag. He's classified in 21st, a lap down. Hugo Haynes 22nd. Zef Nürnberger we saw in trouble late on up at Christmas corner 23rd. Joshua Byrne, Max Wright and Paul Harrison Leach there. All retirements from a very, very dramatic, somewhat controversial, some might say, Junior X30 final.
I think that's the perfect time to remind you that, as we say, those results are very provisional, and to see the full actual results, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. All of the final results will go up there, and you can definitely determine if you're supporting someone, where they finished in that one. But blimey, that was quite the race. I mean, in the heats, I said after the X30 Juniors, seniors beat that. I'm going to have to say that again after that final. Seniors beat that. That was fantastic.
It was indeed. Well, we'll see the Junior X30s in a month's time for the next round of Whilton Mill Kart Club. Well done to all of them. They have put on some mighty, mighty good races. They're going to be going in the reels in the week, I think. Senior X30 final, that's up next. So let's have a look at the grid then for the Senior X30 final. And as we say, they've got a bit of a show to follow after the race from the juniors. Harry Torpy is on pole position for it. Alfie Baxter Davies alongside on the front row. Christian Brooks and Vishal Patel form up row 2. Ewan Thomas and Thomas Byrne row 3, 6 very experienced drivers, very quick drivers there at the front of the field. Rob Ellis and Henry Gregory start on the 4th row of the grid. Henry Gregory had problems in heat number 2, of course. Tiger Dixon and Lewis Halliday are inside the top 10 there on row 5. Alex Johnston and Ryan Ekberg on row number 6. Kian Leon Gamio and Benjamin Southgate have both had trials so far today. They've got to go from row 7 in this final. Enzo Liu and Jacob Huang start on row number 8. Andrew Farrell had rear bumper damage in the second heat and will start 17th and last in this one. Well, part of me wants a quite calm race here.
I'm shattered, mate.
But in a way, it's Senior X30s, which is not the category that normally delivers a calm race. And then there's the other half of me who's like, nah, we want more of that we just had in the juniors.
Yeah, I'm in that second train. I want more of that, please. That was absolutely fantastic bit of racing. And it was nip and tuck between all those guys at the top of the field for the entirety of the race. It was insane. When we say going into the second last lap, it was still, what, 2.5 seconds to the top 8. Ridiculous. Hopefully we see more of that here. Here we go then. Senior X30s leading us to the line for their final today at round number 4. Off we go. Can we get it underway? First time I'm asking. Yes, we can. Drivers go through the first couple of corners. We're already round. Leader is round. Oh my goodness, everyone misses him. I was also crouching in my seat then for the leader. That was a scary one to start off the race. They've made it through, though, up into Christmas Corner, trying it around the outside for the lead is the 82. That's Christian Brooks, and through he goes. Is it the 88 of Rob Ellis? It is the 88 of Rob Ellis. Oh, my goodness, what a start. I looked at the 80 and thought, oh, it has to be Christian Brooks for second place on the grid. No, it's Rob Ellis from down near the bottom end of the top 10, takes the lead of the race.
I'm baffled. How on earth has that happened? It's disaster for Harry Torpey, who probably was the odds-on favourite for this race. What is it about rounds in May that do not go well for the Torpeys in Senior X30? I'm having flashbacks to 2 years ago. But it's Rob Ellis leading from Ewan Thomas. Henry Gregory in 3rd. Oh my, the Valleys of Wales are going to be happy with this one at the moment. It's a Welsh one too at this precise moment in time. Henry Gregory will be happy to be back up to 3rd place. Remember, he had an incident on the first lap of heat number 2, having started from the front row of the grid. There is the number 12 of Tiger Dixon defending from Lewis Halliday, and in the Energy Corsa suit there, and the number 46 of Alex Johnson. Some real opportunities for drivers here, John, to get some strong results with so many key runners out of position now. Vishal Patel down in 15th. Harry Torpey, as we say, down in 16th place. Ewan Thomas, I think that's a transponder issue, yes, because it's quite clearly there in red and white in 2nd place.
There's a move down the inside, though. That Kian Leon Gamian making a move. Yeah, it is on Alex Johnson for 7th place. And there's a move for the lead. Yeah, there he goes down the inside. Change for the lead then. Move to the front. Is it Henry Gregory? Yes, it is on the 77 plated kart to the lead of the race. I was just about to highlight the fact that Rob Ellis, today he's got a 6th place and an 8th place. To convert that into a win for the final would be insane. He's still very much there, very much within a shot, but sadly on this lap loses 1st place. Down to 2nd he goes, and now under a bit of pressure from behind from Henry Gregory. Is it Christian Brooks that's got through? Okay, no, it's who we're missing.
Ewan Thomas.
The timing thing, isn't it? It's Ewan Thomas who's got through. That was my confusion. So Ewan Thomas to the lead of the race. Everyone else dropping down 1 position there. You can see on the timing, but he's going to try it again at Christmas, and he's going to go back through his Ellis, and through follows Gregory.
Really good stuff from Rob Ellis. Didn't attack it too hard. Had it done on the latter phase of the corner. Put himself in a position to be side by side under braking, and calmly held his own round the outside, and Christian Brooks took good opportunity with that as well, as did Henry Gregory. This one's going to flow and ebb and flow back and forth, folks. So I think with this kind of race, John, it's about keeping yourself in that front group. See where you are with 2 or 3 minutes to go.
The thing is, ebb and flow usually means that there's a calm bit in the middle between. I don't think that's good. It's just going to be either ebb or flow, as we see another move for the lead then down the inside. Henry Gregory this time taking it away from Rob Ellis, and to the lead he goes. Christian Brooks still waiting in the wings there in 3rd place.
interested to see how Benjamin Southgate gets along here. As I say, he's had a few troubles with the kart so far today, but right, down the inside goes Christian Brooks on Rob Ellis. How about that one for second place? Rob Ellis is going to repay the favour back into the boot, retakes second place. It's good news for Henry Gregory, because he's breaking away at the front of the order now. End of lap number 5. It's Gregory from Ellis, Brooks, Byrne, Thomas, Dixon, Gamio, Halliday, Baxter, Davies, who started to come back through the order. Alex Johnston completes the top 10.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, we told them to match it. We didn't think they'd actually listen to us. What is going on here? This is absolutely brilliant racing. Oh, that was a bit wide from the 46 there in the background. Was it the 56? Sorry.
It was
the 46 of Alex Johnson in 10th. A little bit wide there, kicking up the dust. Gets back on. I don't think lost too much time from that, but just a little mistake creeping in there. It can happen. It's complete sensory overload in this pack as there's a move down the inside. A late one might make a bit of contact there and is going to lose a position because of it. 78 of Keelan Leon Gamiel dives down the inside of Tiger Dixon. Tiger Dixon tried the move on Ewan Thomas. It didn't pay off. Through goes Keelan Leon Gamiel, but they're still side by side as they head down towards the first couple of corners. It's a scary one to go side by side through, and I really hope they didn't.
And Alfie Baxter Davies was fishing around there for positions. Here he is down the inside and gets through past Gamiel. 9 minutes on the clock to go. Just looking at the pace of those at the front, and here we go. Here's a situation. Henry Gregory, similar to how we saw with Macaulay Bishop in the juniors, on his own out front, but that means he can't hit the best sector times through that long sector 1, which is all about power, slipstream and bump drafting. Down the inside of Ewan Thomas there was Thomas Byrne. That was for 4th place. And Henry Gregory has massively responded in the second sector in particular and just put in a 44.7. Now, if he could keep doing that, this is going to be no trouble for him. He's going to hold and, in fact, grow that 1.2 second lead.
Yeah, Christian Brooks had overtaken Rob Ellis for that second place on that last lap. But what a lap from Henry Gregory. 0.2 of a second he gained, because we've got a yellow flag there down into the left-hander. Try and see who it is. It is a kart being driven off. It is the 23 of Andrew Farrell. Sadly, one of our novices not making it to the checker flag in this one, then gutting for Andrew. Shame he couldn't make it all the way to the end, but a little kart issue there to end his day. Hopefully we'll see him back for round number 5 next month. Anyway, Henry Gregory leads us on to a new lap of the race and another fastest lap. 44.5, extends his gap to 1.5 seconds. He's doing everything he needs to do, isn't he, Andrew?
This is very, very impressive from Henry Gregory, who took the round win last time out. Took a clean sweep in round number 3 and is bouncing back from that disappointment earlier on today, where he was classified 17th in heat number 2. He's just not allowing any of the chasing pack to get back into this one. He's letting them rue some of the decisions that they made earlier in the race to fight over 2nd and 3rd place and allow this 1.5 second gap to grow out, because I just cannot see, even with 7 minutes on the clock, the pace that Gregory has, I cannot see that gap being pulled back in now.
No, I've got to agree with you there. I've got to agree with you. Just looks like too much to get over this. A 1.6 second gap that he is continuing to extend. It was another around 1/10 of a second on that last lap. He's just doing everything to perfection, isn't he, at the moment, Henry Gregory? Although I quite realise that we're singing his praises, likely going to commentate his skirts in about 5 minutes, but no, that would never happen. We would never do such a thing. But we look back to this battle then. I think Christian Brooks is just starting to pull away from Rob Ellis, Thomas Byrne and Ewan Thomas as well. And Alfie Baxter Davies isn't too much further behind either.
And all of these guys are driving so well, but in a way they're being victims of their own spreading apart, because now they're all almost running as single karts on the road, not able to slipstream and bump draft, unless your name's Thomas Byrne and you're going to go down the inside of Rob Ellis for 3rd place, through Christmas corner, clean as a whistle. Lovely stuff from Thomas Byrne. Good progress up the order.
Really nice move. There's another one down to Ashby. Down the inside goes Ewan Thomas, and through he goes, and oh no, it's another problem.
Problem
for Rob Ellis.
Oh, that is a real shame for a driver who worked so hard on this kart, but something has given up on his X30 there, and Rob Ellis is going to tumble down the order and be out of this race.
Gutted, going from 7th on the grid. What a fantastic race. It had been leading for a little while. Was there in 3rd, comfortably there in 3rd, It wasn't like he was being chased down and overtaken really quickly by everyone. He was there, putting in the pace he needed to, but sadly, his kart just decides to give up the ghost with 5.5 minutes to go.
Trying to see what might be the issue there.
I couldn't see anything
That is
visibly.
a real shame for Rob.
Yeah.
So he's a really friendly face in the paddock, and it's a shame to see him have a real bad bit of luck there from such a good position.
Yeah, never nice to see, never nice to see. But here is the 77 of Henry Gregory then, continuing to just extend that gap. It was 1.9 seconds when they crossed the line last time around. Now let's have a see what that is now. 2.1 seconds now. The gap continues to extend that, another 0.2 of a second on that lap. Impressive, impressive stuff. Here's a little battle though. Ewan Thomas just ahead of Alfie Baxter-Davies. We've been very impressed with Alfie throughout today, and now he's right on the back of Ewan, trying to steal away that 4th position.
Alfie Baxter-Davies has not had a podium, a top 3 in a final so far this year.
Well, he hadn't had a top 3 at all until today, and then suddenly he's got 2 third places.
In the heats.
He's somehow turned it on. Maybe he likes slightly warmer weather. That's maybe his thing, and it's all sort of come to fruition today at round number 4, but fantastic to see.
4 minutes to go then. There's Thomas, 4th place. At the moment, I think they'll just be keeping, or try and keep working together to catch up to Thomas Byrne if they can. Thomas Byrne, who had a really strong day during round number 3, was second in every single race behind Henry Gregory. He's been a bit off colour perhaps through the heats, but no matter, he's running a lot stronger here in the final. Actually closing in on Christian Brooks, faster than Brooks through both of the first 2 sectors on this particular lap. Will that offer an opportunity, I wonder, for Ewan Thomas and Alfie Baxter-Davies, as Thomas Byrne was to catch Christian Brooks and start fighting for 2nd place, because it's very much looking like Henry Gregory's race to lose now, 2.7 seconds being the lead. Will that potential battle in the future open an opportunity for Ewan Thomas or Alfie Baxter-Davies to get into the top 3 themselves?
It very much could do. It very much could do. As you say, that Henry Gregory just continuing to extend that gap. I mean, he's still in the mid-44s. His best is a 44.50, last lap a 44.54. So consistently putting in that leading pace is Henry Gregory. Doing everything he needs to do. 2.5 minutes then on the clock in this one. It's all sort of settled down.
It has.
In the middle of this one, hasn't it? Kicked off very much so. I think the most we've seen the lap 1 kick off at all. I mean, all catalysed by that initial spin from the pole sitter. As there's a move down the inside, Vishal Patel gets it done on a 12, tries to cut back across, makes a little bit of contact with Lewis Halliday, but that's Vishal Patel through on Tiger Dixon.
Hello to Chris in the chat, who's cheering on Tom Byrne. First time out on the Intrepid chassis, he's up to 4th place. Of course, he's up to 3rd place now. Running very nicely, side by side for a moment there. Number 56 of Lewis Halliday and Tiger Dixon. So Tiger Dixon will be down 2 spots on this lap. Harry Torpey's still running out there, by the way. He's actually at the back of this group now. He's in 10th place. Has something happened to Benjamin Southgate?
He's just dropped back up the order, yeah.
No, he's right there, number 15 in the red suit.
Yep, he's back up there in 10th place now, just in front of Harry Torpey. So yeah, good to see Torpey working hard, battling back through, being disheartened by the opening actions. And of course, it's going to be really frustrating because he felt he was on for a very, very good result here. But either way, continuing to battle. I've seen plenty of times where something happens on an opening lap and a driver just throws their toys out the pram and comes in the pits, and you're like, what are you doing? Come on, you've paid for this lap time, you might as well use it. That's exactly what Torpey's doing. And I think he's just made an overtake there, hasn't he, on Benjamin Southgate? He has
indeed. And I say, with a bit of time still remaining on the clock, there could be some very crucial points towards the end of the season on offer here for like a 7th place or something like that. Just got to keep pushing on. Less than a minute to go. 3.4 seconds is now the lead for Henry Gregory over Christian Brooks. Thomas Byrne is closing in all the time, was only 4/10 behind on the last count. He's just taken another 7/100ths out of Christian Brooks through sector number 1. Meanwhile, still scrapping Halliday, Dixon, Torpy and Southgate.
Quite a whack there, wasn't it, from Tiger Dixon? As a little bit slow through the corner from Halliday, but down the inside tries the torpedo. He's going to try and go up and under now on the exit, and does so. Really, really nicely done.
Yeah, that was all about getting your opponent off the ideal racing line there. That was very, very nice stuff from Harry Torpy. Forceful, brave, got the move done.
Yeah, really, really nice now. Now has his sights set ahead. The 56 of Halliday, although he might lose the position. Back down the inside goes the number 12 of Tiger Dixon. Re-overtakes and tries to follow him through. Does the driver behind as well. Benjamin Southgate trying to get involved with the battle. He's going to have to sit behind as Torpy defends.
Great reading of the situation by Tiger Dixon. Repays the favour to Harry Torpy. Leader, I think, on our driver tracker is coming around the final corner now. Henry Gregory has one more lap of the circuit to take another final victory. Still going on between Halliday and Dixon. The final lap board is now out. There is your race leader, Henry Gregory.
He's still been increasing that lead by massive amounts each lap. 4/10 on that last lap. We've now extended the gap to 4 seconds over Brooks and Byrne. And here they are battling over second place. Brooks moves over to defend. Byrne goes to the outside, trying it on the exit. Not sure what it's going to be like into the next corner. There was your leader coming through. The number 77 leads us towards the checkered flag. But that battle for second was really hotting up. But here is Henry Gregory. What an absolutely dominant performance from 8th on the grid for Henry Gregory to take a win here in the Senior X30 final. Absolutely fantastic. There's that battle going through the final corner now. I think Christian Brooks has just held on to it. We'll see when they cross the line. Not updated on our timing just yet, but it did look visibly to be Christian Brooks, and it is. Christian Brooks in second, Thomas Byrne in third then. Newman Thomas was there, scrapping with them right at the end. It was super close across the line between those three. Just about 2/10 of a second between all three of them. So absolutely fantastic across the line there. Just a little bit further back, 4/10, back to Alfie, back to Davies in 5th. Then Kian Leon Gamiao in 6th. Then Vishal Patel, Lewis Halliday, Tiger Dixon and Harry Torpy rounded out the top 10. Then Benjamin Southgate and Alex Johnston. Then Rylan Ekberg, Jacob Huang, then Enzo Liu. And then sadly, not making it to the finish there, Rob Ellis and Andrew Farrell. The 17 karts involved in that one. Well, as we said, we wanted the seniors to try and match it, and they certainly made a good effort of that.
They did indeed. It was a very, very entertaining race, particularly in the early stages, and a great drive from Henry Gregory. Takes his second victory in the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club X30 Senior Championship in a row. Hang on a minute. Maybe not, because the camera's coming out now. But 5.62 seconds. He may get away with this one. It's a 5-second penalty for a front fairing.
He still won the race.
He may. It's the last lap.
He still won the race.
Absolutely mega. Oh my goodness me. Do you know what has happened here, folks? All that fighting between Christian Brooks and Thomas Byrne
has given Henry Gregory the win.
1.61 seconds on the last lap may have just handed Henry Gregory the win. Again, this is provisional.
We think that is right.
We think that is right.
We think that's right. Wrong, that's crazy.
But yeah,
so they didn't know it. That actually they thought they were battling over second, whereas they were potentially battling over the win until they started battling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Karting.
Oh goodness. Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
Wow.
Well, to the X30 seniors, some super stuff there. We'll see them again next time. Next out on circuit though, it's the A final for Junior Rotax.
Here we go then, Junior Max A final. We saw a fantastic B final earlier. Of course, 4 of those drivers will be joining us on the grid for this one. Let's run you through it then. Freddie Ingram on pole position, Liam Thomas alongside. Then it's Zach Heslop and Aaron Full on row number 2. Then Jessica White and Callum Foster there on row 3. Row 4 sees Zach McDonald and Mitchell Mulvey. Then it's Luca Magni and Lucas Blanford rounding out the top 10. Then Omar Cindy and Harry Hurst-Grover. Then it's William Webb and Michael Dalton, followed by Daniel Amore and Devon Nolan. Then Jack Gillingham and Benjamin Baker. Rounding out the top 20 are William Ray and Daniel Gurney, then Ben Horner and Liam Phillips, Will Stockdale and Luca Brooks there on row number 12. Then row 13, unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Will Archer and Rex Ashley? We'll have to wait and see. Behind them, George Allen and Alfie Hemingway, then Paolo Nunes Aranda and Harry Blore rounding out the top 30. And then, of course, from your B final, we have Jacob Jukes, Shane Chandaria, Hamish Forrest and Albert Wilton there. Of course, Albert Wilton made that incredible move on the last lap to take that 34th position on the grid. Let's see what he can do there from the back row. Here is your grid, making their way up to the boot. They're going to need to get in a bit of a better order than that, or we're not going to get this started, first time I'm asking.
Yeah, something tells me that we're going to see at least one false start on
this I think so. And here, yep, there you go. There it comes.
Well, it gives us time to say hello to Kalista, who's cheering on Kian Gamio in the previous race. So hello to Kalista. And to Sunbather, as an appropriate name for today, is cheering on Callum Foster, who starts on the third row. Yes, third row of the grid for this one. A good chance to get a good result from there.
Indeed, yeah. A couple of other people. Yeah, there was chat for Shane Chandaria as well. Of course, coming was out in. Is Shane Chandaria in this race, or were they? They were in the last one, weren't they? Chandaria, or the one before?
One before.
One before. Apologies. So I'm afraid, Anna, you've missed that one.
Oh,
However,
no, sorry, no, they are in this one.
They are in this one.
From the
of course, yeah. I thought I was getting confused. I was like, I know they've been in something already. I couldn't quite remember, but okay. Yes, so keep an eye out for them. A lot of love for Mitchell Mulvey as well. Freddie, I can only assume that's Freddie Ingram, the love in the chat, but here we go then.
Better lineup this time. This one should be good. Start.
No. Flashing yellow lights. We go round again.
Okay. Well, we're going to need to get the next one right then, because if they don't, that's when the race director and the clerk of the course and all the very important people come out and go, we all
yes.
need to do
the clipboard
better.
comes out, yeah.
The clipboard comes out.
Terrifying. Got a couple of people, lots of love in the chat for Lucas Blanford as well. Of course, he's in this race. Also, where was Lucas starting on the grid? 10th place on the grid for this one, and of course it's Lucas who is providing our driver of the weekend prize, which we'll be announcing not after this race, but after the next final, which is our last race, of course, of the day. I think Andrew and I have a couple of drivers noted down who we're thinking of, but we will make that decision later on today. I think in my head it's pretty decided unless someone in these last couple of races really comes through with incredible pace, but we'll have to wait and see. Freddie Ingram is on pole position for this one. He's looked super quick throughout today, but can he continue that into this final? Liam Thomas is alongside him on the number 227. He's the one that wants to stop him from doing so. They're a little bit scruffy through the last corner, but we are going to get it underway. Third time of asking here at the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club, round number 4. The Junior Max A final is a go, and they all make it through the first couple of corners. Up to Christmas corner then. Lucas Blanford doesn't feel an easy enough to defend, but he might do down the inside. Tries Zach Heslop, I think it is, who's in second place. There's a bit of contact in the mid-pack, but no, Freddie Ingram gets through unscathed. Now under pressure is second place down. There's a move down the inside, and they're off. They're off. The leaders are off. That's a 227 of Liam Thomas, who's off on the grass. I'm not even sure if he's going to make it back over to the black stuff.
That's a long way off the circuit, and is going to be as good as out of this race for Liam Thomas on a day like today. But Freddie Ingram, we saw this in one of the heats earlier, has got control of this race from the very front. Round to complete lap number 1 then. It will be the championship leader, winner of round number 2, leading at the end of lap number 1 by nearly a second ahead of Zach Heslop in the number 41, and Mitchell Mulvey up to third as well. Then everybody else behind. Look at them all scrapping. There's the 1-2-8 of Aaron Full going down the inside of Jessica White in the 37. That was over 6th place.
Jessica White's going to keep going back here. Another move down the inside this time from Omar Cindy, isn't it? Tries to get through but isn't able to. Has to sit behind once more. That's opened a little gap out already, and Omar Cindy does go down the inside there into Osia's. Really commanding move. You saw the head flick back though on exit though, as Jessica White got the power down a little bit earlier than Omar ahead, but Omar holds onto the position nonetheless. Jessica White now under a bit of pressure from another driver. I was going to say it's Lucas Blanford. It is Lucas Blanford coming through the order, up to 9th place already.
Yeah, doing some really good stuff so far in this race is Lucas Blanford. Fastest lap of the race, if we've not mentioned it in the early stages. Callum Foster's down the inside.
A little bit late,
that's going to be a little bit rough and tumble. That's Jessica White going back past Omar Cindy.
And Lucas Blanford gets both of them.
Yeah. That was a little bit of a clumsy one, as there's Devon Nolan coming through the field. Well, Devon Nolan did qualify for this A final outright. It's a little bit uncertain earlier on in the day. Now he's up to 12th place. Out of... that's Zach McDonald. Oh, Zach McDonald, who is in 4th place, has had a problem. Now, is that mechanical or is that a mistake? He's waiting. I can understand why he's waiting there, because that's a very high-speed corner. But either way, Zach McDonald was in 4th place and goes all the way down to 34th.
Oh, someone else was off there. Someone else was off at the edge of Christmas. Who is it? It's the 24. The 24 is off. That's Harry Hurst-Grover from 9th place.
And I think there's damage on the rear right as well.
There's a lot of grass coming from
it. Well, now that's going to be a potential problem for anyone who's next through. I've experienced that myself. Admittedly, that was wet grass. It might be okay with it being a bit drier here today. That could produce some interesting track conditions next time through Inkermans. Flat right-hander. Try and get as much curb through there today. Daniel Lamore, the new fastest driver out on circuit, 47.050. Devon Nolan trying to find a way past the number 39 of Omar Cindy there, and does so.
Cindy a bit scrappy. Oh, big spin for the 37 of Jessica White. She holds on to it and everyone avoids her. Thank goodness she spun off the racing line.
And well, that's what we said, that it was inevitable for me that someone was going to get caught out by slippery conditions through Inkermans due to the level of grass down there. And luckily for Jessica White, I think she just ran too wide, got on the curb, but then the curb drops off at the far end of it, and that pitched the number 37 into a spin.
Incredible. Yep. You literally called it with that grass. It was going to happen, and sadly, the one to lose out there is Jessica White. And she had to wait at the side of the track for everyone to come through. So once again, just like Zach McDonald, has to wait and let the entire field through. As now, Lucas Blanford had the fastest lap of the race, but down the inside, the 207 was thinking about it there. Trying to go for the move was Luca Magni. Wasn't able to go for it, though, in the end. Has to sit behind once more, but Lucas Blanford in 6th. Okay, 4 seconds off the leader. Not impossible. 47.02. I think it's not going to be too long until we see them dropping down into the 46s.
Yeah, that pace is coming for them.
Oh, that was a bit of a rough and ready move there down the inside from the 34. Jacob Jukes has come up from the B final, is already up into 12th place with that move on William Webb. Wow.
Well, we saw the pace from Jacob Jukes earlier on in the day. He was in that B final because of a technical problem. That wasn't on pace. And, well, he dominated that B final, and now he's charging through the order here in the A.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Yeah, as you were saying, the 37 is rejoined, so the 37 and 95 I think have now got together as well. So Jessica White has rejoined and then trying to overtake Hamish Forrest. I think they've had another issue at the final corner there.
Yeah, they were both slow through sector number 3. Race leader out of the race now is Jessica White, and that's going to be a real blow for Jessica White's championship situations. I hope she's okay.
I think she's hurt her wrist,
a little bit of concern there with the wrist. But yeah, start of the day, 2nd in points. Lucas Blanford, new fastest lap of the race, 46.58, currently in 5th place. Kart number 159. This is the battle for 2nd place. Heslop and Mulvey, and that is Mulvey down the inside, taking charge of the corner. And Heslop's now going to have to defend from Callum Foster, who's going to look for a switch back there. He's going to try and wedge the door open into Ozier's lovely stuff. Didn't give that one up. Callum Foster up to 3rd.
Foster had about a millimetre of room to make that work, and he managed to squeeze the kart through it. Impressively done. And up into the top 3 goes Callum Foster. Heslop slips down outside of that top 3 now. And look at that, Lucas Blanford is waiting in the wings just behind Mitchell Mulvey, already trying to pull a bit of a gap.
There's bit of trouble out there for William Webb. Has now come through sector number 2, but lost some 10 seconds, so he's going to tumble out of the teens positions. Was around in 14th place. Devon Nolan is now the fastest driver out on circuit. There he is, coming down the hill now into Ashby Corner in the black and green helmet. 46.37 seconds is clear by 1.69 seconds over Omar Cindy behind, and has got a 0.8 second gap up ahead to Aaron Full for 6th place.
Indeed, there's been great battles throughout the field in this one. We're only just got over halfway in this race. Absolutely fantastic it's been, and Freddie Ingram continues to pull ahead at the front just little by little every lap. He's doing his personal best, so are the drivers behind, but his personal best is just that bit better, 46.40. But it was Devon Nolan in 7th place who actually got the fastest lap last time around, a 46.28. A really quick lap from Devon Nolan, as he is just on the back of Aaron Full trying to get through. But this is the 24 trying to get through. making a move. This is slightly further down. This is Harry Hurst-Grover trying to make a move there, and he has made it stick through on Benjamin Baker for 17th.
You've got the top novice in this race in the midst of all of that, Liam Phillips in the number 30. Really well up in the top 20. Remember, this is a category that had a B final as well, beating out a number of more experienced drivers here today. Is Liam Phillips. Oh, he's going to have a challenge there from Luca Brooks. There's a mechanical flag for Alfie Hemingway in the 178.
That's the second one of this race as well. Liam Thomas also got a mechanical flag a few minutes ago too. So a couple of drivers falling out of this one just from mechanical issues, frustratingly so. We've seen that a couple of times, I mean, not only in this final, throughout today, of drivers having mechanicals, having issues, dropping down to the final. Been quite a day of attrition, I think.
It has indeed. Devon Nolan down the inside of Aaron Full. That one, I say, has been coming because Nolan's had some really good pace. That's him up to 6th spot now. There's your race leader. Just having a very nice Sunday afternoon drive, isn't he? Down in the lead of this race by probably, what, 2.5 seconds? Well, 2.4 seconds to be exact.
There was a bit of a wobbly cable at the back of Aaron Full's car. Did you notice that? I'm not sure if that was supposed to be like that. It was properly wobbling around in the wind behind him. If we pick him up on camera again, I'll try and point it out. But there's a move from Lucas Blanford on Zach Heslop, moves himself up into 4th place. So after starting down in 10th, he's had a great start on this one, and that goes into the pits. Who was that? That was the 178 of Alfie Hemingway, wasn't it? After that mechanical flag, pulls into the pits. Less than 5 minutes on the clock now. Blanford up into 4th place.
Might have been, is it the breather tube off the radiator?
Possibly, yeah.
Normally they get cable tied down so they don't flap around.
I think that might be what it was there.
So they're screwed on and connected at the radiator end, but being a breather, there's nothing at the other end.
That would make sense, yeah. I think it must have been that.
Cable tie.
I think it must have been that.
I know from the scrutiny of times. Cable ties are not structural items. Sometimes they break.
Look at this, Gaggle. 7 karts in a row here, all crossing the line. This is Ben Horner, Zach McDonald, Albert Wilton, Paolo Nunez, Aranda, Rex Ashley, and Liam Phillips, and Will Archer as well. Will Stockley and William Webb aren't far behind either. Couple of moves in the mid-pack there, tries it on Will Archer, that's the 13 trying to get through. Paolo Nunez, Aranda ends up losing a position because of it. Now under pressure for the 166 with Will Archer as well. Not quite able to do it though, as Will.
Yeah, and that's all around where the top novices are at the moment in this race as well. In fact, the 3 novices that we have today in the junior Rotax ranks. There's the 180 of Zach McDonald, just ahead of Albert Wilton. Albert's had a good race as well, considering coming from the B final, gained 10 positions since the start of the race. Jacob Jukes on that same premise is now into the top 10. It'll be a weird one for Jacob Jukes because it's great. He's come from 31st on the grid and is now in the top 10, but at the same time, arguably what could have been. He's had the pace today to be up in the top 5 at least.
Yeah. Definitely. No, Jacob Jukes is always right up there, so gutting for it not to quite work out today. That's what can happen with this new system where they've sort of moved from 3 heats to 2. Yeah. It really puts a lot more emphasis on those 2 heats. If you have something go wrong, it really impacts your starting position for that final. So a late move, big slide there from the 13, big slide. That was fantastic. Add some Tokyo Drift music over that, and that'll look awesome.
New fastest lap of the race, Devon Nolan, 45.910 seconds, is now up to 4th place. Wow, Devon Nolan could be back on the podium here after a difficult start to racing here today at Whilton Mill.
Wow, so Blanford cleared full and then Nolan cleared both of them. Wow, that is incredibly impressive. The only driver into the 45s. Wow. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on him, I think.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
That's my commentator now for you.
I just thought there was a problem there for Omar Cindy, but now it's come through the 2nd sector now.
Devon Nolan faster again. Wow. 45.89 now. He's already chopping into that gap between himself and Zach Heslop in 3rd.
There's Jacob Jukes from the B final, trying to find a way past William Ray now. This is for 8th place, sorry. We come down the hill into Ashby Corner now. William Ray defends. That's going to open the door for Luca Magni there in the 207 to try and find a way through. Sorry, the 34 of Jacob Jukes has cycled back up to the order. Oh, what a big look down the inside of William Ray there.
I thought that was it. I thought contact was definitely about to happen there, but nope, managed to hold the brakes to Jacob Jukes and not go into the side of him.
Less than 90 seconds on the clock then. You're watching live coverage of round 4 of the 2023 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliff on commentary duties for you. And what a race we're being treated to. Penultimate race of the day in the junior Rotax final. There's number 39 of Omar Cindy looking for a way down the inside of Luca Magni in the number 207. That's for 10th place. Nowhere through that time around. And Daniel Moore's joining this fight as well in number 14.
Yeah, he's had a great race, hasn't he? Pushing forward as Daniel, now getting onto the back of this big pack. I think one of our biggest pack in the entire field as Freddie Ingram crosses the line with 44 seconds to go. This is going to be pretty close as to whether we have 1 or 2 more laps. I think it's just about going to be 2 more laps inclusive of this one. As oh dear, someone has expired there on the front straight. It might be Benjamin Baker, I think. I think it is indeed. It was a triple number, so Benjamin Baker not making it to the checker flag either, sadly. We look back to this battle. Heavily defending there is the 39 of Omar Cindy, trying to fend off Daniel Amor. Daniel Amor is all over his rear axle, might be thinking about it down into this right-hander, but nope, Ashby doesn't happen there for Daniel. Has to sit back once more, but pretty much everyone in this little gaggle is setting personal best at the moment, impressively so. And I mean, Omar Cindy, 46.25, Daniel Amor, 46.26, Michael Dalton, 46.25.
Very, very good. Devon Nolan, by the way, is now onto the podium. He's up to 3rd place.
Wow.
And is pulling away from Zach Heslop and Lucas Blanford behind. Time is up, but we have not had the last lap board,
no,
so we'll have this one plus one more for Freddie Ingram to lead this one out. 3 seconds there or thereabouts is his lead. He's just looking so relaxed at the wheel.
It's just been domination, hasn't it, in this final? Not running away with it, only just under 3 seconds in the lead, but has done just enough, just been managing that gap, managing the pace, and doing a fantastic job as Freddie Ingram. 45.98 on that last lap. Mitchell Mulvey was a 45.97. They're all so close on pace in this race. It's absolutely ridiculous, but there you go. Freddie Ingram does indeed start the final lap of the race here for the Junior Max A final at round 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Lucas Blanford's just got past Zach Heslop on that last lap to take himself up to 4th place. There's a couple of battles continuing even onto this last lap of the race.
There are indeed. Another new fastest lap of the race from Devon Nolan as Freddie Ingram goes through Ashby Corner for the last time here today. It's been a very assured drive from Freddie Ingram. No nonsense. Has got on with the task at hand and dealt with it very well. Into the boot for the final time then. His personal best through sector number 1. There's more scraps going on behind. That's all over 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. But Freddie Ingram comes around the final corner and takes the win in Junior Rotax here today at Whilton Mill. Mitchell Mulvey, brilliant in 2nd place. Devon Nolan as well. Another new fastest lap of the race finishes there on the podium in 3rd. Lucas Blanford is 4th. Aaron Full 5th. Callum Foster, good points there in 6th place. Zach Heslop in 7th. William Ray 8th. Jacob Jukes from the B final finishes in the top 10, which is wrapped out by Luca Magni. Wow. What a drive from Freddie Ingram. That really does lay down a marker for the rest of his season. The championship leader. That is his 2nd finals victory of the year so far. And even already at this just before halfway stage of the season, he's started to put himself in a very dominant position.
He has indeed, yep. Round 2, he did the triple. Round 3, not quite. 4th place in the final. Round 4, he's done the triple again. Wow. Oh no, Devon Nolan's got a penalty. Oh no. 5 seconds. Where's that going to drop him to? That's going to drop him to about 8th place, I think.
Yeah.
No, just behind William Ray, so it'll be 9th. Gutted. It will be 9th instead of 8th by 400th of a second. Oh, goodness.
That puts Lucas Blanford back onto the podium. That's a real shame for Devon Nolan, but he gave it his all. Well, one more race to go then here today, and whilst a couple of the karts are recovered after the end of the Junior Rotax final, we'll get ready for that last race of the day. Senior Rotax are out next. As we say, last race of the day, let's have a look at the grid for it. Leo Brown has pole position for the senior Rotax final. Ethan Ling joins him on the front row of the grid. His teammate Spencer Brown starts on row number 2. Jack Collins there as well, P4 on the grid. Charlie Webb and George Donald start on the 3rd row of the grid. Louis Weaver and James Tester will look to go forward from the 4th row of the grid. Alex McGee and Lewis Wild complete the top 10 on this grid there on row 5. William Pemble and Dylan Norris being the top novice, start there on row 6. Ben Page, we know he can drive through a field. He starts on row 7 alongside Benjamin Ballou. He had to fight back from the back of the grid in both of his heats. Starts in the middle of this one. Look out for the number 37. We know that kart can overtake. Sam Baker and Samuel Cook are there on row number 8. Sam Light and Jack Cooper start this race from the 9th row of the grid. And then going into the bottom third of the order, it's James Tomsit and Ross Tyler starting on row number 10. William Young and Adriel Ngwa start on row number 11. Zaki Hussein and Stefan Kaczmarczyk start on row number 12. Kasper Pajecki and Daniels Martinonis start on row number 13. Chris Banderi and Ethan Martin start on row 14. Romarian Ubi and Dalton Norris start on row 15, wrapping out the top 30. We then find Josh Evans and Jack Spencer on row 16. Julian Rapetza and Luke Collins complete the 34 kart field. Well, there we go. This one, again, we've got two drivers on the front row who both had an equal number of points from the heats. Leo Brown taking pole position virtue, is slightly faster lap in the heats earlier on today, 44.55 versus Ethan Ling's 44.73. We've seen these races go back and forth as well through the heats. I think there's I'd say 3 or 4 drivers who will really back themselves at least to be in their fight for this race win.
I think so, yeah, that's for sure. Ethan Ling has looked very impressive, sending some very cheeky moves through the opening couple of heats of the day. Let's see what he can do from the front row in the final. The CRG of Spencer Brahm also there as well on row number 2. He always looks pretty feisty out there, so let's see what he can do then in the final. Also, definitely going to be keeping an eye on Benjamin Ballou from 14th. Of course, he was last on the grid for both heats, was able to fight through and get some good results. So having a much better starting position in this one then, up in 14th. So we'll see what he can do from there. But as we say, final race of the day. This should be very interesting. Senior Rotax is always pretty feisty, and we've seen some great races leading up to it, so let's hope it can continue into our final race of the day. If you have enjoyed today's racing, make sure you drop a like on the Alpha live stream. We very much appreciate that, and also subscribe to the channel as well so you don't miss out on all of our future motorsport content. Lots coming at you. There's been some great action on the channel this weekend, and that pretty much continues every weekend at Alpha Live, so you don't want to miss any of it. So drop a little subscribe on the channel as well. Recently, we pushed over 30,000 subscribers, already closing in on 32,000. So we're only getting bigger here at the Alpha Live community, so why don't you join us as well? Because it's sure to be fantastic racing. Round 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club has been fantastic. I'm sure round 5 will be great. Of course, only a month's time until that. So lots more racing to come throughout the year in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But here we are then. Senior Max have left the dummy grid, and they make their way round to start this last race of the day. Once again, one of our main finals, not a B final, so 14 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock once again for this one. Another long one where all this long-term strategy comes into play of working together. It seems odd to somewhat of an outsider of, well, you're in second place, the leader's right in front of you, why would you not overtake him? They don't understand. They don't understand. You've got to be working together. You've got to make that strategy into play, because oh, you're there in second, you go for that move on the lead, suddenly third and fourth now come into play, they get you, you're down in fifth. What's happened? And it only takes a lap, half a lap, for those kind of things to happen. So it all happens really fast, especially when you're in karts like these that just chuck you around the track. I was lucky enough to get involved with the ADX karting guys down at Rye House and have a go in one of these senior Rotax karts, and my respect for the drivers of this went up about tenfold. It was unreal. unreal. It was an absolute bat out of hell, and I was just there for the ride, clinging onto the steering wheel. It was fantastic. Now seeing these guys race so ridiculously close, it's unbelievable. I can't believe it. Let's see how they get this one underway then in the senior Rotax final here for round 4, the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. It is going to stay as it was off the start. Leo Brown leads us up to the first corner and out towards Christmas corner as well. It's Ethan Ling in second and Spencer Brown in first, but behind them they are going side by side. Spencer Brown there in third, just ahead. Who's made it out in fourth? Yet to see. They were still side by side as they headed down to Ashley. I think it was Jack Collins and Charlie Webb who were going side by side still, but everyone still facing in the right direction.
Yeah, some really good driving through the course of that. A couple of drivers in the middle, the second half of the field getting pinched on the inside between three. Oh, there's one driver off there. I think that may have been the 35 of Adriel. Well, we'll check through, or it might have been 55, apologies, of Ethan Martin. We'll check that through in a moment. But end of lap number 1, it is Leo Brown leading from Ethan Ling. Spencer Brown there in third place. Charlie Webb has held on to fourth spot after all of that battling with Jack Collins. Alex McGee just behind in sixth. Louis Weaver, George Donald, James Tester and Ben Page. That is your top 10. Good progress on that first lap, it would seem, for Stefan Kaczmarczyk up four places. Same for Jack Cooper. Down the inside goes Ethan Ling, takes the lead of the race in the early stages here on lap 2, away from Leo Brown. Good move there, but a sensible bit of driving, I'd say, from Leo Brown. Didn't try and fight that one too hard. Keeps himself in the game with 12.5 minutes to go. Only loses the one position through Oziers. So it's a top 4 breaking away. Charlie Webb looking down the inside of Spencer Brown there for third place. Takes it. Good move there by the driver in the Fusion Motorsport suit. It's also the fastest driver on the second lap. Dylan Norris, currently your top novice, is in 17th place, well ahead of the others. Oh, down the inside again, beautiful move. Second beautiful move this lap from Charlie Webb. That time past Leo Brown, and poor Leo Brown is now being shuffled down. Oh, he's fighting back though. Lost out initially to Alex McGee and Jack Collins behind, but then re-overtook Spencer Brown, sorry, in the number 65, holds on to third. So it's Lang leading from Webb, Brown, Graham in fourth, Jack Collins up there in fifth, trying to find a way past the number 65 through Christmas corner. Jack Cooper currently the fastest driver out on circuit, down in 14th place at the moment. But a good start to this race, a good number of overtakes in the top 5, all have been clean. Ethan Ling not being allowed to gallop away though, John. The gap 0.3 of a second last time around, and Charlie Webb, we've seen 2 great overtakes from them already, really looking up for it in this final.
Impressive stuff, yeah. Sadly just missed the start of that. I'm used to being the one on the tannoy saying, please can the Vauxhall Astra move their car, but it was me. I needed to move my car, so apologies. But I am back. Missed the first couple of minutes of this one, but it seems to have got off to a cracking start. Leo Brown now setting the fastest lap of the race there, 44.8 in third place, chasing down Charlie Webb and Ethan Ling. Ethan Ling's had a good start though, getting to the front of the field, and already starting to build just an ever so slight gap over Charlie Webb here. There he is on the number, well, he's on the 12-plated kart, unless I'm seeing the wrong person. Nope, that is Charlie Collins. I was looking at the wrong group, my apologies. That was Collins in 5th, defending very nicely there in that second group, just behind Spencer Brown. He is gatekeeping that 5th place to a lot of drivers behind. Alex McGee, George Donald, Louis Weaver and Sam Bacon, and a little bit of a gap back to James Tester in P10. But here we look back to the front, and Leo Brown is all over the back of Charlie Webb.
Yeah, he's recovered really nicely from a couple of laps ago where it looked like he was having one of those phases where it was loss of position, another loss of position. He's got back into that rhythm now. He's looking to charge on.
Yeah, that negative momentum can attack anyone. Happens to the best of us, but yeah, breaking it is such a challenge, so impressive that he was able to do that.
Well, Ethan Ling still leading this race, missed the first 2 rounds of the season, finished in 4th place in the final last time out in round number 3. Seen him race at Whilton Mill. Oh dear. Somebody was, I didn't quite catch it, it's the number 14.
Jack Cooper.
Yeah, who
so
is
him and James Tester, I think, have got together there. 10th and 11th, I think they were, both of them falling down the order. We have a switch there for second. 33 of Leo Brown does manage to finally get past Charlie Webb for second place. Charlie Webb, I thought he was going to fight him back there into Ashby, but not able to do so.
Ethan Ling, we've seen in race here many times before, not just in WMKC action, but in national karting series levels as well. Loves this place. A lot of good results for Ethan Ling around Whilton Mill over the years. And if you like your national level karting, more of that next weekend. Alpha Live and DDMM will be down in Dorset, Clay Pigeon, for the next round of the Super 1 Series. Do tune in and join us for that. Should be very good, and it's started to hot up now this season as well. We're also getting to its halfway stage here in 2023. New round here as well. Don't mind clicking that subscribe button and the notification bell as well. Don't miss a single broadcast starting here on Alpha Live. 8 minutes to go this one, John, and Ethan Ling looking in control, but not galloping away from the rest of the field, I'd say. No, he's managing it nicely, but Leo Brown, fastest lap of the race. All of the top 6 did a personal best, but 44.73 from Leo Brown was the fastest of all of them, and he is closing that gap now down to 0.3 of a second, and he closed it in by 1.5 of a second, so you would think by that maths, 2 more laps and he should be there, but it might be even less than that as Ethan Ling starts to look behind him and realise, oh my goodness, he's right behind me now, I need to start doing something about it. And the thing is, will he start defending? It's pretty early on, 7.5 minutes to start defending, but equally you might think, okay, I just want this track position and I'm going to back Leo Brown into the rest of the pack. Yeah, well, we'll see in due course how Ethan Ling plays this, because Leo Brown, the winner of round number 3, was on the podium in round number 2 as well, is very, very much on it now. This is going to be a good opportunity. He's got to get a good run through Oblivion, through turn 2, past Fine Lady, and up the hill to Christmas Corner. He has a check over the shoulder. He's going to go for it. There's a gap behind. Leo Brown takes the lead of the race on lap number 10. Superb move. Very calculated. John Ratcliff checked over his shoulder to see, is there going to be anybody there? Am I going to lose second place if I mess this up totally? He gave himself that time to make the right decision, and a good move at the inside. Yeah, as soon as he made that look over the right shoulder, I was like, he's definitely going for that move. Now he knows he has that gap, he's going for it, and exactly that. Ethan Ling had a little think about it there in the second part of the boot. I know we were talking about that with Macaulay Bishop, but Ethan Ling is another driver who likes that dive to the inside at the second part of the boot and parking it on the apex. Not quite close enough to do it that time around was Ethan Ling. And that little bit of fighting, I mean, not really fighting, it was a really nice move from Leo Brown, but even then, they both lose a little bit of time. Charlie Webb, Spencer Brown, Jack Collins, right there waiting in the wings for something to happen. And it is now a group of 5 battling for the lead, all with just enough of a sizable gap between them where no moves can suddenly occur. So we'll be playing the long game, I think, in this one. Still just under 6 minutes to go. We're into the second half of the final race of the day, the Senior Rotax final for round 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2023. Intriguing lap this next one for Leo Brown. What can Leo Brown do when in clear air? The 2 points was Brown's advantage in the championship at the start of this round on the live points. Taking one set of dropped scores into account. So looking to extend that lead now. He's continuing to do so, isn't he? 44.7 on that last lap, impressive. Then behind them, next passes is Braun with a 44.83. Then Webb and Ling both with a 44.84. So pretty close on time. Once again, I think that's got to be on the bingo sheet for today. Yep. I think I've said that about 80,000 times today. No, I have to say that all the classes that we've had out today have shown a really, really strong competitive streak. There's only been 2 classes, I think, where someone has got to the lead and then just kept it till the end, and then they've only won by maybe 3, 4 or 5 seconds. So it's been super, super close on pace today. It's been fantastic. It's really produced some great racing. There is a yellow flag down into the boot. Samuel Cook dropping down the order. Can I put 2 and 2 together and say possibly he's gone off? Yeah, it's not come through sector number 3. It's also a delayed 3rd sector for Adriel Ngwa. The number 35 dropped out 4 positions on that last lap, so maybe something has happened between those two.
I think you could be right with that one. Still extending the gap at the front was Leo Brown, but a little bit less that time around, only about half a tenth of a second. Gap now around 6/10. There's a move down the inside though. Jack Collins through on Spencer Brom for 4th place. Really nicely done, really well weighted on the brakes, but Brom's going to fight back down the inside of Ashby. Can he do it on the brakes? They might make a bit of contact there, give each other room, try to squeeze him onto the grass. Not quite to the grass, but takes the position nonetheless.
Yeah, that was proper elbows out stuff. Spencer Brown comes out on top of it. We mentioned the mechanical flag for James Tester. So sadly for those following James Tester, that's why the number 27 has pulled off the circuit and is out of the race. And Marianne Ubi is also retired from this race. Retired at the end of lap number 4. Contact warning for Kasper Pajecki. Stringing out at the front of the field now. Leo Brown comfortable. 0.6 of a second is the lead for the championship leader over Ethan Ling and Charlie Webb. In a way, this is very good for Leo Brown's championship bid, John. Not just because he's in the lead of this race. That's obvious. But Ethan Ling, a driver who's missed 2 rounds. Charlie Webb, this is his first appearance here this weekend. Yep. It's not just a race win. He's actually putting quite a marker in terms of points delta on drivers who could potentially be his championship rival or closest adversary, as it were, later on in the year.
Yeah, not only is he getting maximum points, his competitors aren't getting close to him on the points that he's taking from today. So, yeah, doing everything he can is Leo Brown and continuing to smash it at the front of the field, just slowly eking out that gap once more. Now up to nearly 9/10 of a second when they cross the line. Sorry, last time was that gap. So just continuing to do a nice job at the front of the field. It's sort of the top 8 in a line, then 9th and 10th together, then a bit of a gap back to 11th, and then 11th backwards in a bit of a train as well. So we sort of split off into multiple trains here as that gap now goes over a second, 1.1 seconds. Nearly 3/10 Leo Brown took out of Ethan Ling on that lap. I think Ling is a bit busy looking behind him at the moment. He's only got a few tenths of a second between himself and Charlie Webb, and then there's this battle. Spencer Brom, still the gatekeeper of 4th place. Jack Collins right behind, and George Donald now joining the fight as well, making a little bit of contact there through Ashby, but nothing crazy.
No, just trying to maybe put other drivers off and rattle their cages a little bit. We have seen drivers break under the pressure so far today. So it's one of those circuits that everybody knows it so well. I feel a lot of people are driving right on the edge, because that's what you need to do to be competitive. But when you're driving right on the edge, the smallest little things can put you off. Well, from personal experience around the circuit, and I'm not even that fast.
That was probably us causing our own issues, though, likely.
Oh no, the radio one time put me off through oblivion just because it went beep boop. It put me off enough that I nearly went in the wall. But I was right on the edge. 40 seconds to go. Leo Brown leads by 1.35 seconds over Ethan Ling, and is looking in control of this senior Rotax final. Blame Howard Mitchell for that one. I told him never beat my radio through that corner.
Always blame Howard Mitchell.
Yeah.
Always blame Howard Mitchell. Right, 15 seconds on the clock then. Only recently crossed the line, so looking like we'll have this lap and one more to finalise round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. And Leo Brown still doing a cracking job at the front, still lapping in the 44s, while Ethan Ling and Charlie Webb were just about in the 45s on that last lap. That gap at the front now 1.6 seconds, and it's looking like with just over 4/10 between Ethan Ling and Charlie Webb that Ethan Ling unlikely to be challenged for 2nd place either. It's the battle over 4th that's the most exciting at the moment, but Leo Brown comes across the line to start the final 1,128 metres of the Whilton Mill Kart circuit for round number 4 here. What a fantastic job he has done throughout today. He's continuing that through this final lap then as he heads down to Ashby. You can see there just in the background, there's Ethan Ling and Charlie Webb, then Spencer Brom, Jack Collins and George Bacon. I think that might have been a move there. There was a move for around 7th place. I think it could have been Louis Weaver going through on Sam Baker. Have to finalise that when they get to the checkered flag, but what a race from Leo Brown.
Yeah, it's just been a masterclass from Leo Brown of how to run one of these A finals. Going to come around the final corner to take another win in Senior Rotax this season in the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships, and he wins by 2.2 seconds over Ethan Ling. Charlie Webb is on the podium there in 3rd. Another strong result for Spencer Brown here at WMKC in 4th. Jack Collins is 5th. George Donald 6th. Sam Baker 7th. Louis Weaver a home in the top 10 there in 8th, which is completed by Alex McGee and William Pemble. Ben Page just outside there in 11th place. Good progress as well from Stefan Kaczmarczyk in that final. Finishes in 12th. Benjamin Ballou wasn't quite able to make up as many places as we saw in the heats. Finishes 13th. Ross Tyler 14th. Zaki Hussain completes the top 15. Sam Lighton 16th, Lewis Wild 17th. Top novice in Senior Rotax was Dylan Norris in 18th, ahead of Chris Bandieri and William Young, all in the top 20. Jack Cooper, Jack Spencer, Ethan Martin, James Tomsit and Casper Piecki take us down to 25th. Second of the novices, Josh Evans there in 26th. Adriel Ngwa in 27th, ahead of Luke Collins, Daniels Martinonis and Dalton Norris. That takes us to 30th, ahead of Julian Rapetza, starting from the back of the grid there, gained a few positions. Samuel Cook, James Tester, who was a retirement, as was Romarian Ubi.
So a couple of drivers getting penalties here. I think I saw Jack Collins there from 5th getting a little penalty, and as they were so close on timing in that race, it's really going to make a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, that could be the result of quite a few positions, a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, that will drop Jack Collins out of the top 10 even.
It would,
that one.
Yeah, drop him down into the realm around Stefan Kaczmarczyk.
It will.
No, entertaining race there from the Senior Rotax drivers. Alex McGee rolling in there, the number 68.
They see me rolling.
They see me rolling. But no hating on this stream. Only love and friendship. But that brings us to the end of the racing here today. It's been
what a fantastic day it's been. Some racing has been absolutely epic. Like you were saying, there's going to be a few TikToks out of that one, I think.
Yeah, there's going to be a few highlight reel moments today from that one. And if you have enjoyed the commentary, at @MM across the social media networks for myself, at
Ratcliff Media for me, please, thank you. Mainly Instagram and TikTok for me. But yeah, what a brilliant day. It's been fantastic, and it's been great to have you back at WMKC.
Yeah, it's been good to come back. We've seen some really, really good racing. Whilton Mill as a circuit always delivers for great racing, and can't wait for the next time back.
Mate, you're welcome back whenever. Yeah, it's been fantastic. I always love being here for the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. A big thank you to everyone at Alpha Live, or everyone out on the camera points. We couldn't bring this stream without you guys. Usually I say thank you so much for braving the terrible conditions, but actually you've been out there sunbathing today, so it's been pretty lovely. Hopefully you've had your sun cream on though. That's the main thing. Otherwise we might have some slightly red camera operators when they come back to our main building. Yeah, but a big shout out to them. Big shout out to everyone at the side of the track doing all the marshalling and the officiating. Again, the day literally wouldn't be able to run without you, so a massive thank you, and all the ambulance staff, of course, as well, waiting on standby. Luckily today, I don't think they were ever had to be used, so that's always positive. But what a brilliant day of racing. Now, of course, we can't forget, we need to decide the driver of the weekend. Now, I had thought this driver through the whole day. Those two drivers had great performances in the final, which sort of turned my head, but I'm not sure it turned my head far enough away from that driver.
I think we go for the original thoughts.
Okay, so, of course, for the driver of the weekend, a big thank you to Lucas Blanford Racing for putting forward such an incredible prize for every weekend, and for some reason entrusting us idiots for deciding who gets such an amazing prize. So the winner for round number 4 of the driver of the weekend, who will be taking home with them 2 race day entry tickets to any TCR UK meeting of their choosing, plus 2 race day hospitality tickets for the Lucas Blanford Racing Hospitality awning, is Maximilian Abrahart from the Rotax Micros. A fantastic day for Maximilian. Heat number 1, victorious. Heat number 2, victorious. And the final, victorious. Domination from Maximilian Eberhardt today, and by quite some way in all 3 races. Really impressed both myself and Andrew, and that's why we think Maximilian deserves such a fantastic prize.
Well-deserved winner. Well, absolutely dominant performance today, and yeah, very, very good to see him get those prizes.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Maximilian. I look forward to seeing him back out for round number 5. But that brings us to a close for round number 4. It's been an absolute honour for myself and Andrew to commentate over such fantastic racing, and I'm sure we'll hopefully see you back for round number 5 next month to continue that fantastic racing. So from myself, John, from him, Andrew, it's been fantastic, but goodbye. We'll see you all soon. Thank you for joining us.